Muy fácil. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Those red shirts have to come to order. Good morning, everybody. We will begin this interminable public hearing. Hopefully the weather will get to you and you'll be shorter in your remarks and you can get out and enjoy it. Probably wishful thinking on my part, but unless there are, if there are remarks from my co-chair, Representative
If
Horn.
you don't mind, I just want to note that I am feeling a little bit under the weather today, and I don't want to share that with my very good colleagues, so I may not be in the room. I apologize. I will be mostly doing this by Zoom today from my office. Sorry about that.
Feel better, Representative Horn. Senator Martin. Representative Cheeseman.
Let's get the show on the road, Senator.
Thank you very much. So first up, Rodney Butler.
Right. Kuikwasin Natupawak, Natusui Rodney Butler, Kwa Ute, Tribal Chairman of the Mashantucket Pequot Tribal Nation. On behalf of the tribe, I thank you for your continued support in seeking to rectify the racist and unjust tax policy that allows Ledger to tax property on our reservation land. You've undoubtedly heard me say it before, but it's like East Hartford taxing personal property of restaurants operating at the Yard Goat Stadium here in Hartford. If this were happening anywhere else in the state of Connecticut, it would not be tolerated by the General Assembly. Since our friends in the legislature proposed a bill to very simply correct the inequities created by the current dual taxation policy, there's been some confusion around the issue, sadly, with much of it created intentionally and born out of greed. So I want to use my time today to clear up some of those misconceptions that have been propagated. One, the core legislation that treats both Mashantucket and Mohegan equally and the respective municipalities, Ledger and Montville, equally. No one tribe is advantaged over the other by the passage of the core legislation. The proposal simply adds another property tax exemption for non-Indian businesses operating on reservation lands. Two, the continuation of this taxation policy has a chilling effect on tribal economic development that not only impacts Mashantucket and Mohegan, but also the state, which reaps additional job and revenue benefits from any of our new ventures, as well as a downstream positive impact. Three, much has been made about adjacent towns losing revenue as a result of the proposed change in policy. Property taxes paid to towns on tribally owned lands off reservation will not change under this policy. Mashantucket Pequot is amongst the largest paying taxpayers in Ledyard and North Stonington based on our land holdings outside of the reservation, and will continue to do so once this legislation passes. Fourth and lastly, Mohegan has a distinctly separate and unrelated settlement issue that they would like to resolve that has been conflated with this effort regarding personal property taxes. Any notion that by the legislature correcting this unjust practice would disadvantage one tribe over another is categorically false. Mohegan is significantly advantaged in their location in other ways, as you can see from their disproportionate share of slot revenue going to the state. Their true disadvantage is their settlement agreement, which I understand, and that they're limited in the amount of land they can take into trust, and Pequot is not. Taking land into trust is a fundamental sovereign right that all tribes have, and we fully support Mohegan's efforts to rectify that issue. In summary, passage of this legislation for Pequot is about respect for sovereignty, which in turn encourages and removes barriers to economic development benefiting the tribes as well as the state. If tribal sovereignty provides the basis for over $8 billion in gaming contributions to the state, I respectfully submit that it should extend to the inability of neighboring communities to tax on reservation lands. We respectfully ask for your support in seeing the original proposal through to final passage. Katapatu Yimu, I thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Butler. Questions, Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you. Good to see you here this morning.
Always.
I believe in previous conversations, you've referenced how other states have addressed this issue. Obviously, there are other states with Native American tribes with land and properties. So can you discuss that in more detail? One, how other states may have addressed this in terms of their taxation policy? And also, do their particular situations differ in any way and their proposed solutions from what you're suggesting your desired route would be?
Thank you, Representative Cheeseman. For that, I actually will turn over to my Associate General Counsel, Betsy Conway, to follow up with that question.
Sure. Thank you for,
There you go.
okay, thanks. Thank you for that question. Different states and tribes have obviously dealt with this differently, but I can give you some examples that we've at least looked at. In North Carolina, for instance, they do have a similar legislation on property tax and sales tax related to the Eastern Band of Cherokee. So prohibiting that taxation on the reservation. Nevada and Mississippi also have similar legislation, more focused, frankly, on sales tax, which even in our case is a bigger number for the state. But in those cases, they defer to tribal taxation. So essentially, as I read the legislation in Mississippi and Nevada, if the tribe imposes a sales tax, the state will not impose their sales tax, and they allow the tribe to collect that. Other states that we've looked at across the country, many of them have legislation that allows agreements between the states and the tribes. Some, like Washington State, are very favorable on things like tobacco, gasoline, some of those bigger ticket items where they allow the tribes, they either split the proceeds with the tribes or they allow the tribes to retain some of that. So I think what all of these states and tribes have recognized is that if we continue to litigate with the so-called balancing test, it's unpredictable, which hurts economic development. And it really comes out with some very diverse results depending on what court you're in.
Okay, so if I'm understanding correctly, does North Carolina specifically prohibit taxation of non-Indian owned property and enterprises on tribal land
Yes,
for
it
any
does.
municipality?
Yes, it does. As I read the statute, obviously I don't practice law in North
Sure.
Carolina, but as I
Sure.
read the statute, it prohibits, and that one is specific to property tax, which is what's specifically before the legislature. But it also goes to sales tax as well, as I read their statutes in
And
North Carolina.
And from what you've said, other states have entered into voluntary agreements where either the localities and the tribes have worked together, or the states and the tribes have reached an agreement on, but I presume those are state level taxation issues.
Yes,
All right.
that's my understanding. So many states, Michigan, New Mexico, Arizona, Washington State, as I said, and they're all a little bit different because they're all focused on, their state and their needs of the state and the local communities, but as well as the tribes. And, many of the states have multiple tribes, something like Washington has, 29, 30 tribes. So yeah, it is a little bit different, but it provides a way to address it equitably without litigation, which seems to come out all different ways.
And I'd be interested in if you could get to the committee more details of the North Carolina legislation, because I would hope, because one of the issues is, of course, disparate treatment of both tribal entities, both tribal nations, sovereign nations, and the negative effect this could have on the municipality. So I'd be interested to see if the North Carolina legislation specifically requires those host municipalities who are losing property tax to be made whole. So I appreciate your answers to the questions. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Representative Barry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome, Mr. Chairman. Can you please tell me what services are provided by the town of Ledger to the businesses on tribal land?
None. There are no services provided from the town of Ledyard. We are a fully autonomous government. We have our own utility infrastructure, our own fire, our own police, our own court system, our own public works. We are like any other small town in the state of Connecticut, except we're an independent sovereign nation.
Excellent. So you answered my second question. So saying that, but these businesses have to pay the town of Ledyard in sense a personal property tax for no services provided.
Correct.
Does the tribe have the right to charge a personal property tax on those businesses?
We do, and that therefore creates when we say dual taxation, that's what we're talking about, right? We have that right. We do assess fees within our lease agreements with many of these tenants for the services we provide. And so any other jurisdiction layering in a personal property tax on top of that is a double tax on them and an economic hurdle for them to advance their businesses and attract businesses to Mashantucket.
Right. And in a state that strives to be more business friendly, I feel that this policy does the complete opposite of that. Have you seen any economic impacts when you're trying to bring in a business to the tribe? Are there any problems with that?
Absolutely. It's the longest lead item in most negotiations we have with third parties who are interested in doing business at Mashantucket. For example, the Great Wolf Lodge development, it's a $300 million development at Mashantucket. It's going to employ 500 plus Connecticut citizens to procure goods and services from Connecticut businesses and trades at Mashantucket that we were able to bring to Mashantucket. And in that negotiation that went on for a good 2 years, the better part of that was spent on trying to solve for this issue.
Excellent. How many jobs does the tribe employ?
We have directly, we have just around 4,000 jobs, but indirectly, because of all of our partners, i.e. Great Wolf, Hard Rock, Tanger, we employ an additional 1,500 jobs on top of our 4,000. So 5,500 directly for the most part.
Okay. And in your testimony, you mentioned that you as a tribe pay personal property taxes to the town of Ledyard, and I believe you said North Stonington. Can you just elaborate a little bit more on that? And do you know how much you are paying to
Yeah,
these
I mean,
towns?
we are the single largest taxpayer in the town. We own land in that jurisdiction. We own land in Waterford. We own land in Norwich. We are no different than any other landholder in those jurisdictions, and we pay property taxes because of that. In Ledyard alone, we're close to $800,000 a year we're paying in property taxes. Similarly, in North Stonington, and smaller amounts because we own smaller parcels in Norwich and Waterford and in Stonington. But we certainly pay our taxes per the law in those jurisdictions.
And you also in your testimony mentioned that the town of Ledyard does receive additional state and federal payments. Can you kind of walk me through that revenue?
Yeah, so because we have tribal students that go to schools in the Ledyard school system, they are eligible for federal grant dollars that support them, as well as from the state, the generosity of the state, because we have land in trust within or adjacent to that jurisdiction. You've provided them pilot payments for land taken into trust for the Pequots.
And do you have a value on that?
Yeah, I believe it's roughly 800, almost $1.5 million between the two revenue streams coming in, on top of the payments that they receive from the slot distribution, on top of the impact aid they receive, in addition to that for being an adjacent town. When you look at the actual Pequot fund distributions by municipality, per capita, the local towns, as they should, adjacent to both Pequot and Mohegan, receive double the per capita payments that other municipalities throughout the state receive.
Thank you. And thank you for your
Yeah.
clarification on
Thank
all of
you.
that. Thank you.
Representative Horn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome, Chairman Butler. Always nice to have you before us.
Always a pleasure.
I just wanted to ask one very narrow question, which is on the specific issue in front of us, which has to do with the town's taxing of personal property that is located on tribal lands. I believe the amount that we have looked at with respect to Pequot lands is approximately 600,000.
Correct.
And are those again, to be clear, those taxes are not being levied against the tribe. They're being
Correct.
levied against the business.
Correct.
And are there to your, not, are they currently being passed through to you in terms of lease payments?
Yeah, indirectly, they factor that expense into when they're making their payments, when we're structuring our leases, they anticipate, having to have that extra additional expense. And so there is some negotiation when we're setting up the lease structure. And as opposed to getting a typical lease, a fair market lease, we'll factor that in and negotiate a lower lease payment from them in order for them to do business at Mashantucket.
Thanks. And I know that in your exchange with Representative Barry, you talked about the impact of this on other negotiations and the sort of ambiguity and the negotiating over that. But I wonder, so I don't know whether there's a way for you to anticipate this, but is this, if the ability of the town to charge that tax were to be, if we were to take action and disallow that, would that create a, just on the current, setting aside future developments, would that create a benefit to you do you expect that to benefit you to about, to the
No.
tune of about 600,000?
No, there's no, and that's the thing and why I'm so passionate about this. And I feel it's important to be here as much as I have been on this. This is a core sovereignty issue for us, first and foremost. There's no economic benefit. I mean, if we wanted to, we could go back and assess an additional tax on our tenants who have been great partners to us. But we wouldn't do that, in the spirit of those partnerships. It would certainly make negotiations moving forward to attract additional tenants much more easy. But we're not doing this for any economic gain whatsoever.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome, Chairman Butler.
Great to see you again.
Sort of not specifically related to personal property tax, but regarding sales tax on the restaurants, food tax. Do you collect that? Is there a sales tax on food for the restaurants and other tenants?
There is, and and Senator, actually goes back to Representative Cheeseman's earlier question about agreements with states. We actually have a very narrow agreement with the state for specific tax issues. We have a revenue ruling with the Department of Revenue Services that, because of this is outside of their scope, meaning the personal property taxes. That's why we're coming forward with legislation. But we have a revenue ruling that addresses hotel occupancy tax, the liquor taxes within our compact, the entertainment tax, food and beverage tax that's generated within Mashantucket. And so we do remit alcohol tax to the state of Connecticut because of our agreement and our compact. And again, that's per an existing agreement. And because of the revenue ruling, we actually assess a hotel occupancy tax in line with what Connecticut charges hotels, the food and beverage tax in line with what Connecticut charges other restaurateurs. And then we collect those taxes for ourselves at Mashantucket to, again, support the services that we provide.
And that's true with all the vendors that you have or all the tenants that you have? They
Correct.
collect the sales tax as well?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Correct. Except the retail, again, the retail tax is a separate specific tax that the law is very clear on. And so we do collect the Connecticut state sales tax on retail sales. And then we do apply an additional 1% MPTN tax on top of that.
Representative Wood. Representative Baumgartner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and it's great to see you, Chairman Butler.
Always.
Just have a question regarding the structure of the working group. If you believe the structure of the working group is conducive to finding common ground amongst all the parties within our corner of the state, including municipalities and our neighboring tribe, the Mohegan tribe.
So I think the working group is constructive. I've been personally, again, because of the importance of this issue to Mashantucket, I've personally spent time with the mayors of both Montville and Ledyard. I grew up in Montville, right? I mean, I grew up in Uncasville, ironically. And so I spent time with the Mohegan chairman and other of his counterparts and many within the state legislature. And fortunately, I had the fortune of meeting with the OPM secretary more recently. So I think the components of the group, and I've been a proponent of all of us getting together and having a direct conversation because it's not a complicated issue. I don't know that we need to study it for 6 months in order to determine what the outcome needs to be. It's a very clear and apparent injustice that does not happen anywhere else in the state of Connecticut. And if it were to happen, I mean, you guys would be all over it, claiming, screaming from the high hills to address it. And so, again, the components of the working group, absolutely. We've been in conversation. We should be at the table having that conversation. The municipalities have a real economic issue, right? And the reality is we are significantly exceeding our projections on iGaming and sports betting. And so there's more than enough funding if the legislature so chooses to offset their losses for something that, quite frankly, they should have never benefited from to begin with, then that's your prerogative. And I fully support that. I've said that to both mayors. If the state wants to give you $10 million a year, I will support that, right? But that's up to the state to do so. And our goal is to be treated like any other jurisdiction in the state of Connecticut.
My last question is, I don't know if I'm out of bounds in asking this, but obviously with the federal recognition, the dual tax issue that would only impact the Mohegans and the Pequots. But offhand, would you know what the, how, say, the Eastern Pequots would be impacted by this?
Yeah, there's no,
legislation?
unfortunately, and it's truly unfortunate, Eastern Pequot, Scotticoke, Golden Hill, Pawcusset have been fighting for federal recognition as long as we and Mohegan have, and they haven't been able to achieve that. In fact, sadly, both the Scotticoke and Eastern Pequot were recognized and it was revoked. And it's the only, there's only like 2 other instances in American history where that's actually occurred. And so it would not have any impact on them because they're state recognized. But in the event that they do get federally recognized, this would be one of the benefits that would obviously apply to them as well.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chair.
Representative Meskers.
Chair Butler, sorry I couldn't be with you today. I'm at the other end of the state. You've been before us in the past. I want to thank you for your advocacy. I think what resonates with me is the idea that, the justice and the question of dual taxation sits, I think, uneasy on all of us, or should sit uneasy on all of us. I think the issue that we look at is, the municipalities and seeing what we can do for them. I thank you for that support, or suggesting that the state has the resources to support if there's an injustice. At the current side, it would seem that they get more than adequate compensation. What's the anticipated, my focus, I guess, is on the work your tribe does in terms of economic development for the entire state and what you add to the state. So making it easier for you to attract more business is of primary importance. So I think, you can count on my support. Are there any major plans afoot, or are there anything else you can disclose apart from the new park you're building?
No, we're always contemplating how we can expand the experience at Mashantucket and at Foxwoods. I think obviously the major investment by Great Wolf, which, by the way, Great Wolf wanted to be in Connecticut. Want to make that clear. They came to us because they couldn't figure out how to get it done, and we did. So we brought this development to the state of Connecticut much more quickly and expeditiously than anybody else could do. We had the deal signed, and 3 months later, we're under construction. We will be open first quarter of 2025. Try to do that in any other jurisdiction in the state. I challenge you. But that's the benefit of working with us and working collaboratively. We are building an economy in southeastern Connecticut that benefits the entire state of Connecticut. And so yes, Representative Meskers, we continue to look at new opportunities to expand on the entertainment aspects at Mashantucket, and we'll hopefully have more to announce in the near future.
I just want to thank you for your service to your tribe. I think you're an incredible spokesperson. And thank you indirectly for all of your service to Connecticut and your contributions. They're much appreciated, much noted.
Thank you, sir.
Representative Meskers, you've done a good job of trying to hide your golf shoes, but it's not working entirely. Anyone else? She said no. Thank you, sir.
Great. Thank you. Katapo Imue. Thank you all for your time.
Robert Patricelli.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I had the pleasure of meeting many of you several years ago when I co-chaired the State Commission on Fiscal Stability and Economic Growth, and I'm happy to be back with you this morning. I'm testifying this morning in support of the concept behind Senate Bill 1239, developed by this committee's co-chair, Senator Fonfara. This bill, which encompasses a very big and different idea, and the federal bill introduced in the U.S. House of Representatives by Congressman John Larson, after which Senate Bill 1239 is patterned, seek to address what is probably the greatest underlying problem in America. We all talk about it, but it's not fully appreciated: the large and growing wealth gap between the investor and executive class on the one hand, and the middle and working classes on the other, and between white households and those of color. For the members of the Joint Committee who don't have this in front of them, I'm happy to see that staff was able to project this graph on the screen behind you. Let's look at the numbers. In 2022, the top 10% of American families owned 60% of augmented wealth, which includes defined benefit pension assets, which has increased since 1989, while the bottom 50% dropped from 4% to 3%. Half of households in America owns 97% of the wealth, while the other half only owns 3%. The 3% you can barely see in this chart. It's a tiny little sliver on the bottom right. And the issues of wealth and race are inextricably linked. We cannot deal with the issue of race without dealing with the wealth gap. On the next chart, you see wealth displayed by race of households. And you can see white households in the green command a vast proportion of total household wealth. The reddish ochre color is
30 seconds.
Asian Americans, and Black and Hispanic families are the very small slices. Probing further into the data, we see that the maldistribution of wealth is mostly accounted for by the distorted ownership of stock. The top 10% owns 88% of corporate equities, while the bottom 50% owns just 0.7%. So
You've reached 3 minutes. Please summarize.
Mr. Petroselli, the answer to my question you'll find in the rest of your testimony. Please proceed.
So am I foreclosed, Mr. Chairman, or should I continue?
Proceed, sir.
Thank you. But again, to drive this point home, the top half of households owns more than 90%, 99% of all stock. That's where the wealth is in America. That's a fundamental point to understand. It's in stock. There is a solution. Working with many others, we developed the Share Plan Act in the Congress, which was introduced, as I mentioned, by Congressman Larson. As he says, let's use capitalism to save capitalism. That plan, like this, would strongly incentivize American companies to distribute over 5 years, in the case of the federal bill, not less than 10% of their stock to employees below senior management. The federal plan would redistribute 4.7 trillion in stock wealth to working families. When studying the share plan in the Congress, Senator Fonfara said to me, how could we do something like this in Connecticut? And the answer is this draft pending bill. Whereas in the federal plan, the incentive for companies to more widely share their stock was that was the ticket to allowing your investors to have access to long-term capital gains rates, lower capital gains rates. In the case of the Connecticut bill, we are proposing to create an incentive for companies through an exemption from the corporate income surcharge. So the central concept in 1239 is that companies subject to the corporate income tax surcharge, those with revenues, as you know, over $100 million, could, at their option, adopt the Connecticut version of the share plan. This is a working draft. It still lacks many key details, but I can make a few suggestions on corrections I at least would propose to your bill. First, I would say you're going to need to give companies some time to adjust and put these share plans in place, so the effective date should be no earlier than January 1, 2024. Secondly, since the surcharge is scheduled to expire in 2 years, the bill should find a way to provide thereafter an ongoing incentive to companies to distribute stock, perhaps by giving them a commensurate deduction on the 7.5% corporate tax, which is equivalent to the surcharge. In my view, this bill should not be a vehicle to raise taxes on business, but to incentivize the adoption of share plans. Third, I would say the bill should only apply stock distributions to a company's Connecticut-based full-time employees, and not, as the bill is written, to its whole national workforce. Otherwise, the cost would really be prohibitive to companies. And lastly, I would spread out the award of the shares over 4 years in order to limit any sudden negative impacts on stock price. The key question is how much stock has to be distributed to qualify for the exemption under the plan. And we can't answer that right now without understanding the per company size of the current surtax, which, as you know, raises about $100 million in total. I have in the testimony a list of the 5 largest publicly traded companies by employee workforce in Connecticut, led by Raytheon at 16,600 and going down to Travelers at 7,400. We can easily compute the value in earnings per share of, if we knew the amount of corporate surcharge imposed on each of those companies. And the issue will be, how does that compare to the EPS, the earnings per share dilution of having more shares outstanding? I will close by urging legislators in Connecticut and Washington to start dealing with the wealth gap in a meaningful way. This can be done by transferring wealth through the private sector without taxing, without trying to raise money for the federal or the state government and redistributing it. This is the redistribution of wealth from upper class individuals holding stock to people who by and large don't hold stock. This is the way to go. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Petroselli. Can you give us your perspective with respect to how stock ownership leads to redistribution of wealth?
Well,
It might not be obvious to everybody.
Yes, I will say I came up with this idea because I did it in one of my own companies. Women's Health USA, which I founded and led for 20 years, which was venture capital funded, based in Connecticut, had several hundred employees, and we awarded stock grants to everybody in the company. And unlike most private equity or venture capital funded companies. And I can tell you that when the company was sold, seeing people at the lower levels of the company just come up to us and say, we never knew what a share of stock was. We never knew what this meant. And they got thousands of dollars, which they didn't fully understand because they owned a piece of the pie. Right now, most workers don't own a piece of the pie. That's the American dream. So Senator, I think the answer to your question is enormously powerful, and it's good for companies because it aligns the workforce with the management around trying to increase earnings and therefore increase the value of their stock. So I think it's a win-win for companies and for employees.
Well, I think you need to be applauded that you would continue to advance concepts of these, where, as you say, using capitalism to strengthen capitalism and share capitalism, if you will. So I thank you very much.
Thank you.
Questions? Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you. Thank you very much for coming here today. Thank you, Chairman. If I'm reading the bill correctly, and this is one of the objections of the Office of Policy and Management, this bill would exempt from personal income tax these stock awards. Am I misinterpreting this? And if not, how would you care to weigh in on that?
No, you're correct. This is patterned on the federal bill, which makes the award of the stock grant tax-free by the company. And we were simply trying to find a way to increase the value of the award for these typically more lower income employees. So that is correct. And we were copying that out of the federal bill.
And again, how would the size of the stock grant for each individual employee be determined? Is it a proportion of their salary? Is it based on years of service there? It's obviously there's going to have to be some sort of formula that explains to companies how this is going to be, or is this still part of the ever-present work in progress as we?
Well,
say?
it is certainly the latter, Representative Cheeseman. In the federal bill, the requirement for qualification to get long-term capital gains rates is the company must have distributed over 5 years, not less than 10% of its total stock to employees below senior management. And it can do that over 5 years. Now, 10% would be much too big a number for just the employees in Connecticut. So you could potentially take some percentage of total float, or you might do it much more simply and say, no matter what the value of your company's share price is, thinking now public companies, you've got to give 100 or 500 shares out over 4 or 5 years. So let me give you some examples. Raytheon is the largest publicly traded employer in Connecticut. It's got, let me look it up here, about 16,600 employees in Connecticut. And the bill's requirement, as you may know, distributes stock to 80%, not less than 80% of employees. So a little over 13,000. If the requirement were only 100 shares per employee, that'd be worth $10,100 at the current share price to Raytheon. It would constitute a $1.3 million grant by Raytheon, but it would be less than 0.1% of their total stock outstanding. So the likelihood of a grant that size affecting the share price of Raytheon is essentially zero. I'm not saying it's free, but it would be lost in the news. So I'm not saying 100 shares is the right number or that a number of shares is the way to do it, but that would be an easy way to do it and would reward then employees differentially based on the price per share of their company stock.
Okay, and unlike, let's say, the grant of stock options, there's no requirement for an employee to stay with the company for any particular time after for this to vest and become a permanent grant, or once you get it, it's yours and it's up to you what you do with, and you can leave the next day. I'm just curious as to the logistics of this.
That's a very important question because we do have a 5-year vesting requirement on the grants. And you'll be interested to know that the average tenure in nationwide of employees in private companies, public or private companies as opposed to government, is only 3.7 years. There's a real length of stay problem and employee turnover problem in American companies. So by having a 5-year vesting requirement, we're trying to incentivize people to hang in. Now, you would get credit for your time served before the enactment of the bill. But for a new employee, you'd have to hang in there for 5 years. There's no partial vesting. It's bullet vesting at the end of 5 years. Then the bill provides, even then, once your stock is vested, you can't sell it for 3 years because we want people, except for emergency situations, we want people to understand and enjoy the benefits of owning stock and not run out and go buy a boat right away. Not trying to say that government is smarter than stockholders, but I think to your question, there should be a pause before it's entirely usable.
Thank you very much, Mr. Patricelli. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions. Thanks for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Mike Reiner. Is Mike visible to you there?
Yes, I think I'm on now. Is that correct?
You are.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Mr. Chairman, and members of the committee. I'm here in support of two raised bills, raised bill number 1238 and raised bill number 1247. In the spirit of Chairman Fonfara's request, I'll be short so everyone could perhaps enjoy the nice weather. The first bill that I'm going to talk about is Senate Bill 1238, which is regarding real property and personal property and motor vehicle tax appeals. To start with, the changes that are before you in this bill just make the process more economical and efficient. It does not change the ultimate result where the assessor and counsel have to either agree to a settlement with the plaintiff, which is the taxpayer, or through, if there is a trial, through a court's decision. The bill really has two changes to it. The first part of the bill allows owners of commercial, industrial, utility, or apartment property to skip the application to the BAA and elect to go directly to Superior Court. The reason that this change is important is that it would allow the Board of Assessment Appeals to spend more time on motor vehicle appeals and single-family residence appeals, which is really where the board needs to spend its time. Those appeals aren't economical to bring to Superior Court, and clogging the system with the commercial properties doesn't give the Board of Assessment Appeals enough time to deal with those issues, because the Board of Assessment Appeals typically has many appeals. They stagger them in the evening. They're in 15-minute lengths, and with too many appeals, everyone just gets a very short period of time to respond. Secondly, I've personally handled, and our firm has personally handled thousands of appeals, and I could count on one hand where there's been any meaningful determination at the Board of Assessment Appeals level. These are volunteers from each town for the town, and their ability to understand the commercial property analysis is not very strong as it should be. And as a result, they're often guided by the assessors who respectfully, they just assess no change. And because of that, it's wasting the time of the taxpayer, and this affects all the taxpayers, the commercial as well as the residential, because the residential aren't being heard significantly enough, and the commercial are wasting resources because nothing can be done at the board level. The second part of the bill is a change to what occurred last year, which was that any property with an assessed value of $1 million needed to obtain an appraisal within 120 days of the appeal being brought to Superior Court. And this has caused significant problems. What has happened is there's just not enough appraisers in the state of Connecticut, so the 120 days doesn't happen. The cost is very significant these days. And when the process does finally occur, again, after 120 days and more motions in court and other expenses by both sides, the plaintiff, being the property owner, now has an appraisal, says this is what the property is worth. The town, via the assessor, does not agree with that number. And now there's no settlement because the owner is saying, that's my number. The assessor says, I don't like that number of value. Now the assessor has to get an appraisal before conversations can happen. So the end result is these cases are taking longer, and both sides are spending money for appraisals, wherein before this, there was what's called a pretrial. At the pretrial, both parties would talk. If there was common ground, it very often was settled without this expense from both sides. So I'm looking to have the process revert ostensibly to the way it worked for forever, at least as long as I've been practicing, with the pretrial first. It doesn't change anything. It just the appraisal process waits until the parties could perhaps settle the case without the need for the cost of appraisals on both sides. If I may take the last
You've reached
few
3
seconds.
minutes. Please summarize.
I would use this time to raise my support to Senate Bill 1247, which is a process by which permits that are being held up by municipalities there's a private sector that could come and do the permitting process and allow properties to be developed more quickly if a town is bogged down in its permitting process and cannot have inspections done within a 10-day period. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Can you tell us what is your experience with respect to most towns that you work in or your clients work in regarding the timeliness of the awarding of permits?
I have found that many of my clients have the same problem, whether it be residential housing or commercial property. The permitting process is taking quite a long period of time. And either in the case of a residential housing, the tenant is unable to wait to have the work done and must find other housing and has to scramble to do that. In the case of commercial properties, I've seen where tenants have had to terminate the lease and maybe not go elsewhere because it's just too difficult, or wait a long period of time before a business can open and operate and have customers and everyone be able to support the business. And it's become more and more difficult, of course, in these times where everyone is struggling to find employees.
And are you aware of legislation like this being enacted in any other state?
Yes, very similar legislation was enacted in New Jersey, and To my knowledge, it has been very successful. It has helped housing, it has helped commercial properties, and it has been a success.
Thank you, Mike. Questions? Seeing none. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Keith Epstein, Ben Barnes. I see Mr. Chang is here. If you would each identify yourselves when you speak, please.
Begin.
Please proceed.
Good morning, members of the Finance Committee. My name is Terrence Chang. I am the president of the Connecticut State Colleges and Universities System. I'm joined by Ben Barnes, VP for Finance and Administration, and Keith Epstein, VP for Facilities, Real Estate, and Infrastructure Planning. We appreciate the opportunity to testify today in support of SB 1246. You know our system: 4 universities, 12 community colleges, soon to be a singularly accredited institution, and Charter Oak State College. We serve 85,000 students. 96% come from in-state. 93% of our graduates stay in Connecticut. We are the largest force of higher education in the state with an $11 billion economic impact. Our students come from Connecticut, are educated and trained in Connecticut, and stay to live and work in Connecticut. We are the state's primary engine of workforce development. More than just an institution of Connecticut, we are Connecticut. We work for Connecticut. Our system is now majority minority, with 52% of our students being non-white. Though our students don't come from the power zip codes of our state, they are just as good as any, and we serve them with pride. Our alumni include the current United States Secretary of Education, 2 sitting members of Congress, and of course, tens of thousands of professionals serving every sector of the state's economy. Our alumni also include dozens of administration officials and state legislators, including several members on this very committee. So the responsibility to do right by the lifeblood of Connecticut belongs to all of us. This is why SB 1246 is needed. The bill would pick up where CSCU 2020 ended. Delays in funding for vital projects have led to significant health, safety, and operating concerns that must be addressed. Capital funding commitments have decreased significantly in recent years. And even when we have legislative authorizations, bond commission allocations have been but a trickle. Delays in funding have forced us to use operating funds to cover capital projects. We are actually funding many improvements twice, since the temporary repairs will be removed with permanent renovations. Compared to our state's flagship, UConn has received approximately $3.3 billion in bonding support since fiscal year 09, while the CSCU system has received just over $1 billion in that same time. Our students, faculty, and staff deserve the same kind of investment. We want to follow UConn's example and build the teaching and learning environments that our folks deserve. If this deterioration continues, our facilities issues will hurt the state's workforce development efforts. Facilities issues are also directly related to enrollment. I've been asked, why invest in a system that is shrinking? The answer: first, our enrollment is stabilizing, and with the legislature's support, we will climb back to a healthy, sustainable state. Second, we have plans to reignite enrollment efforts through partnerships, new markets, new programs, and better retention. But we can't create and launch new programs and support students with failing infrastructure. Though we truly appreciate the funding that the legislature has provided us over the years, it has ultimately been insufficient. This has hurt our enrollment. Today, you will hear from 8 other panels from within our system. They will tell you how we are shortchanging our students and faculty and why we are losing students because of our facilities. I don't have adequate words to express how I feel that we have to tell you these stories in public. Some of our students would not have a chance to go to college without us, and yet these are the facilities we give them. SB 1246 will fix that by building and investing in our system. But without SB 1246, crippled workforce development efforts will undermine our ability to fill the 100,000 jobs that the state has open. It will also upend our enrollment recovery. Private institutions and the flagship will not pick up the slack. In this conversation, I hope we can talk about the connection between facilities and equity. I hope we can talk about higher education as a public good and not a commodity for the privileged. I hope we can talk about building a vision for Connecticut rather than divesting from the heart and soul of our state, the people. Thank you for listening and for the funding that the legislature has provided us over the years. We appreciate your time, your hard work, and your continued support. We're happy to answer your questions.
Mr. Barnes, Mr. Cheeseman, Mr. Epstein, we'll get to Representative Cheeseman momentarily. Any remarks on your part before we turn over to questions?
Yes, thank you very much, Senator Fonfara, Senator Martin, Representative Cheeseman, and members of the committee. We are obviously happy to take all of your questions about our proposal. One area that I would like to focus on is the relationship between our enrollment and this capital request that we have before you. I know that there have been a number of folks who've argued that the enrollment decline during the pandemic is a sign of a permanent change and we should respond to that with a divestment from public higher education, especially in the CSCU system covering community colleges and regional publics. I believe that that is not the case. I believe that there are extraordinary, there are very strong reasons to believe that our enrollment is rebounding. The spring enrollment for the community colleges and for Charter Oak are both up over the prior year. In the universities where enrollment tends to be more consistent across the year. The fall first-time enrollment in the fall of 2022, this current academic year that's nearing an end, was also up. So across our system, we are seeing signs of enrollment recovery coming out of the pandemic that I think we all should be happy about, because a decline in enrollment in our system will ultimately lead to lower rates of higher education attainment amongst our workforce, will make us a less attractive place for companies to want to locate and do business because we will not be able to provide them the educated workforce that they need. So there are some slides in the presentation we've made to you that detail our view of the longer term enrollment perspective, as well as the potential implications in the for enrollment in the coming years. One area that I would especially highlight is the relationship between unemployment and enrollment. We provided a chart that shows that relationship between community college enrollment and unemployment over the last 20 years or so. And there is a very direct, it's slide number, forgive me, 14. There is a very direct relationship between, there, it's that one, down one more. There is a very direct relationship, as you can see. Enrollment is our green slide, unemployment is the blue line, green line and blue line. You can see that they follow each other very closely, with the exception of the pandemic, when we had a lockdown and people were required to stay in their homes. And obviously larger concerns about, the health of your family dominated people's decisions about attending community college. However, we've begun to see improvement in our enrollment. And frankly, we have begun to see indications that the historic low levels of unemployment may not last. I hope that employment remains strong. However, the business cycle will continue to develop. We will go through higher and lower periods of unemployment as the economy matures over time. The efforts by the Federal Reserve to reduce inflation are likely to produce higher levels of unemployment. And that in turn will lead to growth, potentially very dramatic growth in the community colleges, as you saw in other periods when unemployment rose. If you look in the chart, if you look in the after the 2008, the beginning of the Great Recession, when unemployment continued to get higher, so did our enrollment. So we are a necessary safety valve when the economy is not providing opportunities, especially to our lower income and disadvantaged residents. Community colleges are the vehicle that they use for getting the skills that they need to enter the workforce productively. I can't stress enough how much we believe that our enrollment future is bright, and that we will continue to be able to serve students at growing levels and meet our historic levels of enrollment in the coming years.
So the proposal in front of you raises a red flag. It highlights a deterioration of our facilities, and a reinvestment needs to consistently occur. I think over the past biennium that has not occurred. As a result, many of our projects are now using deferred maintenance funds to support needed facilities that are high priorities for renovation and restoration. And your support is extremely important for this bill.
So can you share, Mr. Epstein, with the committee, since we are bonding and capital investment is the cognizance of this committee primarily. The old saying, the Fram oil commercial, you pay me now or you can pay me later. President Chang spoke about paying twice. Could you expound on that, please, in terms of the delayed action on maintenance, how much that is costing the state, and how this investment could address that or ameliorate that?
Sure. One classic example is Nantucket Community College, where we have a renovation plan for 2 phases. The school was originally a middle school. It has had some additions and improvements to it, but the base middle school still remains. We've invested over $2 million over the past 3 years in that school, and just fixes that will be primarily removed when we renovate the facility. This is just to keep the facility sustainable. We fight mold, mildew issues, HVAC concerns. And as we invest, and we just committed another $750,000 for improvements this year, that most of it will be removed under, and with the future project. Increased expenses also relate to escalation, where we normally see 3% a year every year that we don't move forward on a project. As well as over the past year, we saw 8 to 10% escalation in construction. So the costs continue to build, the issues don't go away. In one of the slides, on slide page 19, we provided an example of some of our prime projects that have funds authorized but not allocated, authorized from as early as FY14, as recent as FY20, and we're showing you a total budget for those that grouping of projects of $191 million, and it's escalated $32 million by weighting the increased overall cost of the project, which is the cost of the state.
President Chang, can you share with the committee what employment sectors your institutions primarily provide employment to?
Absolutely. Thank you for the question, Senator. Right off the top, there's several, but I'll give you the 2 that come to mind right away. Number 1 is healthcare, and then number 2 would be manufacturing. We have manufacturing capacity at several of our campuses. Just yesterday, I was at the American Manufacturing Hall of Fame induction ceremony with some of the largest and most important manufacturers in our state, where our students were being celebrated, where they were raising scholarships. So we are a direct pipeline to manufacturers, both large and small. And of course, healthcare is king now. Healthcare will continue to be king for decades to come. And we have nursing programs that are at full capacity that actually need to turn away applicants because of our facilities constraints. But those are 2 critically important industries to Connecticut that we are directly tied to.
Thank you. Thank you all for coming here today. You are presenting a request for bonding in the amount of $2.18 billion. You are talking about your need for capital improvement, how this capital improvement will help you address declining enrollment, attract and keep more students. I know one of the concerns is, particularly at the community colleges, the very low completion rates. What in this proposal do you feel will improve that student experience so much that you will be able to counter what are very strong demographic trends, not only in Connecticut, but throughout the country, where we are seeing declining enrollment, particularly in our community college system? And I suppose my second question is, you talk about increases, you're seeing increases. What are those increases? And what does your trajectory tell you of the point at which you achieve not true sustainability? We're not asking you, to cover, obviously, we believe in investing in the system, particularly to produce the workforce in the future. But how does your trajectory play out?
It's a multi-pronged question that you've asked, Representative, and I appreciate it. So I'm going to try to kind of unpack that to make sure we get to all the different points. So first, if we talk about national and Northeast New England enrollment trends, this is not a Connecticut problem where we have a shrinking pool of traditional age college-bound students. Okay, that is a national problem and is most acutely being felt in the Northeast and in New England. That is compounded by the fact that we just experienced the Black Swan event 3 years ago. And so that has literally devastated our system in so many different ways. And thank you to the legislature for the support you gave us to get through that. We would not be here today without the work of the legislature. That being said, we are in uncharted waters. We are working diligently using current national best practices, working with our partners, trying to forge new relationships with the State Department of Education, with industry, and with a variety of other tactics and approaches that would create even more value than we currently provide to bring in more students and then also to retain them. Our facilities are directly related to how we can and do support our folks. And we would be more than happy to tour any of our legislators through some of these sites so that you could see firsthand what it is we're talking about. When students see and feel certain environments that they know viscerally are subpar, and they already come from disenfranchised or marginalized communities, there is a psychological impact. It is almost impossible to quantify that, but we can certainly do more research to present that to you. In terms of trying to find a sustainable enrollment level, again, trying to climb out of this state that we're in right now. Another thing that I would put forward before all of you is that we need to understand that the 21st century has changed higher education, and we are poised to change with it, because we are not only educating 17 and 18-year-olds going to college right out of high school. We offer certificates, we offer credentials that are industry recognized and are just-in-time credentials that allow people to get in the classroom and into the workforce quickly. So we are actually serving the 17 and 18-year-old, the 30-year-old, the 50-year-old, the 80-year-old. We serve everyone through a continuum of educational opportunities. When we take that to a completion metric, we're using an antiquated metric. A 3-year completion rate, or graduation rate, I should say, for community college students in particular, which is what you noted, I think is antiquated and it's arcane, and we need to redefine that. We need to define our success by how many people we help, how we help them rise with social mobility metrics, how much more money will you make in your lifetime when you achieve a degree or a credential from one of our institutions. How many folks do we place that graduate from our institutions into jobs here in Connecticut? Those are the metrics that I would argue we should be striving for, and not looking at a 3-year graduation rate. I'm not saying the graduation rate is not important. What I'm saying is that we are at a point where we must recognize that things have changed, and to be fair to those who will pursue education and development, and to be fair to the 14,000 employees that we employ across our system, their success is predicated on our student success. So let's be understanding of that. But ultimately, I think our demographic trends and our completion rates, they're a little more nuanced, and I'd be very happy with our team to unpack that more with you. But at the end of the day, students vote with their feet. And if we are showing them dilapidated conditions, and if we are showing them that they're going to come to facilities and then they go to other institutions and they see facilities that are far, far nicer. I worked for the flagship for almost 6 years. I know what their facilities are like. At their regional campuses, at the mothership and stores, I know what their facilities are like. I know what the facilities are like at our private institutions as well. And it pains me to say that what we offer is not comparable, and our students deserve much, much better. But ultimately, there is a continuum there. We have a slide in our deck that shows, especially students of color, they put facilities and their perceptions of those facilities at a very, very high importance level in their decision-making. So again, I apologize if I didn't get to all of the elements of your question, but it's a complicated question. And again, we're more than happy to make time to unpack it further.
Thank you. I'm sure I'm fast approaching my 5 minutes, and more of a comment. One, given the demographic challenges, I would be interested in further conversations about what you're doing to attract those non-traditional students. I will not argue with you that if you can demonstrate someone goes to one of your institutions after a year's course, is placed in a career at which they can support him or herself, that's a success, whether or not they complete the full program there. And again, I know we've had these conversations. What is your ongoing conversations with the manufacturers, the companies in this state, to ensure you are producing the workforce with the skills they need? Because I think that's a critical component as well as you go forward in this changed world of higher education. So I want to thank you for your comments, and I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman.
If I may, Representative, because again, these are really important points, and we won't be able to get in front of you again in this forum. There are efforts that we are putting forward right now that will approach students that have stopped out through the years. Right. There are literally thousands upon thousands of students who have some college credit or even a great deal of college credit that don't have a degree. This is holding them back. We are going to approach them. We engage regularly, probably a lot more than they want to, with the Office of Workforce Strategy, the Governor's Workforce Council, regional sector partnerships, the workforce investment boards. We are at the table every single time when there is a conversation to try to understand the needs of our manufacturing industry, our healthcare industry, our business and IT partners. So we are always at the table. And if there are tables that we are not at, that we need to be at, just let us know. We will absolutely be there. The last thing I want to say right now is that we have to be clear that the large majority of items that we've included in this proposal are renovations. These are not new developments. This is not a massive footprint expansion. We are not asking to build more edifices that ultimately may not be utilized. We are asking for renovations and refurbishments, primarily for health, safety, code concerns, because that is imperative. That is job number one, to keep our faculty, students, and staff safe. But I appreciate the questions. Thank you.
Representative Farrar.
Thank you, Chairman. Hi, everyone. Thanks for being with us. Great to see you all. A couple questions kind of following up on my colleagues. I did appreciate you kind of noting just the landscape of, post-secondary education overall, because we do know that in our state and across the country that the majority of our students are not students who are quote unquote traditional 4-year students. They really are students who are often juggling a range of life responsibilities and school. And that really is the reality of our higher education landscape right now. And you all are certainly meeting that task. I did want to follow up specifically in the kind of the capital plan that you all have put forward on some of the areas that you've been working on that are more in kind of the high demand fields of healthcare manufacturing. Can you comment specifically on some of the renovations that you would say facility wise would be necessary to meet those high demand fields? I asked that question because I know as serving on the Higher Education and Employment Advancement Committee, we put a lot of, in kind of intense focus on what more are we doing to meet those needs. And I just want to kind of understand from your perspective how those facilities are necessary to meet kind of those paths that you all are creating.
Thank you very much for the question. And if I miss anything, I'm sure Ben and Keith will chime in, but I'll use one of the new developments that is in the plan as an example, and that would be a new campus for Capital Community College. Capital Community College has one of the largest nursing programs in the state and the largest within the CSCU system. And these are folks that graduate and pipeline directly into the major hospitals and practices all around the region. And frankly, they proliferate across the state. But if you look at the facilities that are built into Capital Community College, they are point blank insufficient. We need to rethink institutions and facilities like Capital Community College if we're serious about developing that healthcare workforce for the future and for this specific region. When we're talking about capital, it would give us a chance to design a 21st century institution and campus that really caters to the needs of these students. During the pandemic, especially, we felt all of the weak spots begin to crack. We had nursing students doing their labs in person on fold-out tables in an auditorium with a leaking ceiling. These are students that are going to go into our practices. They are going to go into our hospitals. They are going to help you. They're going to help me. They're going to help so many people for the future. We want to give them the best training. They are people who are coming from some of literally the poorest zip codes in our state. And what we provided them, because that was the best we could do at that time in that emergency situation, was fold-out tables in an auditorium with a leaking ceiling. If we give Capital the campus it deserves and the students what they deserve, they're going to be so much more successful. We can design that with the 21st century apparatus in mind, and we can also dovetail that into experiential learning and industry partnerships with Hartford Healthcare, which I am so grateful to them for planting the flag in downtown Hartford. Jeffrey Flack saying, we are Hartford Healthcare and our headquarters will be in downtown Hartford. We could partner with them in their innovation district. So you see our point. We can extrapolate and scale that type of thinking and that approach and that model to the smaller nursing programs, but every single one of our nursing and healthcare programs is either at this point at capacity or near capacity, and many of them are turning folks away and they are limited by the facilities. Did I miss anything, gentlemen?
I would just add a couple of other examples because I know we've talked about capital, but we have a big system and a lot of programs. At Central Connecticut State University, one of the larger projects in the proposal is a STEM building to replace Copernicus Hall, which is the general science building at Central. Apparently, they are currently facing, and I believe President Toro may be able to speak to this later today, they face constraints in their ability to fill their highly demanding and well-regarded engineering programs at Central. We built them a new facility relatively recently. It's not huge, but they have a new engineering building at Central, completed a few years ago, that is extremely well regarded, but they are limiting the number of students who they can admit into engineering majors because they do not have the capacity in the Copernicus Hall to provide basic science education to undergraduates seeking engineering degrees. So they've limited the number of folks they can take into an engineering degrees at Central because of the lack of basic lab space in their main science building. Another great example is Asnuntuck, which has come up. Asnuntuck, Keith is charitable in describing it as an old middle school. It is beset with enormous and troubling mechanical problems, which have resulted in difficult internal environment, and recently has produced a series of of difficult to diagnose gas leaks and hazardous circumstances in and around the welding labs. As a result, we have limited the number of students who are able to take welding this semester. We would be educating, I'm not sure exactly. but
Representatives,
several
5
dozen-
minutes
So,
have been reached. Please summarize.
Thank you. If we had been, when we're able to renovate that building, we will be able to scale our manufacturing programs to meet the immediate demands of the workforce rather than living with the available space and working around hazardous circumstances in those buildings. Yep.
Thank you all for those more specific examples. I'm sure we could all go on at length, but I will yield to my colleagues, and thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Piscopo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here. Appreciate it. You make a very strong argument for your bill. I appreciate that. And you did a great job with the bonding subcommittee. I think you went over the hour and a half we had allocated to you. And we saw a lot of the slides that you had made mention of. I understand the deferred maintenance. My question is, if we have gone through you propose a Connecticut College and State University funding mechanism through 2030. We're just coming off a funding mechanism from 2009 to basically now, which is running out. And there's a lot of deferred maintenance, a lot of projects that didn't get addressed. What do you attribute the failing of the last decade to? And how do we approve it going forward?
Sure. I'll start quickly just by saying that even in my time here as leader of this system, it became very clear very quickly that with authorizations in place, the funds were still not flowing forward. And that put us in a very, very tough situation, which hurt us in a variety of ways, right? And then it led to delays and so forth. But I'll let either Keith or Ben speak more articulately.
Let me speak a little generally. In the recent years, we've been funded, our capital needs have been funded through a hybrid. So we've had the CSCU 2020 program that has included several large projects like the business school at Southern, there's a project at Central. The engineering school was in the 2020 program, for instance. So there were some large, important projects in the 2020 program, but we've been relying on normal general obligation bonds approved one at a time through the bond commission to meet most of our deferred maintenance and many of the smaller projects that are also critical. Remember, we manage 15 million square feet of space. That is 50% larger than the downtown Hartford Central Business District's office supply. We are 25% larger than the University of Connecticut in terms of our space management. So the volume of facilities that we operate, the 18 or 19 campuses, if you count the satellites that we have, are all over the state. Many of them are in old, and some of them are new and great. I would call people's attention to Gateway Community College and Housatonic Community College, which are gems and serving their students admirably. But we have many that are old and we're struggling. I think it's simply a question of the demand for physical improvements. The need for physical improvements has outstripped the resources that we've had available in recent years.
So keep in mind, the 2020 program was, except for 1 year, university only. And it's a perfect example of a funding stream and the reinvestment that state provides, how beneficial it could be. I think when you look at all the great work that was done and that legislation approved, it's wonderful what's out there, but the reinvestment stopped and the projects will never stop. So we may be here now, but if the funding stops, if we are funded, if it stops in 7 years, we'll be back again asking for another round of funding because that reinvestment will never end. It'll just be another round of buildings that need improvements on.
Thank you. I have a better understanding and many of us are sympathetic to your cause. I'll speak for myself. I'm sympathetic. I'm a product of the Connecticut University system and the Connecticut College system, but I refer you to section 2, maybe line 127 on. It seems to mentioned that there are some sort of, these projects shall go on the bond commission agenda. I understand that. I understand that concept where if we give you, just throwing a number out there, 200 million a year, you could plan 5 years in advance, 10 years in advance. But if there's a problem, if there's a building at Western that's leaking, you could then address that above and beyond what we're saying. So I understand the whole concept. It mentions that there is some provisions where the governor may have to step in, or the Board of Regents may have to step in and make adjustments. I don't see the legislature. Like I say, we're pretty sympathetic to you. We're pretty good in the bonding subcommittee with you, and I don't see it. It seems to take the legislature out of the planning stage in the next 10 years. Can you comment on that?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. I mean, first of all, we retain regular reporting, which we've been doing for the CSCU 2020 program. So we provide detailed accounts of the funding that has been spent and the progress on the projects that we have. And the purpose of that is that if the legislature were to determine that our progress on this system was wrong, or wasn't going as well as you'd like, or we were doing the wrong sorts of projects, those reports would alert you to that and give you an opportunity to change the legislation, which you are always free to do at every opportunity. Frankly, when we find under the current CSU 2020 proposal, if we need to change funding from one project to another, and as you get to the end, the cost escalations, project scope changes, and new things develop, so you may need to make some readjustments. For us to make a significant readjustment over a few $1 million now, we have to come back to the legislature. That often adds a year delay in the project, which normally is 3 or 4, in some cases 8 or 10% inflation. So we've tried to set the
representative's 5 minutes
to
has been
minimize
met.
those
Please
donations.
summarize.
Thank you. I understand. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Senator Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 2020, how much was authorized for all those projects?
It was approximately $1.064 billion.
And how much was issued?
$1.064 billion.
So the entire amount?
Yes,
And now you're
correct.
back here to ask for 2.2 billion over the next decade. So to
That's
speak.
correct. 7 years.
Okay, so have all those projects been completed in the 2020 projects?
So the last 2020 funding came in FY 21. We still have Southern's new business school and construction that will be occupied in September, and Burritt Library addition for Central is in design right now. All other projects, major projects, are complete.
And those that you just described, are they included in the 2030 ask?
They are not, no.
Okay, so if I understand this piece of legislation, you are asked, the bill would require us to issue averaging 300 million every year for your planning. Is that correct?
I would only point out that with these multi-year proposals, and I'm going to slightly correct what my colleague said, the treasurer has likely not issued all the bonds from the 2020 program because they issue only when the catch is necessary to support the authorizations that have been spent. So there may well be the final piece of that issued when we're making the final payments on the Burritt Library project and the business school project. So there may be some that has not yet been issued, but the treasurer is now authorized to issue all of those.
Okay.
Similarly, with this proposal, there would be an authorization for us to issue, as you say, approximately 300 million a year. It varies each year. The actual issuance by the treasurer is likely to take a longer period of time. We, as you can imagine, we require that there be a legal authority to spend money before we enter into a contract. So when we now hire an architect to design a renovation project, we require that there be committed funding in place to go through the entire project There was a case recently in Norwalk where a project was designed and then there was the bond commission did not decline to provide funding for the construction of that project. So the $5 million or so that we spent on design is a glorified doorstop in somebody's office where those plan documents are sitting with no prospects for completion of the project. We don't want to put ourselves in that position again. We've actually included the Norwalk B-Wing construction in the 2030 proposal in front of you. And we want to make sure that when we begin a project, we have the legal authority to contract all the way through to the conclusion of that project so that we can do things more quickly. Generally speaking, though, the actual bonding will be occurring over time. You know, for each year of authorizations under this bill, I expect that the actual cash needs will be spread out over the several years following that, and that the impact on state borrowing will be spread out over a longer period than the 7 years of authorization included in the proposal.
And if I may, I'll just add that there's clearly precedent through the CSCU 2020 plan. But this is also almost the identical mechanisms that UConn utilizes utilized in the UConn 2000 plan and the Next Gen plan.
I asked that question because at back of an envelope here, we are issuing approximately $1.7 billion a year in funding throughout the whole state. And now you're asking for us to, you'd be taking 17% of that ask. And then if you add in UConn and their ask, and so the bulk of the pie really is going to you and to UConn. So, all right, thank you, Mr. Chair.
I would just point out that UConn and the CSCU system collectively operate approximately half of the facilities owned by the state of Connecticut. So for us to be dominant in the capital financing picture for the state is to be expected given our extraordinarily large footprint and the number and size of the facilities we operate.
Thank you.
Representative Mashinsky.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to ask the team, as a graduate of the state system, can we get the manufacturers to pay for a portion, maybe half, of the labs to train manufacturing employees? The reason I ask is I just was at the manufacturing fair at Quinnipiac University. There were 100 manufacturers there. They all pay really well, $70,000 or more to their employees. They can't get any. They were beseeching me for more employees that they could hire. They were poaching employees from each other. If you got one of them aside, they would say they were worried about other companies at the fair coaching employees from their company. And if this shortage of workers persists, we can anticipate these companies will not be able to stay in Connecticut. I would like them to stay. They pay really well. A number of them are operating on federal defense grants, and they will be here for a while doing projects for many years, but we may not have workers for them. So is there a way the manufacturers can be tapped to work to upgrade these campuses so we can train more people in advanced manufacturing, computer enhanced manufacturing?
Thank you for that question. It's an excellent question. It's exactly the direction that we are going and hope to go even further. We clearly need to produce more. We need to produce more talent. We have the talent, and we need to connect that talent even more nimbly and more effectively to the needs of these employers. Again, when I spoke to the 25 students yesterday at the American Manufacturing Hall of Fame event, they were working for a variety of manufacturers from across the state, many of whom are the subcontractors to Sikorsky and General Dynamics Electric Boat, and some of the largest manufacturers in our state. So again, when I use the word lifeblood, when I use that kind of organism analogy, it's true, right? We are building all of the different pieces and all the different cells of this state. But I think without appropriate facilities into which we can recruit, educate, and ultimately support these students, it would be disingenuous of us to go out there and say, listen, we want to bring in 100 students into this program, whether they were funded or not. If we brought in that many students and we couldn't do right by them, I'll be honest with you, this is why we feel so strongly about certain private for-profit institutions, because they can take that profit and they flip it right back into recruitment. Our funds go into student support, into sharpening and improving our education and our capacity for faculty and development. We are not spending the large majority of our efforts on admissions and recruitment. We could do that, but it would be absolutely criminal, in my estimation, for us to do that if we didn't have the facilities and the infrastructure to support the students that we brought in. Because if they are not successful long-term, then all we're doing is shooting ourselves in the foot, and we can't do that.
Okay, I don't think you understood the question. My question is, are you approaching the manufacturers who are so desperate for workers and proposing to them that they help fund the overhaul of these labs, which are on your wish list for bonding? Are you approaching them to have them help pay for your classrooms and labs so that we could, in fact, train more workers more quickly to meet this need?
Yes, we are absolutely approaching them. We are absolutely working with them already on a variety of our campuses. But my colleague, Ben Barnes, would like to speak.
We get a lot of contributions, especially of equipment related to the instructional programs especially at our manufacturing facilities. So we get donated equipment from manufacturers who provide us with equipment that is relevant to the instructional needs of their firm. We are certainly working directly with large employers and some smaller employers to try to identify the best ways to meet their needs, both on campus and in satellite locations that are convenient to their workforce. So we are, I think it's a very fair, but it is also very difficult for us to attract, donations for what appear to be governmental purposes, maintaining our buildings. It's hard to attract. It's easier to get them to support, providing equipment for a manufacturing lab than it may be to, rework the HVAC infrastructure in a building, which is decrepit because of failure to replace it in a timely way.
And thank you. And I apologize for misunderstanding the question, but to answer the other component of that, which is, are our industry partners working with us to fund the education or the experiential learning of our students? The answer is yes and no. It is something that we would certainly like to discuss, whether it is with the legislature or through, again, the Governor's Workforce Council, Office of Workforce Strategy, or multiple other entities that have impact on this conversation. But we firmly believe that a continuum of support that involves the investment of our industry partners who ultimately will benefit from the talent that we produce, that would be a real game changer for us. So we'd be happy to participate in that.
Okay, South Central Connecticut is my region, and that's the area, the gateway area, where I really am hearing from the manufacturers that they aren't getting enough help with the employee training, and I think they're so desperate that they would work with you. You just have to ask them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Bronco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for coming in for your testimony today. And I'd just like to say, I think, well, I'll speak for myself. I'm sold on the value that you provide to the state, and had the opportunity for a nice visit to Naugatuck Valley Community College a month or so ago. Phenomenal presentation, very moving story, very compelling. So I understand the value that you bring to the state. And my question is, a lot of the issues that seem to be brought up seem more like regular maintenance type of deals. And I'm wondering why, especially having just gone through $1 billion and now looking for a couple more billion, why some of the basic maintenance issues have been overlooked. And, what guarantee do we have moving forward that, that a better regular maintenance program will be put in place to address some of those more maintenance issues? I mean, we were sitting in a beautiful new building, beautiful. I'm sure it's provides a great resource, but at the same time, it's my understanding there's another building. I don't mean to pick on Naugatuck Valley. That's just where we were. While another building was, we didn't have a chance to sit in the tour because we all had to get up to Hartford, but was essentially in disrepair or needed a lot of maintenance issues. And so I guess my question is just, what guarantee do we have that some of those more basic elements won't be overlooked moving forward?
Sure. So again, well, I would offer this. These things called fundamentals or regular maintenance have not been overlooked. We know when there is a leak. We know when there is mold. We know when there's a sewer line that is broke or hot water pipes that run underground that have burst. We know all of these things because we have incredible staff and folks who are monitoring and maintaining them. So even when they may not be evident to us in this kind of very, very obvious way, our folks know about it. And we would fix them quickly and efficiently if the funding were there. But when authorizations have come through and the funds don't actually land with us, then there's not that much we can do. And then we go to our operating budget, because at the end of the day, we're not going to throw up our hands and say, well, gosh, the bond money didn't come through. I guess we can't fix that burst sewer pipe at Asnuntuck, right? We're going to fix it. We're going to take the money away from operating, which takes away money from faculty and students and staff, because we have to fix a health and safety problem. So we are certainly well aware. I'll also offer that the 2030 plan, the way we are proposing it, would actually allow us to structure, maintenance as well as new projects and refurbishments, so that we can approach them in a more strategic and ultimately accountable way. Because right now we're really just looking around and we're saying, okay, this happened. How do we pay for that? How do we fix it? And then when you go to a campus and you see literally water damage in the ceilings, or you see cracks in the walls, or you see the effects of this compounded negligence, it is not because we don't know it's there or we don't want to fix it. Of course we do. That being said, we are an agency of the state. We are beholden to the funding mechanisms of the state. And if those mechanisms do not provide the resources we need at that time in a way that allows us to address them, then we are limited in some of our options. But again, I offer to my colleagues.
Yeah, I would just, I think that we have had some struggles, as have all state agencies, to make sure that we have enough operating budget to meet all the, for instance, at Western, they had a large number of their facility staff retire in 2022, and they have had some financial troubles that have made it difficult for them to fill all those positions. And as a result, I can speak with some assurance that the grounds are not as well maintained as I would like them to be if I were a parent of a student there. So there have been some challenges, but by and large, I think we've done a very good job of responding to to juggling the large system failures and major mechanical and structural problems that we face. Just now we've had to figure out how we're going to come up with, I can't remember the exact number, more than $1 million to make emergency repairs to a steam pipe at Southern. That's on our capital program to replace it because it is old and needs to be fully replaced given its history of performance and some issues. But now instead we're dedicating our sort of scarce capital resources that we have to making emergency repairs to that system in order to ensure that we're able to heat our dormitories next winter. So we have, we're kind of constantly going from one emergent situation to another, which we think we would be far better served to be able to follow our planned renovation and rehabilitation activities, which will maintain our overall physical plan in a higher state of repair, while also doing the maintenance, the periodic work that needs to be done in order to ensure that
The
our systems are
representative's
maintained.
5 minutes has been reached. Please summarize.
Well, I appreciate those answers, and I guess my hesitance would just be, before issuing all this more money, that we wouldn't only prioritize new, and that we'd be responsible stewards of what we also have along with the new. So I appreciate those answers, and thank you so much for, your service to the state, what you do for
Thank you.
Connecticut.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Veach.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you all for coming out today. I promise to make this quick. I have a few questions in terms of enrollment. You had mentioned that your enrollment numbers were up. Percentage wise, can you share with us how much they're up, and are you comparing to last year, or did I miss this? Was this answered?
We have a spring to spring analysis that shows stabilization in the community colleges and similarly at the universities as well. Charter Oak enrollment has stabilized and is improving. And our analyses for the fall are fluid because at this time we're yielding our admitted candidates. But the trends that we see, especially at the community colleges, are that those trends are definitely going up. So I don't want to kind of speak numbers that are fluid because they could change, one way or the other, but we can get you.
I'd be
more
curious
accurate
to know, 5%, 2%, 10%,
Yeah.
and
Spring to spring at the community colleges is up 6%.
6%. Okay.
Yes.
So.
I'm remembering that. I'll double check and if it's wrong, if I'm a number off, I'll send you the report.
That's fine, thank you. And if we can compare that to pre-pandemic numbers, are we anywhere near those numbers, or are we still way below what it was prior to the COVID issue?
Well, we are below where we are, and I included a graph on I showed it before on unemployment rates and other things. Unemployment is a huge factor in community college enrollment. This is well established in the enrollment literature. There have been studies of this in many circumstances. And unemployment is at a historic low level now. And other than the sort of brief spike in unemployment at the beginning of the pandemic, we are at a point of extremely strong economy. There's a tremendous amount of competition from entry-level jobs. So it is when an entry-level job is paying $15, $20 an hour, community college looks less attractive than when unemployment is high and wages are lower. So we are, wages are high and unemployment is low, and that creates an enormous competition. I encourage you to look at that table. I believe that as unemployment returns to sort of more normal levels, which I assume reversion to mean eventually it's at a very low level now, it's likely to rise over time. As that happens, I think you will see our enrollment will begin to follow. The spring uptick indicates to me that we are beginning to see that we can say now that we're in the period of rebuilding post-pandemic. It has taken 3 years to get to that point. But I think when you think about the disruption of the pandemic on the lives of young people, especially economically disadvantaged young people, minorities, first-gen students, young parents, and the people that we serve, the disruption was so great. It's taken us several years for our prospective students to be able to make the commitment to come back to school. I think you will see strong enrollment growth, particularly if we're able to make the kinds of investments that we've recommended in our 2030 program.
And if I may add, Representative Beach, it's a good question. And one of the things I want to kind of calibrate or at least kind of put it within a certain frame is that the enrollment decline, again, for our system in the years leading up to the pandemic. I'm not saying there wasn't a decline. I would say that the macro decline is also nuanced with certain sectors of enrollment, right? Between what ages and what have you. Be that as it may, there's also research that shows, and it's not just here in Connecticut, but nationally, that enrollment at public regional higher education institutions has been highly pressured across the country for several years now. And again, I'm not one of the researchers, but I'm going to paraphrase some of the research that we've read. I mean, there are enormous disparities in the investment levels of states between the flagship versus the public regional system. And in those paradigms, the public regional system is losing out. Okay, I believe that that is the case here in our state as well. And I'll just be very blunt about it. We don't have high-profile national sports that will help us drive enrollment. We don't have prestigious legacy alumni networks that add to our global value brand that will draw students. We have work, we have people, we have the lifeline and the bloodline in the state that drives our economy. That is our value proposition. And so I want us to understand that the conversation is not always apples to apples when we're talking about enrollment, because it is far more nuanced with many layers of effect there. Ultimately, what we're asking for is this kind of investment that would bring into greater balance what we are offering to our students and to support what it is we would want them to do. It is hard for me to sit and say, yes, the enrollment's been going down, it's all on us. It is on us in terms of the kind of academic program and the kind of student support and the kind of value that we bring to our students, of course. But we are a state agency that is ultimately funded by the state. And if we cannot provide certain services or certain infrastructures because of our funding mechanisms, then again, that is a responsibility that is owned by all of us. And that is why we're here before you today.
And thank you for your answers. I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Calvaros DeGraw.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and thank you both for being here today. Regarding those numbers, I also just want to ask, do you think you're seeing an uptick? You know that a lot of students experience mental health challenges during the pandemic. A lot of students that were going to traditional four-year colleges have had to come home and perhaps take, a few classes at their local community college or their local ESCU. So my question is, do you have any numbers perhaps on the number of students that you're receiving at the schools because of those reasons?
No, but we can get you information about changes over time and the number of transfer students that we have at both the community. I know we have those, I've seen them, but I can't recall them off the top of my head, I'm afraid. But we can certainly provide you with that, with some information about our transfer numbers, which I think would include the population you're describing.
And that's okay that you don't have them right now. I would say anecdotally, I'm seeing it a lot because I have college age kids. In fact, my own daughter has been at Tunxis this semester. She will be returning to her university in the fall, but I just wanted to sort of highlight that because I think that it's really critically important that people understand yet another function that these schools are serving in our communities. And I did want to just go back to the facilities piece for one more minute, again, referencing Tunxis. I know that they have a dental technician program there, and I don't know if anybody's been to the dentist recently on our committee, but I know my dentist is now back to cleaning my teeth instead of having a dental technician because of this critical shortage that we have. And I'd also highlight that, our mouths are actually the #1 place where disease, sort of the first signs show us that disease is happening in the body. So it's really critical that people are getting dental care. And while I understand this isn't the public health committee, the reason I bring this up is because I was on the tour at Tunxis and was honestly shocked because there's so many portions of the campus that are sort of updated and new, and then you go to where the dental technicians are trained, and seeing as how that is the only facility in our state that actually is training dental technicians. I would like to hear a little bit more about, the critical need when you talked about that you provide education to people who go on to be in healthcare. I mean, I think there's real critical need in this area.
Yeah, I appreciate the comment because I think you're exactly right that our institutions host some programs that are the only in the state. I believe we have the only sign language program in our state. We have our dentistry program as just referred to. We have an optometry program. These are needs as well. They may not be ER nurses, but they are absolutely needs in our communities. And these are, again, the opportunities that we were asking you to consider investing in, to be able to build out infrastructure and facilities that would support these types of programs that would fuel these types of industries. Another part of the program that we're presenting before you is the Gateway Community College Automotive Program. Right now, that facility is still housed in maybe a 1980s high school, I want to say, the way those facilities shaped out. It is limited in size. It limits the number of car makers that we are able to work with. By building that out, we have an opportunity to become leaders in Connecticut for electric cars, electric vehicles, as well as self-driving cars. And this is a real opportunity for us to be leaders in this field. And we are going to be the drivers of that in a way that no other institution of our state can be. And again, I ask us to look through these opportunities through an opportunity lens, as well as meeting the challenges lens.
I would just add to that, when you're talking about in terms of the technology, we're getting back to the dental, that's the same kind of thing. I mean, there have been changes, I'm sure, in many industries. And for us to have, literally one program in the entire state that provides that kind of training for these industries, I think it's critical that we are supporting you and that we are recognizing that, that as my dentist said to me, it used to be a great job for a single mom to be a dental technician because she could really control her hours. So it's not, I feel like there are tentacles that come out of these programs in terms of how they support our communities, how they support the residents of Connecticut, how they are keeping people employed in ways that are somewhat organic and truly important to the not just the community where the school is, but the communities across the state that are desperately needing these workers. I know my daughter needs to have a tooth fixed with our dentist, and because she's now cleaning teeth and not just doing the more complicated procedures, it's taking her 3 months to get one tooth fixed. And I don't think it's just my dentist. So again, thank you for being here today. I really appreciate it. And I hope that as we're looking at this bill moving forward, that we're really deeply considering the value of these schools in our communities and the value to the state of Connecticut that is returned to us with all of the good work that your locations provide. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that. And thank you for shining light on a really valuable program in our system.
I think you've worn us out. There's one,
We're just getting started, Senator. I mean, we could be here. I'm not even hungry yet. So
one last one from me. A few months back, had an opportunity to have time with your CFO and the CEO of Capital Community, where Dr. Harris described the situation that brought to light to me how students react to the surroundings, physical surroundings of the facilities that they may be asked to learn in. And he said that from time to time, he'll see students standing at a bus stop in the shadow of Capital Community, waiting for the bus to go to Manchester Community College. Can you tell the committee the demographic of Capital Community, if any of you know?
I don't have the exact numbers offhand. I know that CEO Dr. Duncan Harris will also be before this committee shortly today. But I can tell you that it is predominantly students of color, Black and brown students, and they do come from, again, and you'll hear this from Dr. Harris, they come from some of the poorest zip codes in our state. That's who Capital Community College serves. They serve them well, they serve them with pride. But Dr. Harris is also correct in that if you look at the facilities that we've invested into a suburban campus like Manchester Community College or one of our other more suburban campuses, the differences are absolutely striking and undeniable. And that's why we are arguing so passionately for a correction to this trend with the Capital Community College's structure.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you to the committee.
Thank you. Senator Douglas McCrory.
Maybe good Senator Wade. Excellent job. Excellent job, bro. Excellent. Is this thing on?
How y'all doing? Listen,
Good to see you, Senator.
My brother make a lot of sense, Terrence. Speaks the truth. Truth of the mother. I'm gonna try to connect a little bit what he's saying, what I gotta say. You know, I've been in this General Assembly for 18 years. And be honest with you, I think this is like probably only second time I ever testified in anybody's bill, in any committee, ever. Maybe the second time, maybe once before, when I ain't know ain't better. But I'm gonna try to make this 5 minutes, all right? So I came today because I saw a piece of legislation that can make some real instruction, some fundamental change in the way we do business here. You know, we live in Connecticut. It's a beautiful state. It's a beautiful state. A lot of great things here. Very wealthy state. A lot of people do well. A lot of people are doing well. But we also have another part of Connecticut, and we all know. And you know, this place of steady habits. You know, we go along to get along. Everybody knows. We know what the academics look like. We know what the opportunities look like. And we just, you know, keep the top on and keep moving. But we have I have an opportunity here with this piece of legislation. And before I go on, I have to say good morning to John Bonferra, Chairwoman Horn, ranking members, Senator Martin, Representative Cheeseman, and members of the Finance and Revenue Body Committee. My name is Douglas McCory. I'm a senator from the 2nd Senatorial District. And we have a piece of legislation. Because what that man said and what I'm saying, in Connecticut, where you live matters. It matters. And it matters because where you live affects your education. Whether your children have to go to a school district where for the last 30 years, 85% of them can't read on grade level in 3rd grade. It matters because it affects your healthcare. Because it determines whether a waste treatment facility is going to be in your backyard. And that reflects how, what we call those social determinants of health will determine who dies during COVID and what we're going to do the next time something like that come up if we don't change the way we do business. It affects whether you have a food desert. It affects your access to health. The facts are the facts. If you looked at the last Access Healthcare report, it affects your life expectancy, where it said that if you're a man that lives in Hartford, your life expectancy is 67 years, but if you leave 4 miles down the street in Windsor, in South Windsor, it's 83. This is the Connecticut we live in, y'all, and we all know it. And I can't change that, and you can't change that. But sometimes we're comfortable with the status quo, because we get along. And I'm not trying to change, but with this piece of legislation, this is an investment. And I'm talking about Senate Bill 1245, a concentration in high poverty areas. We have census tracts. We know where they are. We're looking, this piece of legislation, to make a serious investment in those communities. And you might say, some of you might say, you know, we already spend a lot of money in those communities. Look at all the social service programs we have. Look at DCS's budget. Look at the corrections budget. Look at the education budget. And I say, that's the system that has gotten us here. And there's some people that live in those communities that want to change the system and don't want to be a burden on the system and want to become a taxpayer. Y'all talking about tax cuts for the middle class. Some of those people want to be middle class so they can enjoy those tax cuts. They want to enjoy those tax cuts. So unless we change the way we do business and has been doing business in this state, for the last 30 years, nothing's gonna change. You know, I chair the education committee. But I studied economics when I was in school. And when you study economics, you have to be able to forecast the future, right? The future for what this state is gonna look like. So if I'm telling you right now, in these census tracts, less than 10% or 12% of the children can read on grade level right now, and they Black and brown, and they're poor. This is not just urban communities. And I'm telling you right now that 50% of the kids in this state are Black and brown. What you think Connecticut's gonna look like in the next 5 to 10 years? You think you got a shortage of 10,000 jobs right now at Electric Boat? You think you got a shortage of 100,000 jobs in the state right now? Who's gonna fill those jobs? Who's gonna be able to work in those jobs? You say we have problems in our community college system, the state university system. Who gonna be prepared to go to those schools? So I'm saying, listen, we have to look seriously at SB 1245. And I listen, I hope I don't go more past my 5 minutes. I'll just say quickly about 1244. Listen, I study this stuff, folks. I looked at how, I like the word good faith efforts, but I'll just give you one scenario, one fact. There's an agency in our department, one of our state agencies. They do about $1 billion of business every year. That's what it be, right? And I looked at the contracts and who are getting the contracts over the last 10, 11 years. And that one agency, they're all the same. I'm singling this one out, but I ain't gonna call his name out or the agency out. But the facts are the facts. They did a beat. White males had $930 million of that. White males had 930. And then all the other people are minorities, right? White women got about 34 million. 34 million out of a B. The Asian community got like 15. The Hispanic community got 8. Black community got 1. So if we want to provide opportunities for those who live in these census tracts to be able to move out of those census tracts and go on some census tracts and live in some communities where there's a lot more opportunity, where their educational systems aren't as bad and the housing is a little more affordable. Let's have a real conversation about how we want to move from this point on. Because we don't. I already told you what the future gonna look like. So I'm done. Anybody got any questions?
Thank you, Senator. With respect to 1244 and act awarding the state and other project contracts, you've spoken for years about the lack of diversity among general contractors, particularly those projects where the state is investing millions of dollars in schools and other initiatives, other projects around the state. Section 1 of that bill speaks to joint venturing. Can you, in your experience in
Yeah, I can speak to a little bit.
conversations with contractors, what the challenges are of being able to have the experience to bid on as a general contractor on major projects funded primarily or significantly by the state of Connecticut through our capital investment program?
Yeah, I'll speak to that briefly. So currently right now, the state law says on any project that the state of Connecticut is doing, you have to set aside 25% or 25%. So me being the middle school math teacher that I am, that's 6% for minorities. And minorities include white women and everybody else that's Black, brown, whoever. So that's what the law says right now. 6.26% of everything. So what normally happens, right? The general contractor gets the contract and they have to go out and go meet that quota of, not a quota, but the numbers. That's what they are. That's why we need to continue to do this disparity study, because I know the capacity of people that can do this work has increased, but we haven't done a disparity study in 30 years. That's why the numbers are where we are, and that's why the conditions that we're in. So anyway, as I move forward. So what happens, the general contractor gets the contract, and they also say, I'm gonna make a good favor, but I can't find any qualified candidates. Or the people I find can't get the bonding. So we've been knowing that for over 30 years. So my question is, what are we gonna do about it? So in this piece of legislation, we got opportunities to change that and get the capacity of those minority contractors up and create more of them in those communities where they live. You understand what I'm saying? And so it's a catch-22. They say they can't find the qualified candidates to do it, but yet the contractors I talk to all the time say, look, we can't find work. It's all about opportunities. So yeah, that's it.
And Senator, with respect to 1245, you've spoken on that, that concerning high poverty, low opportunity census tracts. There's a lot that is a lot of focus today on these days on gun violence, particularly in urban centers. To a large extent, although not exclusively, in communities that are Black and Latino. The bill calls for an investment, a major capital investment in these communities. Share with us, if you would, your perspective on, because one of the criticisms of the bill was that I'm anticipating that we're investing in programs for people using capital dollars. Do you have a perspective on investing in human capital?
Absolutely. So, right. We invest on roads that only last 7-10 years. We invest in school buildings that may be around 20 years. Spend a lot of money on them. So I think what the good chairman is saying, and what I'm saying is, we're looking to invest in human capital that can produce dividends, is properly served and changed. And really, we're not asking for any new money. We're not asking for any new money. We just want to repurpose the funds that we're using and put them to investments in workforce that we know that these people in these communities can do and have done. It provided workforce development the correct way. We know what housing look like. We have a housing shortage across this state. So a lot of these people don't want to have to move out their community in their neighborhood, but they want something respectable. They want to go to community college, but not the one down on Main Street, what you just heard about. They want to get on the bus and go to one in Manchester. So we invest in that way. They want to invest in a grocery store. People, listen, I got people who don't have food deserts. They can get a gun. You talked about gun violence and stuff like that. It's easy for them to get a gun to get fresh bread and lettuce. And you wonder why you have gun violence? Mental health? Yeah, people say we spend a whole lot of money on mental health. So yeah, we've been giving it to the same system, the same people who create this situation, who make people like my community dependent upon it. I'm sick of my community is sick of being dependent upon the system. We want to work. We don't want no handouts. We don't want no charity. But we know if we keep doing this the same way we've been doing business, nothing's going to change. I won't be in this. I guarantee you, by the time I will never come before another committee to speak again, as long as I stay here. We have never addressed those issues in a way that benefits both communities, all communities. We have not done that. Listen, I'm not trying 830G, you know what you call it, low income housing, all that good stuff, man. I can't change that, but I can build some good housing in my neighborhood. I can train folks up to do work in my community. I can have them young ladies that's coming, them young men that's coming out of Capital nursing program. I can expand that if you give me an opportunity. I can use my technical school and then in the evenings and go train those people who are just graduated from high school but ain't go on to college, but don't want to be an Uber driver all their life, but get a skill in the trade so they can get a job and an opportunity so they can buy a house and pay taxes back to the state of Connecticut. I know people like that. You don't get a lot of people like me that come up here and tell you the truth. Ain't nobody on my, the only person from my community is on this committee right now. And you. The represent, maybe, I don't know, y'all, I don't know. may represent a community that's in on the assistance track. Somebody else in East Connecticut might be too. But they ain't gonna come in and tell you the truth about what needs to be changed. All right, I don't know. Y'all got any more questions?
Oh, Representative Zupkis, I apologize.
That's okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Senator. It's always nice to see you, and I appreciate your honesty and your passion all the time
Thank you.
here in an education where we serve together. My one question for you is, and I agree with you that people want to work. Most people want to work. They want to get out of what they're doing, all of those things. As you know, this building gives a lot of money to our cities. And I appreciate what you said is taking the money we already give you and reallocating it to what is needed to be done. I believe that's what you said. You're not asking for new money. You're asking to reuse or redistribute the money that's being done. And I really appreciate that. I always look when we give out money to cities, wherever, that there's accountability for that money. And just like we talk on education, you know, people need to be held accountable for the money that they get and what they do with it, and make sure it's working. Because if it's working, great. If it's not working, let's stop funding it and put the money somewhere else. So I guess I ask that you would give us suggestions, benchmarks, parameters, all of those things to be able to hold people, whoever those people are, accountable to make sure the money is being put to good use and being productive for what it is intended to do.
That's a great question. So let me tell you something about people like me. When people I come from, we're very conservative when it comes to dollars. Black folks and poor folks are very conservative when we come from dollars. We watch our parents and grandparents stretch a dollar from here to. We ain't never took advantage of anybody's money in this country. Go back and read your history. And you agree, I hold everyone accountable. Listen, a lot of money had to go into cities. They did a good job of developing the downtown areas, and I love it. I ain't got no problem with gentrification. As long as some of my people can live there. So see, I'm a little different from what you normally get. So, right, I think we should hold every dollar accountable. And just change the structures, how we give those dollars out, who we give those dollars to, and not continue to give those dollars out to the same organizations, the same people that have gotten us, like I said, into the system that we're in. And it's too many people from our community. And I know people from your communities are sick of seeing us struggle in that web, that tangled web. Because they see, if you get a poor education, it leads to a poor job. And when you get a poor job, it leads to poor healthcare. And when you get poor healthcare, all those things that we learned through COVID, the social determinants of health, will put you in that grave 18 years before that guy that lived 5 miles the street from you. That's Connecticut's reality. Anybody else got a question?
Well, I just want to say thank you. And not even, like you say, your people, but the governments of all of these cities and all to be held accountable when they get the funding.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Y'all have a good Friday. Go enjoy that. It's nice outside. Go Huskies.
Thank you, Senator. Senator, there is a question. You're not escaping quite yet. Senator Martin has a question for you.
Thank you for coming back.
I'm sorry, man. Listen.
Senator McCrory, can you just tell me, you've made a comment that contractors, that you can't find contractors or they can't find the work. So the contractors that I understood what you had to say was that you knew contractors that could not find work. Could you elaborate on that a little bit more?
General contractors who get the contract, the big contracts that build all our schools. You know how much money we spent in schools in the last 10 years in the state?
Yeah.
Billions of dollars. And that's just schools. I ain't talking about UConn and all these places. So they get the contract and they have to make what they call a good faith effort to meet that 6.25% of everybody else. And they said that it's always a reason why they can't find them, or they can't find candidates to do the job. But but I know candidates that can do the job. One of the barriers is they say, well, you need a bonding. You don't have the bonding capacity, basically insurance to do this work. The job is already insured when the general contract got the job in the first place. So this is just really about opportunities, but we can change that. That's a simple change we can do here. That's one change right there that can open the opportunities for people, right? So that's what I'm talking about. If we want to have a real conversation about change, let's have that real conversation. You know what I mean?
I agree. So could you explain the 25% minority? You
So-
said you whittled or didn't whittle, but your calculations, you use 6%, I think, right? So how did you get to that 6%?
Yeah,
Because
that's a
I
good question.
was
So-
under the
so-
impression that 25% of a public job needed to be minority, given to minority contractors. How did you get down to the 6?
Yeah, so like last time they did what they call this disparity study. A disparity study shows you what is the capacity of the quote unquote minority population in that particular city, state, area of the country. So last time we did one in Connecticut was about 30 years ago. And what they found at that time, the capacity of the minority community was about 6.25% capacity to do certain work. That's 20, that basically 6.25% is 25% of 25%. I just try to break it down so someone can, so I can tell you how small it is. So that's where we are in the state of
So
Connecticut.
we have 6% of the minorities that are qualified.
That's
how
what,
I understand
not
it?
qualified, to have the capacity, pretty much qualified, have the capacity to do that type of work. So if it's electrical, the state is saying, of all these, if we're gonna do $1 billion worth of work in the state, minorities have the capacity to do 6.25% of that work. And
And
that might,
regarding the bonding.
And the
are
bonding
you
is
saying
same
that
thing.
your contractors, the minority contractors are having a difficult time getting bonding for the specific job?
right, and even if they have the capacity to do the work, like let's say we find some people, that some women that can do the work, the project might be $2 million. They might have to come up with a bond of about $200,000 and be able to even go on and do the work. And what some people are saying, listen, before you gave the job out, the general contract got a bond for the whole project. Why would they have to have another bond for the subcontract? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
It's
but
already
and
covered.
that's typical. That is very typical. Yeah, that is
Simple
very
things like-
typical. We could talk to the insurance companies about that requirement that's in statute. So
Exactly.
regarding the priority to a contractor that enters into an agreement with a minority contractor, how do you prioritize that? I don't see that in the bill here.
Right. So
How would they be selected?
You know what, man, you're smart. You ask some good questions. So let's look at it right now. So it's not a great question. Let's say, for example, the way the system it works right now, the general contract, he or she most likely is gonna be a male, gets the contract. And after he gets the contract, he has to meet these conditions, that 25% or 25%, right? And then they go out and find a candidate. What we're saying is, hey, before you can win that contract, you already have to identify that minority personnel that you're gonna partner with to do that type of work with it. So now is before my tax dollars go to anybody else, I already know that there's gonna be a partnership. It ain't gonna be 50-50 partnership because they don't have the capacity to do that work. We can figure it out. Hey, we get on this job. You do 20% of this work, right? So I can build your capacity. So when the next job up, maybe you can do 30%, right? At some point in our lives, you might be able to do the whole job. You might be the general contractor, Senator McCrory, you Representative Wilson's grandson, and be able to build a damn school and call it Frederick Douglass Academy. I don't care. Call it Donald Trump University. I don't care. I'm caring about who got the contract to build a job, who got the job at the work, who can create generational wealth for their families. That's what I'm concerned about. You can put your mama name on the school. That's what I'm saying.
The way I'm envisioning this piece of legislation is that a partnership would already be, I guess, established. Then they would do the bidding, and then they still would be required to fill the minority 25%.
It's already taken care of because when you put your bid, your proposal in to go after that bid, you have already identified, shown the state that I have identified a minority contract that I'm going to be working with. This is Miss Jones, electrical contractor, she's gonna be doing 10% of the work. When we go to the state, the other guys, everybody's gonna put their bids in, boom, one of them gonna win.
Yeah,
Win the bid.
I don't see that written this way, if that's the intent. You're saying that a partnership would be, part of that partnership, the minority would be doing 25% or achieving this, our
What of
state
the-
statute currently.
Right, exactly. So, you know,
Okay.
let's have that conversation before this
The
bill
way-
hit the floor.
The way that this is written is you and I can get into a partnership and we're GCs. We're hiring everything out. You don't have a worker, I don't have a worker, but you and I qualified for a bond together to do a $5 million project, and we're gonna go out and sub this out. And we'd still have to be required to do the 25% minority portion of the contract with the state. And you're a partner with me.
But
So I don't see that.
Right.
Your intent, if you're a contractor, you have 100 employees, I have 100 employees, we agree, all right, listen, you don't have the qualification, or I don't have the qualification to do this, but you do.
Mhm.
And you're gonna do, it's gonna be equivalent to 25% of the job. That's how you're seeing it.
So you're saying two general contractors, you're a general
We're
contractor?
together, we're partners.
Oh, we work for the same firm.
We bid on a $5 million project.
Our
I'm
firm.
not qualified to do the concrete work, but you are.
Oh,
all
as a
right?
minority
That's
contractor?
as a minority contractor.
Okay.
Now we're in partnership.
Yeah,
With
yeah.
this, right?
That's what.
That's the way you are interpreting this.
Yes. Well,
Okay, it's not written that way because I just identified another way is you and I are partners. We qualified to bid on this job. And furthermore,
I got you.
we qualified to get the priority status. So, and my first question was, how does that priority status determined? And who makes that? What's the metrics of deciding that? So some entity, the public entity, that government, either a school, municipality, or the state will take all these bids. You and I are one of 10 bidders. What determines us from becoming or getting selected as the priority contractor? That's not in here either. And though we qualify because we're partners to be a priority,
Right,
but
right.
what determines who
actually get the bid?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I guess a lot of that we turn will be cost. I mean, this is not more, but I'm assuming cost, who has the best bid, who has the highest bid, the lowest bid, all those things, just like you have at any time right now. Whoever has the best bid, who meets the qualification, wins the
And
contract.
if our bid is $1 million higher than the next bidder, we are the only one minority contractor, right? We met this requirement, but we're $1 million more and the contract is for $5 million. But we're $1 million more. Are we going to get selected?
Well, if you're saying you and I, and if I'm assuming, if I'm the
We
minority
are. We're
contractor, and we
partners.
came together to come together on this project, we should be, if that's the case, we coming in 50-50, we should, I would love that situation because we're gonna win because our numbers are gonna be higher than everybody else. I'm at 50% of the job.
But our bid is $1 million more than the second bidder.
Yes.
So would we win the bid?
That's a very good question. Well, those things we can figure out, but I like the idea of the fact that we came in together to go after the contract. I like that even better than just being just a portion of a partnership. But that way we ain't, honestly, sir, we ain't in my community, we ain't even at that level yet to come in to be a GC with you. Because we don't have that capacity. And I wouldn't even put that on a minority contract and say that you have the capacity to do the work of a general contractor when you really don't. That's setting yourself up for failure.
Yeah.
So I don't even think we're there yet.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
You can go now.
All right, peace.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator. 3,422 witnesses to go. Francis Yvonne. I apologize if I am not pronouncing your name properly. Thank you.
So we'll try to get some time back for you, sir, but good afternoon, Chairman, co-chairs, chairs, ranking members, members of the Finance, Revenue and Bonding Committee. I'm Major General Fran Evon, the Adjutant General of the Connecticut Military Department. And today I come before you to testify on Senate Bill 1246 as it concerns the military department's threshold for administering its own construction projects. Senate Bill 1246 is the third in a series of bills this legislative session that addresses construction cost thresholds for state agencies, including our department. Currently, Section 4 Bravo-51 of the General Statute permits the military department to administer its own construction contracts with a value of $2 million or less. In conjunction with DAS, the military department sought to increase our threshold this legislative session to $3 million. This increase to $3 million was previously included in House Bill 6802 and Senate Bill 1183. The military department basically sought this increase because the current $2 million threshold has caused unnecessary delays in completing construction projects and also resulted in several bid busts. These delays and bid busts placed the department at a risk of losing our valuable federal funding for related projects that we've worked with our congressional delegation to secure over a 10-year financial FIDEP that we call. The military department may have up to 30 consecutive construction projects of varying size and scope ongoing at any given time between our Army National Guard and our Air National Guard. The department is resourced with significant both state and federal construction and contracting staff to administer these projects. And through the department's federal contracting staff within the National Guard, we routinely provide internal construction supervision and oversight on contracts in excess of $20 million. The military department's current $2 million threshold for administering its own state construction projects was first passed by this body in 2016, accounting for inflation that would amount to what we estimate to be approximately $2.5 million in current 2023. And considering these effects and the military department's continuous need to adequately supply facilities that are state of the art for our 5,000 soldiers and airmen, the military department requests substitute language in SB 1246 that provides the department a $3 million threshold to administer its own state construction projects. Given the volume of our construction projects, our track record, the military department administers, the agency must still rely on this Division of Construction Services. We couldn't do any of our much larger projects without them. But however, the agency must have flexibility to administer its own construction projects above that $2 million threshold to ensure timely completion of projects and maximize its federal construction budget. One simple example is the restoration of the drill shed floor at the Hartford Armory. That particular project, as it's currently being worked, is over the $2 million threshold. So I thank you for your continued support and your time and attention this afternoon. And we're happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
General, thank you and your colleagues. Thank you for your service to Connecticut and to our country. We're grateful to you. I think your request is a reasonable one, and I hope our committee in general shares my perspective, but Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming here today, General Evon. So what is the progress of the other two bills that include this request?
That's a great question, ma'am. We believe that I think 6802 is no longer, and 1183 has been JF'd. We believe it's still in play.
So is through which committees? Appropriations, Veterans, which?
Good afternoon, Representative. GAE.
Okay, thank
Or
you.
Senate Bill 1183, HB 6802 died in committee.
All right. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Excuse me, that was DAS's original agency bill.
So DAS is supported.
That's correct, ma'am.
Could
All
you
right.
identify yourself? please?
Major Haynen, Legislative Liaison for
Thank you,
Military
Major.
Department, Senator.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Anyone else? Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you again. Appreciate it.
Larry Roberts.
Mr. Chairman, Larry Roberts is our Attorney General. I'm the Chief of Staff. So to save everyone time, we thought it made some sense.
We appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Fanfara, Representative Horn, Senator Martin, Representative Cheeseman, and distinguished members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Chuck Bennell. I am the Chief of Staff of the Mohegan Tribe, and I am here today at the request of the Mohegan Tribal Council to express the tribe's support of HB 6933, an act concerning an examination of the taxation of real property and tangible personal property located on certain Indian lands. I am joined today by the Mohegan Tribe's Attorney General, Larry Roberts. I'll let Larry explain his bona fides in a little bit. We are both honored to be here on behalf of the Mohegan Chairman, James Gessner, to echo his letter of support to the members of this committee. You should have received that last evening. We are grateful for the opportunity to testify and look forward to answering any questions you might have on this important topic. We certainly respect the Finance Committee's approach to HB 6933 to formally study this issue and identify how we can come to a fair solution for the tribes, the surrounding communities, and the state. We are confident that it was as we come together to find an appropriate approach that recognizes and respects the challenges tribes face, while allowing us to continue building on the constructive, collaborative relationship with our host communities and you, the state. From a historical context, the state of Connecticut urged the Mohegan Tribe to enter into a relationship with the town of Montville in order to avoid litigation and as a prerequisite for the state to advocate for establishing the Mohegan Reservation. That is the reason we are faced with different financial constructs, and it is central to understanding that any solution must treat both tribes equally, both federally recognized tribes equally and with parity. The tribe's financial commitments have helped pave the way for the legal gaming framework that has since benefited Connecticut with billions of dollars in revenue, thousands of jobs, and support for small businesses across the state. The Mohegan Tribe has continued this cooperative spirit in the years since, not only with the state, but with their neighboring communities. Chairman Gessner and the Mohegan Tribal Council want to make clear that they support the underlying goal of Connecticut in codifying into law the rightful sovereign status of Connecticut's Native American tribes on this issue of taxation. The Mohegan Tribe has been committed to its neighbors and communities financially, economically, and philanthropically. The tribe aids these municipalities in various ways, from providing public safety, emergency response services, to major investments in infrastructure development and utilities. This support that is provided not only by contract or agreement, but out of respect for our neighbors and a responsibility to work collaboratively with them. This is why we are here to testify today, to make sure that we maintain a system that ensures fairness and equity. Thank you for the opportunity to submit testimony. The Tribal Council remains committed to collaboration and open dialogue with the state of Connecticut. We believe that this legislation as drafted is an appropriate path forward that will address the areas of concern that can be rightfully acknowledged, the integrity of both Connecticut's federally recognized tribe, their sovereign governments, and the municipalities. We look forward to continuing working with the Mashantucket Pequot tribe, state leaders, legislators, and municipal leaders on these critical issues. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Roberts, you.
I do not have any opening statements, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you. Thank you both for coming here today and reminding us that we do have two sovereign, federally recognized tribes in the state. My question is to you, Mr. Bennell. You have some great historical knowledge about this. I believe you were actually working with Senator Dodd when all of this was playing out. So can you just give some perspective on that agreement with Montville and how this plays into the importance of coming up with a fair and equitable solution?
Yes, thank you, Representative Cheeseman. I was uniquely blessed and honored to have the ability to be on Senator Dodd's staff in the late 80s into the mid 90s before going to work for the tribe. So got to frankly watch as Foxwoods opened and as the Mohegan tribe got recognized and the environment in which the Mohegan agreements came into place. Sitting here in 2023, it's very, very different. You now have two of the most successful tribes in the United States employing, thousands of people and doing very, very well in Mohegan's case and investing all over the globe. In the early 1990s, that was a very, very different situation. You had as hostile a situation for Indigenous people as you probably have seen in modern times. There was a lot of unrest in Connecticut. There were state recognized tribes having armed standoffs in Colchester, making land claims all along the 95 corridor. Another tribe was looking at Danbury. The Mashpicos were operating at the time the world's largest and most successful casino, but embroiled in intense litigation with their surrounding communities. And in that environment, Mohegan gets recognized by the federal government. And so after that recognition, they're looking to establish their initial reservation and settle their land claims. And so there's all sorts of pressure on the tribe to make people happy and satisfied so that they will support the settlement of their land claim. The state of Connecticut, frankly, was saying to the tribe, we will let you have Fort Shantok back where your ancestors are buried, but for $3 million, right? So, and this is a tribe that has no employees, no money, no business. And at the same time, the state and the federal delegation is saying to the tribe, and for us to support you, we really need you to have an agreement with the town of Montville, because this litigation that's happening across the river is not something that we want happening again on this side of the river for us to settle. So there was a very intense pressure on the tribe to come to agreement with Montville and make a payment in lieu of taxes for the land that they were going to purchase, and then establish what the rules would be for them and the town of Montville going forward under state law as it stood at that time. The implications of that agreement, I would defer to my esteemed colleague who is a national expert on Indian law and interactions between surrounding communities and tribes. But it was for folks that describe this as an entirely voluntary agreement. It was a voluntary agreement. If they wanted to move forward, they were to get it done.
And this is part of your permanent agreement, this responsibility to make those payments to Montville. And I believe also included in this is a limitation on the amount of land you can actually annex with significant consequences if you should exceed that 700 acres. This will never go away no matter what this legislature says, in effect. Am I correct?
Again, I would defer to our lawyer. It's certainly not without some people making some changes and creating a different environment.
With regard to amending this Land Claim Settlement Act itself, it would take an act of Congress to amend that. In terms of amending our agreement with Montville, it would require approval by the Department of the Interior.
So basically out of the hands of anyone sitting in this room.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative Barry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Bono, for being here. Can you just walk me through some of the details of the agreement that you have with the town of Montville, and what are the tribe's commitments and the town's commitments?
Sure. Well, go ahead. Why don't we go together?
From a non-legal perspective, I think the obligation of the tribe is to make a payment in lieu of taxes of $500,000 a year on the initial reservation. And when the tribe hits 701 acre, the taxation rule changes. And the tribe is responsible as if they're not a tribe to pay personal property tax, which is very, very different than the other federally recognized tribe in the state of Connecticut.
Does the town of Montville provide any services to the businesses within the tribe or to the tribe itself?
No, as was testified by Chairman Butler and Chairman Gessner here was here, he would be saying the same thing. The services that is typically provided to people within a governmental structure, the Mohegan Tribe provides those utilities, water, sewer, all the police, fire, in our case, paramedic. Those are all provided. And I guess to jump to the conclusion, on the issue of dual taxation, the Mohegan Tribal Council supports that initial concept of not having dual taxation.
So I guess with hearing that, I guess I'm not understanding how these two issues are the same. The original legislation proposed doing away with the dual taxation. I don't understand why this agreement would be a non-starter for you.
The challenge is that under our agreement with the town of Montville, everything over 700 acres that the tribe places into trust, that agreement requires that the tribe pay personal real estate property taxes dollar for dollar, and that the tribe pay personal property taxes to the town of Montville.
Okay, and I guess just to Representative Cheeseman's point earlier, is that something that this legislature can fix?
Yes, what we've been and hoping that the study that this bill would bring out as part of a study is that, what we could do is collaboratively working with the state, the towns, come up with an agreement whereby under our agreement with Montville, we are reimbursed for those payments that we make to Montville. Dollar for dollar, right? Because that would be true parity, because right now, anything over 700 acres, we would still be paying those taxes that the state law exempts. And so some sort of equalization so that it's fair for all. That's what we're looking for.
Okay. Currently, does the tribe pay any property taxes to the town of Montville?
We do on fee land. The tribe owns probably over 200 acres in fee.
Okay, do you know approximately how much that is in taxes?
I don't have those numbers off the top of my head, but we could provide that to the committee.
Okay, and I think I agree with you in principle that these two issues need to be looked at. However, I don't think this bill is addressing your commitment and your agreement with the town of Montville. I think this is just looking at the property tax issue. And I hear you say that you agree with doing away with dual taxation. So I'm not sure why you wouldn't support the original proposed legislation.
The concern of Mohegans, and we've had discussions with the Mashantuckets on a tribe to tribe basis. So we've had discussions with colleagues of yours, is that the Mohegans are being told, well, let's deal with this dual taxation issue first, and then we'll deal with your other taxation issue later, even though it will create a disparity between the two tribes. Trust us, we'll come back and do that at another time. And frankly, that really hasn't worked for them. When people say, just trust us, we'll come back and we'll fix that second part later. And so that's why they're concerned doing this piecemeal.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Horn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And my apologies again that I am not in the room for this, but I'm trying to spare my colleagues my cold. And I apologize, I may have missed some of the colloquy on the last exchange with Representative Berry, but I wanted to again sort of narrow the issues that we're talking about here. And first, with respect to this is about property tax that is not assessed on a tribe. It's assessed on a vendor for property that is located on tribal lands, correct?
Correct.
And my understanding is that the amount of tax that Montville assesses that, is on property on the Mohegan Reservation is to the tune of about $700,000 per year. Is that your understanding as well?
It's roughly, yep.
Roughly. And is that currently, is that tax being passed along to the Mohegans? Are you effectively paying it in your lease payment?
In some of our agreements, yes. Effectively.
And if we were to, pass the legislation that would forbid the town from assessing that kind of property tax, would it be an economic benefit to you to the tune of about 700,000 or not? Maybe there's no way to calculate that, but what's your best guess?
If you made the supposition that we were going to try to replace that with a tribal tax, potentially, but you wouldn't do that for agreements that are already in place in which you've entered into a payment.
Yeah.
for-
Sorry, I'm probably not being totally clear. Even if you weren't to take the option of assessing your own tax, is it your expectation, in terms of negotiating lease agreements, that your costs for those lease agreements would effectively go down because those taxes weren't, even if they're not legally passed on, if they're economically passed on, would you expect a financial benefit from that, in other words?
No, I think Mohegan would probably agree with Chairman Butler's assessment that not retroactively, prospectively, if we were looking for future development on the reservation, would it impact that? It would.
Yeah. Okay.
Unless we were on our 701st acre, which is the difference between what would be created in the two tribal nations.
Got it. And I also want to clarify something that I think you said in your exchange with Representative Berry, that your agreement with Montville, among the things that are considered within that agreement, property taxes are part of that.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. And again, I join my ranking member in thanking you for being here today. It's very important that we hear from both of our federally recognized tribes as we try to wrestle with this issue. And I appreciate that on the core issue, I think there seems to be some agreement. So perhaps we'll make some headway here. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
No, thank you, Madam Chair. I think the issue is the unintended consequence of fixing the core issue and not dealing with the entirety of the problem for Mohegan.
Representative Baumgarten.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And it's great to see you, Chuck, as always. Just a question, the same question I asked Chairman Butler regarding the structure of the working group. If you believe the current structure as it's written and the proposed bill is conducive to honest and frank dialogue amongst all the parties, including the municipalities and the Pequot tribe, Mashantucket Pequot tribe as well.
The tribal council, Mohegan Tribal Council does agree, and that they believe that getting everybody in a room and looking at all the data at the same time creates positive results, and they appreciate the true government to government concept that this committee is trying to put forth.
And the timeline as well, with the work concluding in January 1st, you think the 6 months is more than enough time?
We do.
Excellent.
Meetings have been taking place, so yes.
All right. Thank you again.
Thank you.
It's great to see you both.
Representative Wilson.
Good afternoon. Thank you guys again for being here. Small question. So the $700,000 or that ballpark figure, does that include the 500 that you're on the hook for? So essentially we're talking, when you put both concerns together, you're talking well over $1 million.
It's 1.2 in Mohegan's case.
Yep. Thank you.
And that's again, hitting that 700 acre.
Perfect. Thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Mayor Luke Bronin. Mayor, could you turn on your mic there, please?
Good afternoon. Thanks very much,
Mr. Chairman, as the chair's ranking members and members, I appreciate the opportunity to testify this afternoon. There are a number of bills and provisions in bills that I will be submitting written testimony on. And given that the time is short, I'm just going to briefly summarize them and then look forward to any questions. And I'm grateful for the chance. First, in Senate Bill 1240, there are a number of provisions that I believe are important. The first concerns investing in commercial office spaces and providing incentives for new leaseholders inside commercial office space. As you know, we've experienced a dramatic hit to the commercial office market, as have cities across the country and across the state. And an important part of our recovery from the COVID pandemic will be helping those buildings, which represent a substantial part of our tax base, to recover. Some of those buildings may not recover. And that's why I also strongly support the provisions in 1240, which would encourage commercial to residential conversions through the use of a tax credit modeled on the historic property tax credit, which has been an effective tool in incentivizing successful redevelopment throughout our state. I also am strongly in support of efforts to provide property tax relief and revenue diversification for municipalities. And that includes both the provision to cap the commercial mill rate, as well as the provisions for additional municipal revenue sharing. As you know, our state is an outlier in our over-reliance on the property tax as a source for local revenue. And it can create a vicious cycle for communities that are economically distressed. As needs grow and the calls on resources go up, those needs are often most highly concentrated in places that have the lowest capacity to fund those services through the property tax. And as the property tax goes up to meet those needs, it then creates a disincentive for additional investment, which makes it even harder for those communities to meet those needs. Over time, that can be extremely damaging to our communities. So in the municipal revenue sharing provisions, I'm particularly pleased to see the idea of a needs capacity formula included in that bill, which I think is a really important idea. Finally, I support the provisions in 1240 regarding the investing in high poverty neighborhoods. In Senate Bill 1246, strongly support the Connecticut State College and University's request for funding to make it possible to build a capital community college worthy of our students who go there. It is one of the most diverse community colleges in New England. It provides a vital service in preparing workforce for multiple industries, and I believe it's critically important that we update and modernize that campus. In House Bill 6934, I strongly support the expansion of the earned income tax credit and would encourage the committee to consider ways to complement that with a child tax credit. And finally, in Senate Bill 1212, I support the efforts to give the state more direct control over the winding down of the Mira site in the South Meadows, including appropriate use of resources to remediate that site and help repair the environmental injustice of half a century. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Mayor. Couple of things you mentioned: the need capacity, the inclusion of need capacity as a consideration in distribution of heretofore not available to municipalities, state income, personal income tax, corporate tax, sales tax. Might be missing one, but right now, none of that is shared, with exception of sales tax, which we're just beginning in any significant way. But many towns do not benefit from that. They don't have pilot. They don't benefit from that. In your opinion, where I think we've said that half of the revenue, some percentage of the revenue would stay with the town. I think it's half, and the other half would be distributed through a needs capacity formula. You have an opinion on that?
Senator, I don't know if I have a strong opinion on the precise share. I do have a strong opinion that the state as a whole would benefit from greater revenue diversification for municipalities. And I do have a strong view that recognizing the needs capacity gap as a problem that we need to address for the sake of responsible, just outcomes is something that's really important. And if I could take a minute on the need capacity gap, The Boston Fed did a study a number of years ago now, maybe 7 or 8 years ago, but the principle still holds, looking at what it costs to deliver core municipal services, and then looking at the revenue base that communities have to meet those needs. And I think it's really important to say, we're not talking about what it would take to provide a lavish or unusual level of municipal spending. We're talking about what it takes to deliver core services in a community based on population, based on poverty, based on population density, based on need. And then looking at the tax base, which in Connecticut means looking almost entirely at the property tax base. And to the extent that there's a gap between those two things, if you need more revenue to meet the basic needs and supply the basic service in a community than the tax base that can support, you're putting municipalities in an impossible position, because the only way they can meet those services is by taxing at a rate that then suppresses growth over the long term and drives that community into a dangerous cycle. So what the Boston Fed study points out is that there are extreme disparities between communities when it comes to the needs they face and the capacity they have based on their tax base, and focuses on the basic principle that if we want all of our communities to have a shot at growth over time, we need to develop a way to fund communities to fill that gap in a way that promotes growth and equity, rather than drives communities into decisions that are damaging in the long run.
So the bill calls for a sharing of revenue that is in excess of projected. It isn't just current revenue coming out of a community, it's including growth in revenue and above a certain level of anticipated growth, because that's what we do here. Is our friends at OFA and OPM don't just look at current revenue that may be coming from, I say, a municipality. We don't think of it often that way, of what a municipality is generating in terms of tax revenue, but that is one metric. This bill calls for revenue above that level to be shared. Right now, as the mayor of Hartford, as other mayors of cities in Connecticut, and increasing number of towns in Connecticut that are struggling with the sole major source of revenue being the property tax, can you share with the committee your experience in terms of revenue that is available to you, whether it's locally generated, state support? What does that look like? What does that picture look like for you as the mayor of the capital city?
Well, Senator, as you know, we, as the capital city, with half of our property non-taxable, we have two primary sources of revenue. The first is locally generated property tax, and the second is intergovernmental transfers, which really are made up of two parts: education cost sharing and pilot. But if you look at the revenue that that would be produced if all of the non-taxable property were taxable, you can see that the city, like many other cities, is being reimbursed only a fraction of the revenue through the pilot program. When I came into office, the city of Hartford had a mill rate of 74.29, which is may have been at the time the highest property tax in the country. It is a destructive level of taxation. And to promote growth, we have had to provide tax abatements, tax incentives on a project by project basis, but that's not the most responsible way to grow. We've worked hard to stabilize our finances, and we're able to reduce that mill rate by 7.2% last year, but it still remains far too high if the goal is to promote growth. And while Hartford has an extremely large percent of its property non-taxable, the challenges that we face are not unique to Hartford. There are many Connecticut communities that face a similar challenge of an inadequate property tax base, no other locally generated sources of revenue, and that can create a very challenging environment. The other thing I would say, this is not in direct response to your question, Senator, but I think it's thematically tied, is when the only source of revenue that's locally generated is the property tax, it can create some distorted incentives for communities You may have communities, for example, that value their open space, that value some of the patterns of development they've seen, but feel the need to approve a fulfillment center at massive scale in order to boost their property tax revenue. I think it would be beneficial if communities had a stake in promoting growth of all kinds, whether that's growth of residents coming in, boosting the share of the income tax that comes from that community, whether it's sales tax generated in that community, whether it's corporate tax generated in that community, or whether it's property tax, and providing a more balanced set of incentives for communities to pursue, I think would lead to better decision-making and arguably allow towns to make decisions that they think are more appropriate for that town.
And while I think people could interpret the provision in the bill that would cap mill rates as something that is of particular interest to the mayor of Hartford, as you stated a few minutes ago, that this is not a particular problem unique to the city of Hartford. Just to our south or west is New Britain with 50 mills, Waterbury with 60 mills, a number of towns I learned yesterday, I think Hamden is somewhere around 55 mills, something to that effect. This is a growing problem in our state. Can you speak to what I know this is not your proposal, but the capping of mill rates at a level that is for the average of Connecticut, which is 31.25, I believe. What you believe the value of that would be, as long as you're reimbursed, of course.
Sure. I needless to say, Senator, that is the critical element. And as you know, I think to the extent that that some communities express reservations about it, I think that is primarily a reflection of the lack of trust that the state will, on a sustained basis, make up that difference. But if the state were able to make up that difference and create a mechanism to help strengthen that guarantee, it would be of enormous importance in my city. But as you said, it would be tremendously valuable to many, many communities around Connecticut. Pressure on mill rates throughout the state is great. You mentioned some across the river in East Hartford. They're also north of 50 mills. There are many communities that feel that mill rate pressure. And I think that means there are also many communities that are at risk of entering that vicious spiral where rising mill rates then suppress growth, leading to higher mill rates, which then further suppress growth. And the need capacity gap formula is one way of addressing that, but a cap is another way of achieving the same goal, which is to say, allow communities to grow and to compete for growth in a way that creates a more level playing field between those communities, rather than causing the disparities in existing grand list size to drive those communities farther apart when it comes to their capacity.
And to the extent, let me ask the question, capping commercial mill rates, what do you believe the effect of that could be in terms of growth in the state?
Senator, I don't know if I can quantify it, but I don't know that I can quantify it. I'll have to.
Well, without quantifying
Yeah.
it, in terms of signaling to business in this state.
Thanks. I think it would be incredibly powerful to have that mill rate capped, because potential investors and potential developers who are looking to commit large investments to a community look both at the mill rate that exists, but they also take into account the uncertainty of that of the future changes in that mill rate. If they had a greater sense of certainty by virtue of a cap, and if they could look across all communities and ask, where is the best location for our investment without having that investment shaped by vast differential in commercial property tax, I think it would promote investment and drive up net investment in our state substantially.
A couple of questions, Mayor, with respect to Senate Bill 1245 and that concerning high poverty, low opportunity census tracts. You've been the mayor of Hartford now for 7 years. I don't think anyone knows the circumstance of concentrated poverty better than you. This bill seeks to focus resources, human capital investment in neighborhoods of high concentration of poverty, low opportunity. Give us your perspective on what investments in these communities, what it could mean.
Thank you, Senator. As you know, in Hartford, we have neighborhoods that are strong neighborhoods with a tremendous sense of community and a lot of folks who give an awful lot of themselves to making those neighborhoods stronger. We also have in those same neighborhoods some of the most intense concentrations of poverty anywhere in the United States of America. And what I appreciate about this proposal is that it would target resources both for investments in human capital and also for physical investments in physical infrastructure. There are incredibly, the kids who grow up in the Northeast neighborhood of Hartford are as talented and as capable as kids anywhere. They often don't see the paths to opportunity, but when they do, and they do, they often leave their neighborhood later in life. I think the way to change a dynamic in neighborhoods like some of our most challenged neighborhoods is both to provide the resources to allow families and kids to lift themselves up, to allow kids to see a path available to them to pursue what they're passionate about, to make full use of their capabilities, and at the same time, to make investments in their neighborhood so that when they do achieve what they're capable of achieving, they also feel that they can stay. That's how you create change over generations and get out of the trap of intergenerational poverty. And I appreciate the fact that these investments would attempt to do both.
I appreciate that very much, Mayor, that perspective. A little bit more mundane, but lastly, from me, going back to 1240, you spoke earlier about the challenges this is a national challenge of commercial occupancy. Certainly one that your city and mine is experiencing. I watched this morning on CNBC an expert in investment and about banks in particular, and how they was asked the question, how do you feel about smaller banks and their investments in commercial property? He said in the South and in the West, not a problem. In the Northeast, this will be a major concern for banks that have invested in commercial property because of the occupancy issues. Can you speak to this portion of the bill and how you believe this could be helpful facing what could be a serious impact on mill rates that you spoke about very well a few minutes ago, but also in terms of the capacity of our cities to withstand this phenomenon that we have no idea right now how long it will exist?
Senator, as you know, we worked hard in Hartford and we worked hard together with the legislature to try to put the city of Hartford on a stronger fiscal foundation. And we've made tremendous progress. We obviously face many challenges in Hartford, as does every city. So I'm not suggesting that this is the biggest challenge. Challenges linked to intergenerational poverty and the need to create opportunity are at the top of the list. But when you talk about the threats to continued momentum in strengthening the fiscal picture of our capital city, this is the thing that keeps me up at night. I worry a lot about our commercial office buildings. They represent a significant share of our tax base. They have already taken a big hit. And I think we've only begun to see it because leases are long-term. And so as leases roll off, we'll see the effect when those leases are re-upped at only a portion or a fraction, of what they were, or in some cases when businesses decide to not to renew leases. I don't think that we can change, at least in the near term. I don't think we collectively have the power to change the trends that we've seen in the way people work and the shift to remote work, shift to hybrid and virtual work. But what we can do is try to make ourselves more competitive in trying to attract and retain tenants for those commercial office buildings, which represent such an important share of the tax base here and in other cities in the state. So the incentive that's included in this bill for both lease cost and the build out costs, it makes a difference at the margin. But when we're competing for those tenants, that marginal difference may be decisive. And so I think it's an important provision in this bill. And then, as I said before, I'm strongly supportive of the idea of incentivizing the conversion of commercial to residential. I think what we're looking at is a long-term trend. We're going to see elevated vacancy rates for years to come. Not every commercial office building works for a residential conversion. Just by virtue of their design, their floor plate, the mechanicals, but sometimes they do, and the economics are still hard. By making it easier to convert a building to residential, you're killing a couple of birds with one stone. One, you're helping to address the housing shortage that we have in this state, which I think is one of our biggest challenges. Two, you're taking slack out of that commercial market, so you're helping to create some stability in that market, and so both of these together, I think, help to address or help to mitigate the profound challenge that commercial real estate markets are going to face in the years ahead.
Thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you.
Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you. Good to see you here, Mayor Bronin. So looking, I think specifically at Bill 1245. This bill would authorize $2.5 billion in new bonding and $250 million a year. One question of priorities and affordability. You have heard in our public hearing a request from CSCU for $2.18 billion. We now have the Community Investment Fund, which is $175 million a year for distressed communities. I see we have the Social Equity Fund, which is to invest the proceeds from retail cannabis. Money is taken out of there. Where is the line? We need vibrant cities. We need to make sure that they are economically strong, that we are providing the opportunities for the people who live there. And I not this specific bill, but 1240 intercept sales tax revenue, which OPM estimates upwards of $227 million a year. We know we do not have an unlimited pot. I'm asking for you to explain how we make those numbers work and why we should make this a top priority when we are hearing from our, home health care. And again, we're not appropriations,
Sure.
But we are asking to put more money on the state credit card for areas that we've already put a lot of money on the state credit card. So I'd like you to weigh in for me, please.
Sure. Thanks, Representative Cheeseman. With respect to the point about the sales tax and the intercept of sales tax, one thing I think that's important to keep in mind is that the last time the sales tax was raised, it was raised with a promise that half of that increase in revenue would go to municipalities. That promise was not kept by the state. And so my first argument would be the source of revenue that should be used to fund some of this revenue diversification for municipalities is the source that was originally promised as a source for revenue diversification. As you know, I recently proposed my budget to our city council, and I recognize and respect the fact that there are always difficult trade-offs and prioritization that needs to be done. And I wouldn't presume to tell you, how to balance all of these. What I would say is that I think all of these ideas are good ideas that would make a big difference. Respect to your point about high poverty neighborhoods, a few things. You're right about CIF. Although it's important to recognize that CIF goes to communities as a whole that experience a certain level of distress or economic challenge. It doesn't necessarily go to the parts of those communities that are most economically distressed. And so I appreciate the focus in this bill on those areas that are most desperately needed of investment. And I would say, with no disrespect to the General Assembly, which I think has often tried to do right in this respect, the neighborhoods we're talking about have not seen a tremendous amount of investment. And in order to change the trajectory of a neighborhood that has faced generation after generation of poverty at a level that most communities in Connecticut cannot comprehend, I think directing additional resources, both to creating opportunity for the people who live there and for changing the way those neighborhoods look and feel, is something that would help our state address one of the things that I think we should all be ashamed of, which is that our state has some of the most profound and stark racial and socioeconomic disparities of any place in the country.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative Zupkis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mayor, for coming in. Just following Representative Cheeseman, some of the things I struggle with is that, and I said it to Senator McCrory, our cities get more and more money every year. And I always hear in this building, it's getting worse, and the crisis of these underserved communities and everything that's going on in these cities, in these communities, now it's a crisis or it's getting worse. If this doesn't happen, is your budget, do you put money in from your budget into these communities? What happens with the city of Hartford's money? Do you invest in those communities?
I appreciate that question very much, Representative, because it sort of comes back to that point about the need capacity gap. What we invest almost all of our budget in is basic core services that any community needs and deserves. The overwhelming share of our budget, like every municipal budget, at least most municipal budgets in the state, there may be some towns that have whose cup runneth over so much that they can do the nice to haves rather than the must haves. But for the most part, we just do the must haves. In the last couple of years, we've had a rare opportunity because of the American Rescue Plan to do some of the things that go beyond basic core services. And with those funds, we have absolutely invested in these neighborhoods and these communities that we're talking about. But I think the answer the core of your question is pretty simple. We do the basics, and for the most part, we do the basics paying people less than many suburbs do. So we struggle to do the basics often because we lose police officers and DPW workers and everybody else to communities that are paying 30% more than we are. We've tried to budget and have budgeted rigorously, responsibly. I think if you look at our 8-year growth rate, we are probably among the lowest in the state in terms of the growth of our municipal budget. But the vast majority of that municipal budget, like almost every municipal budget, goes into basic core services.
Okay. Thank you, because I do struggle with that. I want to always make sure that the money that even comes to my towns, and we're not one of those cup runneth over towns, but Waterbury, I serve part of Waterbury, and I want to ensure that when the money comes to these cities and towns, that there's accountability, and that, again, no one has really answered me since I've been here about what happens with all the funding, whether it's with the schools or all of these things, and it's just more and more money. And as Representative Cheeseman said, we're dry, we don't have a money tree outside the Capitol. So that's a concern.
I appreciate it, Representative, but I would say a couple of things. Under no illusions about the difficulty of budgeting in any environment, but I don't know that it's accurate to say the state is dry today. First of all, and if we're not choosing to make investments like this that could change the game for communities now, I'm not sure when we ever will. But beyond that, I think Waterbury is a great example. As Senator Fonfara said, Waterbury's mill rate is in the neighborhood of 60. I suspect that means there's a lot of investment lost to Waterbury. And it's not just a question of how the money is used, it's a question of whether Waterbury has a chance to grow. And that's why I think these provisions are important.
Yeah, and you're right. I guess we do have money from the federal government right now, but that's not going to be here forever. And then what happens? We start funding all these programs, and then the money does go away, and then we still have to fund them. And where does that money come from?
I think it's also true to say, though, that Connecticut's favorable budget projections are not all attributable to federal dollars. In fact, they're largely not attributable to federal dollars. But beyond that, the other thing I would emphasize, which I think is important, is that the property tax is a peculiar tax in that it's not as immediately responsive to economic trends. When there's significant inflation, revenues from sales tax and income tax go up. As a result, they go up in tandem. Not necessarily true of the property tax. So one of the other arguments for revenue diversification for communities is to make sure that communities aren't stuck in a position where the costs of running a local government and delivering the basic core services that you can't do without are going up. But the revenue base is not, because it's not tied in the same way to the economic trends that income tax and sales tax are.
Well, thank you. It's a difficult one for sure. And I appreciate it.
Representative Baumgarten.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mayor, for joining us today. I know you have to run soon, so I'll keep it brief. Just want to ask you about 1242 on the act concerning waste management. You know, I think you've illustrated today and most certainly in the past about how Hartford has been disproportionately impacted by you know, in large part and because of you hosting the Mira plant for so long. And obviously it's an environmental justice issue. Hartford residents for decades have breathed in air as a result of very polluted air as a result of hosting a regional trash facility that so many of your neighboring communities and communities throughout Connecticut sent their trash to for so long. And so I was just wondering if you could speak to this bill and perhaps how it differentiates from some of the legislation we discussed and passed out of the Environment Committee earlier this session as well.
Thanks very much, Representative. I appreciate the chance to talk on this one too. As you know, this is a broad bill. I've submitted testimony on the legislation that was originally submitted in the Environment Committee on the full range of provisions in this bill. But I appreciate the chance to focus on this particular issue of the long-term remediation and disposition of the Mira site. You know, for more than half a century, this roughly 100 acres of riverfront land on the bank of Connecticut River, the intersection of two major highways, was used to receive and burn about half of the state's trash. And I think we have an opportunity now to try to remediate that site, to reposition it, to make it an asset, not just for the city of Hartford, but for the entire state. That property, as a part of the broader South Meadows, is a property that is rare in New England. There are not many riverfront properties of that size and scale anywhere. And so I think it is an environmental justice issue. I think it's also an economic development opportunity that should be of interest to the entire state. But the only way we're going to take advantage of that is if we dedicate resources to the environmental remediation of a site that for so long disposed of trash. And there are reserves currently in the Mira account. Some of those reserves are being burned down year after year as we speak, as Mira continues to subsidize the tipping fee for the decreasing number of communities that remain in Mira. But it's not really serving any public purpose to do that. The private market, to the extent that Mira is just taking the trash and shipping it out of state, is doing the same thing the private market's doing. The private market's mostly doing it cheaper. So we're burning dollars without achieving a public purpose. And we're taking those resources away from the thing that would allow us to repair the damage and reposition that site for future growth. So I think that's a really important provision in this bill. I will also say, I know that this is not as popular a position, but there are many other things in this bill that I think are the environmentally responsible thing to do. You know, when it comes to extended producer responsibility for packaging, for example, we already pay the costs. We all pay the costs one way or another. We pay the costs in the form of tip fees when that's disposed of. We pay the cost to the extent the packaging is already built into the price of goods. I think it makes a lot of sense to place the incentive on the producers to reduce the amount of trash that's generated through packaging. So there are a number of elements of this bill that I support, but needless to say, the thing that I feel most strongly about, and I appreciate the chance to talk about it, is making sure that we actually clean up the brownfield that has resulted from 50 years of waste disposal on our riverfront.
Well, thank you for your continued leadership on this front, Mayor, and no further questions. Thank you again.
Anyone else from Mayor Bronin? Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Joan Nichols.
Hi, good afternoon. Chairman Fanfara and Horn, Vice Chairs Miller and Moore, and members of the Finance, Revenue and Bonding Committee. My name is Joan Nichols. I'm the Executive Director of Connecticut Farm Bureau, and I'm here today to ask for support of House Bill 6931, an act concerning the reporting frequency for the highway use tax. On behalf of our 2,500 farm businesses, Connecticut Farm Bureau urges support of this bill, which would change the frequency of reporting for the HUT tax from a monthly reporting to a quarterly reporting. The HUT is already a costly and burdensome tax to Connecticut farm businesses, as I have shared in previous public hearings and written testimony. The current requirement for monthly reporting is especially burdensome to farm businesses who are often owner-operators. This means that the farmer who works the field and operates the truck is often the same person who completes the paperwork and the required filings. During the height of the farming season, which is starting as we speak, which begins with spring planting and ends with the harvest season in late fall, our farmers are working 7 days a week and very, very long hours. There simply is not enough time during these months to complete all the required paperwork, let alone monthly filings for HUT. There are other complexities with this law which are especially burdensome to farms. Farms use a variety of trucks that are on short hauls, field to field, long hauls from farm to markets. Sometimes the trucks are empty, sometimes trucks are partially filled, etc. This happens often when hauling manure or during harvest season, as just a few of the examples. Agriculture and farming does not fit the same structure as more conventional sectors such as construction or long haulers. Farmers are highly vulnerable to the impacts of climate change and the unpredictability of weather. I ask your support of House Bill 6931. I also ask your support of an agricultural amendment to repeal the HUT tax for agricultural farming or exempt us from that tax. And I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Questions? Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Senator Moore has her hand up on Zoom.
Senator Moore.
Thank you, Senator Fonfara. Good afternoon, Ms. Nichols.
Good
Thank you
afternoon.
for coming today to give your testimony. I just want, for the sake of clarification, this would not impact the first part of yours regarding going from monthly to quarterly would not impact finances at all. Is that correct?
Right. It's more of it right now, the monthly reporting, not only for agriculture, but I think any of the transportation industry is really an administrative burden. And the bill is asking to change the reporting from monthly to quarterly.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you for your testimony and coming today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Moore. Good to see you today. Commissioner Bartolomeo, I don't know if, she is here. Great. Very patiently waiting. I'm interested in this configuration here. This is a good thing, I hope.
We're begging your indulgence and allowing us to
Absolutely.
testify together and save time for everybody.
Excellent.
So thank you. And I would just like to introduce that I am here with Don Schubert from CCIA, Connecticut Construction Industries Association, as well as Mike Lucenti, who is our Director of Tax, Patrick Flaherty, who is our Director of Research, as well as Heidi Lane, who is our Legal Director and here available as well. So hi, Senator Fonfara, Representative Cheeseman, and honorable members of the committee. I thank you for the opportunity to provide you testimony on SB 1237. I actually am going to read this testimony, even though I know you have it there, which is sometimes frowned upon, but there's so much detail in here that I think it's important for others to hear this. The Connecticut Department of Labor respectfully opposes this bill. SB 1237 presents multiple federal conformity issues, subjects Connecticut employers to the potential loss of federal tax credits, and Connecticut Department of Labor to the potential loss of federal administrative funding. In addition, this bill substantially changes current law as modified by both Public Acts 21-200 and 22-67. And Connecticut Department of Labor has already begun work to comply with the January 1st, 24 dates for these acts. Public Act 21-200 and 2267 were really carefully constructed in a way that assists employers in adjusting to the new statutorily prescribed rates through a phased-in approach while still complying with federal conformity requirements. This resulting law sets the maximum charge rate at 10%. However, for calendars years 24 through 27, it then applies divisors 1.47, 1.26, 1.12, and 1.0. And what this does is this lowers every employer's charge rate as well as sets the maximum rate at 6.8, 7.9, 8.9, and 9.5 respectively before it gets to 10%. The divisors are the mechanism in the current law, which phases in the maximum charge rate and actually all rates, while also ensuring that no experience year will have a maximum charge rate of less than the federally required 5.4. And any company in an industry where the average benefit ratio increases by 1% or more is also going to see a downward adjustment in their benefit ratio. However, SB 1237 presents many concerns, including but not limited to federal nonconformity, additional long-term costs to employers, additional costs to the state, and a delay in achieving solvency for the Unemployment Insurance Trust Fund. This bill would reduce the maximum charge rate from 10% to 6.4, 7.4, 8.4, and 9.4 in 2027, but it also continues to apply the divisors that are in the current law. And so therefore, this means that in 2024, it is not in conformity with federal law. And we have confirmed that with USDOL. Next, by decreasing the maximum charge rates as previously described, substantially less unemployment insurance trust fund revenue will be generated, and the effect of this decrease is approximately $134 million less into the trust fund over the next 4 years. This is about 46% would be experienced just in 2024 alone in the first year. So the trust fund would not reach solvency until well beyond what we currently estimate, which is 2029 or 2030. And that means that it would also extend the requirement that all employers pay a solvency tax until the trust fund reaches solvency. So they would be paying much longer. It could also result in taxable employers experiencing a reduction of their food tax credits, which means that they would pay more federal taxes beyond May of 2024, just 1 year from now, when we currently project that to be paid off. So USDOL also confirmed for us that the 25% cap on an employer's annual rate charge contained within this law is not in conformity with federal law. So notwithstanding this conformity issue, we actually did analyze if it were to be allowed, and it would actually cost about $58 million per year of loss to trust fund revenue. So we've already also at Connecticut Department of Labor incurred
30
substantial
seconds.
expense to begin this technological changes for Public Act 21-200 and 22-67. So we need to continue this work, or we're not going to be able to meet the January 1st, 2024 effective deadline. That means there's going to be continued work and expense right now. It also means that if this 1237 were to become law, there'd be a period of time where we would not be able to have a tax rate charge for employers, and we wouldn't be able to collect revenue, and therefore there would be non-compliance as well.
You've reached 3 minutes. Please summarize.
Okay, so additional state funding would be required, and this actually would be extremely problematic. And we hope that folks now understand that there is a phase in current 21-200 current law. Thank you. I am so sorry that did I run all of our time or just my time? And Don, who was number 12? or
As a
something?
panel, you have 5 minutes. You did 5 minutes.
Would someone else? Don, a question?
Again, the panel can answer the question I just asked.
Thank you, Senator, and chairs and ranking members of the committee. My name is Don Schubert. I'm the president of the Connecticut Construction Industry Association, and I came here today to support Bill number 1237. And I'd like to thank the members of the committee for their time and interest in this bill. However, we've received some very good news from the Connecticut Department of Labor today. And we learned that there was a phase-in in Public Act 2267 that went relatively unnoticed. And once we had the opportunity to look at that phase-in and compare it to the language in 1237, we realized that it tracks very closely. So at this point, we think the best path forward would be for a group of us to get together with the Department of Labor, maybe create some guidance or some understanding of how this rollout of this bill is going to work and get the word out to people in business so they could understand it and try to prepare their business plans accordingly. But lastly, I would like to just remind the committee that this is a rather large tax increase, and my industry is still dealing with inflation, material cost spikes, energy cost increases, supply chain disruptions, soaring labor costs, and some other things post-pandemic that are still putting a lot of pressure on our employers. So this is still a big tax, but we're very pleased to hear the testimony from the Department of Labor today. And we really look forward to just working together with them going forward to make this work.
Well, I'm not going to argue with perfect or closer to it. So glad to see the collaboration here today. Don't get that very often. I'll just say that for the few of us remaining here, the gentleman sitting to the right of Mr. Schubert, a long time ago colleague of mine, sat on this side of the room. Doctor, we're grateful for your service all these years to our state. Questions? Seeing none. Oh.
Senator Moore has her hand up online too. Sorry for interrupting.
I took that nod as a no, but Senator Moore.
Hi, Senator Pompeo. You just don't want to see me, huh?
Not to the contrary, to the contrary.
I just want to take a moment to acknowledge my former colleague, Commissioner Bartomello, and also to Don Schubert, who I've known for some time. And it does my heart good to hear you say, Don, that you recognize there are some things we didn't know about. I'm going through this myself with some bills that I'm working on that I didn't know existed as we move forward on some legislation, but that you're willing to work in collaboration with the Department of Labor to figure this out. And I appreciate that. And I hope that we can see more. And I hope this works out to your satisfactory. But what I'm understanding is that you no longer oppose the bill. Is that correct?
Senator, we no longer support the bill. We don't think it's necessary at this time.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Moore. Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you. I want to thank all of you for coming here today, particularly you, Commissioner, and you, Mr. Schubert. I think anyone who worked on the original bill to reform the system can recognize the amount of hard work that went in, the difficulty in achieving the desired goals, and the need to put us on a path to solvency. Because many people don't understand, apart from the people who actually run a business, the state doesn't pay this. It's the employers who pay this tax. And the longer we're insolvent, the higher the cost. What was it? Took 7 years last time we had to borrow from the federal government. So I'm pleased we put the phase in last year, even if it was not noticed by many people. And I will add that the bill, even among construction companies, 73% of them see a decrease or no change. And the ones who are seeing the higher rate, it's unfortunate, but at least now we talk about fairness. You know, the nonprofits were in my world were so grateful when this legislation went forward. And again, conversation is a good thing, particularly when it lets people know things they didn't know before. So I want to thank you all for coming today and your hard work and your willingness to work together. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you. See no other questions. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, everyone.
Senator.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Michael O'Friel.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Chairpersons Fonfara, Horn, and members of the committee. My name is Michael O'Friel. I'm the General Counsel at Wind Waste Innovations. Wind Waste operates waste energy facilities in Bridgeport and Lisbon, the Nash Montefiore and Putnam, collection facilities in Stamford and Norwalk, 9 transfer stations in southwestern Connecticut, and a recycling facility in Stamford. I'm testifying today against portions of Senate Bill 1242 that would implement an extended producer responsibility program and impose new assessments on waste disposed of at the state's waste energy facilities and transfer stations. While we support the development of safe, economically sustainable, and environmentally responsible recycling programs, a statewide extended producer responsibility program for all packaging materials and paper products has the potential to harm existing recycling programs and discourage the development of new ones. Connecticut already has one of the highest recycling rates in the country, due in large part to the significant investments in recycling facilities made by the private waste companies in the state. Abandoning the state's existing recycling infrastructure will strongly disincentivize future private investments and undercut the state's goal of improving recycling rates. Also decreasing recycling capacity and potentially decreasing access to recycling services for its residents. The need for an EPR should be determined only after a comprehensive statewide assessment of the existing system and should include improvements to the existing infrastructure rather than the creation of duplicative facilities and programs which may not be as effective. The producers will pass on the costs to collect, process, and market the recyclables in the form of higher prices to consumers. EPR is really just another tax on Connecticut citizens. So instead of establishing an EPR, we would support a simpler and more effective solution of setting post-consumer content standards for materials. Such standards will create robust markets for materials recovered through existing recycling programs. We also strongly oppose the $150 per ton increase in the solid waste assessment fee on solid waste processed at the state's waste energy facilities and the new $5 per ton solid waste assessment on waste delivered to transfer stations. At the outset, we believe these assessments are likely unconstitutional under the Commerce Clause, but they're also bad policy. They're simply increased taxes on Connecticut taxpayers since they're likely to be passed on to residents and businesses. If the state wishes to increase taxes on Connecticut taxpayers to pay for things like recycling programs, it should do so directly, not through these assessments. These costs will impact the financial viability of the existing infrastructure, waste infrastructure within the state, particularly the waste energy facilities, which have been recognized as important to manage the state's waste problems. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Questions? Seeing none. Matt Pfeiffer. Matt Pfeiffer. Mary Gardner.
Good afternoon. Thank you, co-chairs, ranking members, and members. My name is Mary Gardner, and I'm the assessor for Groton, and I'm also currently the president of the Connecticut Association of Assessing Officers. We are in opposition to Senate Bill 1238, and I respectfully would ask that you review my testimony letter, attachments, and review the Board of Assessment Appeal documents. And I appreciate your time in allowing me to add these comments for your consideration. Connecticut General Statutes 12117A was corrected last year to even the playing field for municipalities on real estate tax appeals. by requiring the appraisals for properties assessed over $1 million. A $1 million assessment equates to a $1.4 million appraised value. 1238 proposes to increase the threshold from 1 million to 5 million in assessment and requires, of course, the property owner to provide an appraisal in these cases. A $5 million assessment equates to a $7.1 million appraised value. I ran some stats today. Groton has 778 commercial, industrial, or apartment properties. 115 of those accounts are assessed between the 1 million and the $5 million threshold, and they total up to about $234 million in assessed value, or $334 million in appraised value. Only 37 of these accounts are assessed over $5 million, and they total about $1.36 billion in assessment, or about $2 billion in appraised value. And that includes our two top taxpayers, Electric Boat and Pfizer. This proposed change would remove a slew of properties that are leased to our national tenants. You have to think CVS, Walgreens, all the fast food restaurants, car dealerships, hotels, and small shopping centers. The $5 million threshold proposal will rule out some of our portfolio sales. These are properties that are made up of multiple sites, but purchased as a single property. One sale price, which is spread over several parcels of land. And this may make a situation where not one single parcel meets the $5 million threshold to trigger the appraisal that we need. And here's an example. The city of Hartford has a portfolio property currently appraised for 6.8 million. It recently sold for 10.2 million. The law firm that handled the sale represented the buyer, the seller, and the lender, and they are now taking an appeal with the tax courts on that value. Some more statistics for your consideration. Hartford's BAA recently changed 236 assessments, and they reduced their 22 grand list by $15.3 million in assessment.
You've reached 3 minutes. Please summarize.
Thank you very much. We oppose Senate Bill 1238, and we would ask for your committee to oppose it as well. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Could you share with the committee your reasons for opposing it? You mentioned that it would remove a number of your properties, commercial properties, from the requirement of getting an appraisal. What is I don't believe you stated the reasons for why, other than it removes those properties from that requirement. Is that the sole reason?
No, it was in my letter of testimony, but I can touch on them quickly if you like.
Please.
Thank you. There's no harm in letting the Board of Assessment Appeal hear the tax appeals from a commercial, apartment, and industrial property owners. Part of 1238 removes that and lets them go straight to the court. But frankly, we prefer to hear those because there might be things that we discovered during the Board of Assessment Appeal that we would not know otherwise.
But if a property owner chooses, it's at their option to not pursue that, what harm is there in that?
If a property owner chooses to not go through the Board of Assessment Appeal?
Correct.
It may be that they pay for an appraisal and an attorney fees when it could have been settled at the local level.
How often does it get settled at the local level? My understanding is very rarely do the Board of Appeals do anything other than deny.
That's really not true, Senator Fonfara. The Board of Assessment Appeals often tries very hard to work with the property owner when sufficient information has been provided to come up with a reasonable value. They don't negotiate with the property owner, but they will certainly review anything that comes to them.
Could you provide the committee with your statistics of how often the going to the Board of Appeals results in a different outcome in terms of the assessment of the property?
I'd be happy to.
And with respect to the requirement that currently anything over $1 million that an appraisal is required, how often, if you know, has your town or your office gone forward with getting an independent appraisal?
Yep, I can certainly let you know that.
Great. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
Before I dismiss you, Representative Baumgarten has his hand up, I believe.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to say hello to my tax assessor. Hi, Mary. And thank you for all the great work you do for our community. I did have a chance, and we've been shooting some emails back and forth throughout the day. I did read some testimony from some other folks about this bill, and I did want to clarify an issue, of course. I, as a former chair of the Personnel and Appointments Committee, take a lot of pride in our, the makeup of our boards and commissions. And I also know that the Board of Assessment Appeals is a great group of committed volunteers showing up and doing their homework and working collaboratively with you and your team. And so I do take exception to anybody who asserts, over assessment, right? And without having all the facts. So if you can kind of speak to some of those issues that way, we can get a sense of really, what some of the issues you've dealt with with your office pertaining to, these appeal issues.
I'm happy to do that, and I will put together a document for your review that has, the hard facts on the appeals. We reevaluated in 2021. We had about 330 appeals. I don't know off the top of my head how many the board made changes to or didn't make changes to. I do know that only 32 of those appeals went to the court. And we are in the process of working through the court system right now. 2 of those appeals have been withdrawn. One of them is because the property owner couldn't prove the burden of overassessment because our values are not that far apart. And the other property, the property owner provided an appraisal which was higher than our value. So they agreed to withdraw both cases. But I can tell you that our Groton Board of Assessment Appeal will be meeting in the next couple of weeks, which is why I can't give you any statistics on our board. We filed for an extension this year, but our board members have taken the courses that are offered by CAAO for Board of Assessment Appeal members. Our 5 board members have been on the board for an average of 10 years. 1 member is a state certified CCMA 2 assessor and has a bachelor's degree in real estate. They hear appeals for all properties, especially properties over $1 million, as I said before, because it gives us an opportunity to discover facts we otherwise would not know to be in existence. They will perform site visits upon request. They constantly ask for justification of my value. Mary, why did you come up with this value? What was your data? What information did you have? They constantly try to find comparable properties in town to look at. They're all residents, so they know the town really well. They really do a good job with their homework. And I can say that they historically will not consider changes to the value if some kind of sufficient data has not been provided. And that happens often. So typically, those are the cases that might go to court. And sometimes that they just don't feel like the data that they have been provided really tells them the story.
Thank you again, Mary, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Gardner. With respect to this group of 1 to 5 million, do you know, or if you could provide the committee as soon as possible, the percentage of appeals that are taken that go to court or are settled beyond the Board of Appeals process?
I'd be happy to. I will also say there are times, I know during the 2016 revaluation, I think we had 5 accounts. I think for 21 reval, we had 1 account where it was a national chain. They took an appeal with the board and we agreed to a value through the board, and both parties, the town and the property owner, signed a stipulated agreement saying that the property owner would not take the appeal any further, which allows us to avoid the court system. I know other towns that do that as well. I can honestly say that my experience in Groton and talking to other assessors, boards of assessment appeals do a good job, and they try very hard to communicate with their assessors and their taxpayers and be respectful of both sides, because the whole goal here is to be fair to the town and fair to the taxpayer at the same time.
And forgive me if I asked this question earlier, but if you don't know how often you hire, and I think I did ask the question actually, how often you do hire an appraisal, that an appraisal be performed on your side as well as on the other side.
I do believe Senator Fonfara, for the 2016 grand list, it wasn't that many appeals. I think we had about maybe 45 appeals, and I would say less than 10 times we hired an outside appraiser. We're just starting to get into our 2021 reval court cases. So I don't have an answer for you there, but in the past, it has not been that much. It truly has not been that often.
Right, but I don't, until last year, there wasn't a requirement that both sides had to do an appraisal. Am I correct in that?
Well, the assessor's record stands as the appraisal, and I think that's been covered in case law. But true, it went into effect as of July of this year.
Right. So have you taken any or performed any or your separate independent appraisals since the law went into effect?
We have contracted with one appraiser for a major shopping center, which includes CVS, and it's also the same case that included 2 other properties that have been withdrawn. So we contracted for an appraiser to pay a little over $10,000 for the 3 subject properties. 2 of the properties have been withdrawn, and so it's dropped the cost of the appraisal down considerably.
Thank you very much for your testimony today. Seeing no questions. Gene Cronin.
Hello, Senator Fonfara, Senator Martin, Representative Cheeseman, and Representative Horn in her office. My name is Jean Cronin. I am the Executive Director of the Connecticut School Transportation Association, more commonly known as COSTA. And I was here today to actually, you have my testimony, to speak in favor of Senate Bill 1237 on the unemployment compensation rate that would have phased it in over a 4-year period. We did receive some information this morning from the Department of Labor, and then through conversations in the hallway with Senator Bartolomeo, we realized that there was legislation passed last year that actually put in a second phase in. So there's actually a 4-year phase in of the rate increase here that we were very, very concerned about. So we will be sitting down with the commissioner and Don Schubert's group and some of the other seasonal industries to talk to the commissioner and run through those rates, but we're being told they're pretty close to the numbers we're looking at. And I just wanted to explain to you just some issues why we're very concerned as an industry about the unemployment. As you know, school buses are a seasonal industry. We don't have year-round school. So our drivers during the off season, and that would be summer vacations and school vacations, such as this week, they collect unemployment. And the reason they collect unemployment is it sustains them and it keeps them able to be working for us because they can't afford not to be paid when they're not working for us. Those drivers are very well trained. We put them through 4 weeks of training. They have to take a CDL license, both the written and the skill test. They have background checks. We would not be able to recruit and retain these drivers if we were not able to keep them year round through this unemployment insurance process. So financially, school bus companies are still recovering from COVID. We had a very difficult time with some school districts who did not want to pay their school bus contractors for those, the off time. We are paying drivers much higher wages. As you know, we've had a school bus driver shortage for years. It started long before COVID, but the starting rate now for a school bus driver is about $23 an hour. And we also have the electric school bus mandate that is coming down the road for us soon. So we've got some very serious expenses coming. And the additional fact that most people don't realize, school bus contracts are 5 years in duration. So they renew about every 5 years. And the reason for that is because when we get new contracts, the school districts want new buses. And so to amortize the cost of those buses, they give us a 5-year contract. So it's a blessing and a curse. You can amortize your vehicles, but by the same token, when you get large increases, when you get a very large unemployment tax increase, you cannot pass that along. You've got a 5-year contract. But I will say that at the time those contracts do renew with the towns, that cost will be passed along in the form of a new rate increase, obviously.
30
And that will
seconds.
be borne by the Board of Education and ultimately by the taxpayers. So the phase-in is very important to us. We're glad we had that conversation with the commissioner. We don't think we need the bill now. We will be talking with the department and the other industries to talk about these rate impacts on the industry. It is going to be tough, but we do understand, as Representative Cheeseman pointed out, there is a need to reform this system, and you folks did it in 2021. And although we were not at that table, we're glad to see that there's a phase in and a recognition that we need a little bit of a longer time to absorb this increase. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you, Jean. I'll just do quick. Thank you, Chairman, for coming here today. And as we heard from the Department of Labor, as you know, acknowledge there is the phase in now. And certainly under the terms of this bill, we would have been in great danger in terms of violating federal law. So again, I welcome conversations as you do and make sure we get things right going forward. So thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah,
Thank
and
you.
thank you for being open to listening to us. I appreciate that.
Anyone else? Thank you. Matthew Sika.
Yes, good afternoon, Senator Fanfara, Representative Horn, Senator Martin, Representative Cheeseman, and distinguished members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Matthew Sika. I'm tax counsel for NBC Universal, and I appear before you today to present testimony in support of Race Bill 6929. Bill 6929 would enhance the competitiveness of Connecticut's film, TV, and digital media tax credit program by allowing a production company or its 50% or more affiliate the opportunity to use 92% of a tax credit's face value against its sales tax liability instead of the current 78% in statute, while generating a stronger fiscal return for the state. The current sales tax offset of 78% is significantly below what you can receive for the credit by selling it on the market, meaning the current statutory mechanism that was intended to save the state money for every credit issued and to establish greater predictability for production companies to utilize their credits earned will never be employed. The sales tax offset was meant to be a continuation of the successful policy adopted in 2017 when the state allowed production companies to use credits earned against their Connecticut community antenna tax liability at a discount of 92%. The resulting savings from the antenna tax offset has been projected to save the state more than $5 million through 2022. The market for tax credits in Connecticut has historically fluctuated between the upper 80s and lower 90s. So at a 92% rate to offset against the antenna tax, it was appealing, leading to this savings for the state. At 78%, the sales tax offset will not be utilized because it's more financially beneficial to sell the credit to a third party. And once sold, the credits are applied by the third party on their tax return at 100% of the credit face amount, resulting in no savings to the state. With Bill 6929 bringing the sales tax offset in line with the antenna tax offset at 92%, production companies will be incentivized to use the credit against their sales tax liability rather than selling it on the market. And by doing so, the state will benefit with an 8% savings. I'd also like to take the opportunity to respectfully request that the members consider having this amendment to the sales tax offset effective for income years commencing on or after January 1, 2023, rather than January 1, 2024, so production companies and the state can begin to benefit from this change in the current year.
30 seconds.
Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak with you today in support of this bill. And on behalf of NBC Universal, we look forward to continuing our longstanding and valued relationship with the state of Connecticut and the communities in which we operate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sika. Thank you for your testimony. Questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Elizabeth Fraser.
Good afternoon, Senator Fonfara and Representative Horn, Senator Martin, and Representative Cheeseman, and esteemed members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Liz Fraser. I'm the Policy Director for the Connecticut Association for Human Services, and I'd like to comment today on a couple of bills. The first is Senate Bill 1245, and this bill seeks to support some of the lowest opportunity census tracts in our state and providing critical funding for infrastructure, community economic development, workforce development, and education. We know that when parents do better, children have better long-term outcomes. We suggest that providing opportunities for quality early care and education should be prioritized as well. Affordable early care allows for parents to work and go to school and go to training programs as their children are learning and growing in quality programs. And a multi-generational approach is a socially sound way to build a community and provides a long-term return on investment. Going on to House Bill 6934, CAUSE would like to express our continued support for an increased Connecticut earned income tax credit targeted towards the very low income families who struggle to live in our expensive state. We ask that the increased EITC be accompanied with a proposed child tax credit, which has higher eligibility levels than the EITC. We are most concerned with the Alice families who are not eligible for most social service programs, yet struggle to make ends meet and provide for their families. On line 774, tax incentives supporting early care and education, the language explicitly reminds us that companies who wish to receive tax incentives to provide early care for their employees may partner with community nonprofits through donations or capital contributions to increase their early care capacity. When large companies partner with communities to address the lack of early care, it is a win-win situation. The company is able to hire needed employees who may have young children, and the infrastructure becomes a community asset with some spaces available for the general public, and will remain a community asset should the company change their direction. It's a good thing when state funds and tax credits not only support the needs of large companies, but also the local communities they reside in. And although this is not specifically addressed in this bill, I must take every opportunity to address the ongoing childcare situation.
30 seconds.
The status quo of parents burdened with the cost of childcare in combination with only about 1/3 of early providers operating in the black leaves us with real challenges to attract a younger workforce to the state. It's not just a Connecticut issue. Our neighboring states are already acting. Massachusetts enacted a millionaire's tax to support the system with about $400 million to start. New York has plans to substantially increase early childhood funding, and Vermont is on the verge of a transformational early child care reform package. Going forward, Connecticut needs to be prepared too. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Representative Meskers.
Thank you, Chairman Fonfara. I listened with interest to your commentary, Susan, and I'd like you to expound a little bit. We've had the discussion, you and I believe in the cafeteria at the LLB regarding early childhood education. You know, I see a host of social programs, and it's not that I'm against social programs. I think the problem is there's limits at the state level for financing. And I'm not going to ask you to choose and take, make that difficult choice. But if you could expound a little bit about, when I think about either the earned income tax credit, which I know is functional in terms of reducing poverty levels, I think, how should I, as a legislator, from your point of view, look at the priorities there? Or are you capable, without antagonizing various interest groups, to give me, your view? My personal view is that earned income tax, the early childhood education should be our number one focus, given, the achievement gap, closing that achievement gap, given the getting people back to the workforce and providing a support and comprehensive education program. So I'd love your thoughts on it.
Well, I think they both serve different purposes. The EITC is a tax policy that helps to make taxes a more equal, on a more equal basis across the state. The same with the child tax credit. I believe we're one of the only states that can have some sort of measure mechanism to support families raising children. The early care crisis is a huge state problem. Because I recently conducted, well, several surveys over the past year and a half. And the last survey indicated that only about 1/3 of early care providers are actually operating in the black. 1/3 are operating in the red, and 1/3 are operating just barely breaking even. This is very troubling because this was including ARPA money in this equation. ARPA money is running out. It's going to be gone. We have guardrails in place that make it very difficult to raise money, to spend money, and to use it for this purpose. And there's going to have to be a public will to really make early childhood part of a public good, where parents can actually go to work and you can get more women back into the workplace. We learned during the pandemic that K-12 education was just as much childcare in many instances as early care and education. Families struggled with kids being home. We know from brain development that early care is more than care. It's also education, because most of the brain is developing in that time span between 0 and 5, 0 and 3, actually. So it's a prime time to really make sure that our children are developing appropriately in all of our communities, and that we are attracting young people to the state, kids like my sons who, and many folks around this building who I've heard say, yeah, they're not going to have kids right away. They just can't afford it. They have to buy a house or whatever. They're going to postpone it. We need a young workforce, and we need to attract people to the state. So I think a tax issue with the EITC or the child tax credit is equalizing the tax system. I think early care and education is a workforce issue that and a state economic viability issue that other states are working on. I hope that answers your question.
I guess it does. I guess what I was looking for and what I was thinking is that when I think about equity and growth, it's the same issue in terms of early childhood education, in terms of getting people, closing the achievement gap, et cetera. That there's a lot of ancillary benefits in that program that save the state money over time, creates more productive citizens, create people who can move up the economic ladder. And that's why, you know, I'm surprised that I don't hear a more resounding among state policymakers generically.
Well, I absolutely appreciate your bringing this up and having a conversation about it. And I look forward to working further on this. It's extremely important. While I am not in the position to make this choice, nor do I want to, I think that you guys have some really compelling issues to deal with. So
thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Representative Farrar.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Liz, for being here. I know I came in after your testimony, but I'm hoping you can answer my question, because I know that today you're here to testify on 2 bills, which I presume your testimony was focused on. But kind of following up on Representative Mesker's question, I think you noted that not only do we know that our essential investment in childcare is needed in our state, but you noted that we're falling behind compared to our neighbors in a substantial way. And I just wanted to kind of ask the question, you know, being here on the Finance Committee, I know your testimony got at a few pieces of the bills that, you know, do address tax policy, do address some spaces kind of around the margins. We can be supportive of the childcare sector. Are there other things that you think the Finance Committee, in all of the ways we can invest, could and should be doing to, again, really make this transformative change that we need to around our childcare sector?
I think to have true transformative change, to make sure that no parent is paying more than 7 or 10% of their income, which 7% is what the federal government says is reasonable on early care, which is right now more expensive than housing, actually. To do that, it will need a dedicated funding stream. And I am not, I wish I were, but I am not the mathematician wizard that can tell you how to do that. But it will need a dedicated funding stream that operates out from under the spending cap so that we can have a sustainable program that allows early educators to be paid at a wage that can support them, so we can draw a workforce for the early educators, and that parents can afford to go to work and to go to training. It should also be available for education and training so that we can start training our workforce. We know that there are a lot of children not in care right now. And there are waiting lists of programs because classrooms are closed. And this is with ARPA money. So we just need to consider what we're doing. And we know the problem is huge. It will take some years to really flesh out all the details, but we need to really make an effort to start this process and really consider it.
Thank you for that. I think it just highlights, again, the creative and forward-thinking approach that we need to take, because not only, again, as you noted, is it impacting our families immediately in Connecticut, but we are at a competitive disadvantage if we don't pursue something now that addresses this immense need. So thank you for that suggestion, Liz, and I appreciate it. Thank you, the chairman.
Thank you. Anyone else? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
Don Quijada.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, and members of the committee. My name is Don Quijada. I'm the co-owner of Crooked Smile Entertainment Agency, LLC, a minority and woman-owned business based out of Meriden, Connecticut. On behalf of my partner, our company, and myself, I'd like to express our support for House Bill 6929. Our company provides temporary work on a per diem basis to a plethora of film industry professionals and gig economy workers here in Connecticut, as well as some neighboring states. We represent models, actors, dancers, singers, directors, cinematographers, production assistants, editors, script supervisors, makeup and SFX artists, photographers, producers, property owners, and various other professionals, all who depend on the continued development of the film industry here in Connecticut. An article published by News Channel 8, which referenced data according to the Connecticut Department of Economic and Community Development, stated that there were only a dozen major productions filmed in Connecticut last year, which is roughly half of those filmed in Connecticut the previous year. However, on September 9th of last year, Mr. Michael Uslan, chairman of the New Jersey Motion Picture and Television Commission, stated in an interview that over 45 major projects had already been filmed in New Jersey, a state that raised their film tax credit to 35% in certain areas in 2021. That statement was made before the last quarter of the year and is nearly 4 times the amount of major productions Connecticut had the entire year of 2022. Our company doesn't believe that this disparity of productions, and hence the loss of jobs for the workers and talent that we represent, is simply a coincidence. We believe the state of New Jersey made a conscious decision in a valiant effort to increase the quantity of productions in their state. By granting a tax credit merely 5% higher than our own, New Jersey purposely put themselves on the favoring side of a drastically lopsided advantage. At this point, it occurs to me that our only options are to compete or to surrender entirely, because offering a 30% tax credit while New Jersey lures in all the big fish that are swimming away from New York apparently isn't reeling in enough new profitable business to justify that expenditure. As a temporary work placement agency that covers assignments all over the New England and tri-state area, our company does not directly benefit from this bill. Our support for this bill stems from our support for our clients in the film industry.
Okay.
Sorry? Okay.
Please proceed.
our support for this bill stems from our support for our clients and the film industry professionals that we represent. Those same professionals who are apprehensive about joining a union they qualify for because it will limit the compensated opportunities they can get locally due to the large production companies refusing to come to a state that doesn't offer them the same tax credit the neighboring competitors do. Those are the people who will see a direct benefit. This bill can potentially redefine the entire landscape of the film industry in this state and pave a way for groups like the Productions in Connecticut Initiative, the people at the CT Film and TV Alliance, and even myself and our agency to re-energize the industry in Connecticut by establishing and maintaining an infrastructure to create more employment opportunities and collectively bring more culture and art to our home state. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Questions? Seeing none, thank you. Thanks. Nancy Alderman.
Myself, I'm here. Hello, can you hear me okay?
We hear you fine.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, all of you. I'm here in support of Bill 1242, which is addressing EPR in plastic packaging and is also establishing a waste authority, both of which are really important. I'd like to spend my time on why it is so important to have EPR in plastic packaging. I know it's not as popular as I wish it was in the state of Connecticut and with legislators, because I guess there is a thinking that it will cost the consumer slightly more money. I'm not sure that that is the case, but even if it is the case, having all this plastic packaging coming into our homes, wrapping up our food, which is actually not healthy for all of us, beside the fact that it's entering the waste stream, and the fact that if we don't do EPR, there is no other way to reduce our packaging, our plastic packaging. It's not going into recycling. It doesn't get recycled. It gets burned or it gets landfilled. The plastic industry is counting on the fact that states will not enact EPR. They want to produce more and more plastic as the gas and oil is used, going to be used less in our cars and less in our heating by legislation federally. That means they have to use their product somewhere, and they're going to use it into making plastic. So we are up against a waste stream that's only going to get larger and larger. We really have to do something about this. EPR has been enacted in a number of states, and in the states that it has been enacted, it is not only working, but it's also causing companies to rethink how they are packaging things so that they can reduce the plastic in their packaging. It makes all the sense in the world, and I hope that legislators will begin to understand that without EPR, we're not going to be reducing plastic, and they have to decide, is that the world we want to live in? Do we want, when we get scissors that we order through Amazon, which most of us use, you can't even get the scissors out of the packaging because the plastic is so well molded to that scissors. And it goes on and on and on. So none of us can live even a day without plastic. We've tried it. It can't be done.
3 minutes.
We must do
Right.
something. I'm hopeful that you all will really, first of all, I commend this committee because it didn't get out of one of the other committees that it should have, and you resurrected it. And so may I just say, thank you, thank you, thank you. And thank the DEP who has stuck with this year in and year out, trying to get it as good as they can. And I think they have. So I love your support and I thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Alderman. Representative Mashinsky, here in
Thank you, Mr.
person now.
Yep, I was here in the building on Zoom, Mr. Chairman, but now I'm actually here in the
That
committee
count-
room.
That counts.
Um,
Extra
but-
credit.
But thank you. I wanted to thank you, Nancy, for testifying. I know that you care about this bill, and I wasn't sure you were going to show up because you just made an unexpected trip to the hospital. And here you are anyway, testifying. So God bless you. You have persevered to come and testify, even though you probably don't feel like it. Hopefully we can move this bill along, and thank you for your perseverance.
Well, I thank Mary. She is such a stalwart and so important to this tour, whatever. I'm fine. I did end up in the emergency room. I wrote an op-ed today in the Connecticut Mirror about emergency rooms and what I think needs to be done. They did take great care of me. I have no complaints about that. I ended up with diverticulitis. They knew what to do about it. I recovered and I'm fine. But emergency rooms, I'm afraid, and mental health in the emergency rooms need help. But that's another subject. I am here. I would always be here. The subject of plastics is not going away. It's going to get worse. And the oil and gas industry is going to make sure it gets worse. So if we don't do something about it, they will win, we will lose. And thank you all for trying. I know you're trying, and I thank you.
Thank you. And it's just like you to write an op-ed, having been in the emergency room and not finding it to your liking. So it's great. It's great. You never give up, Nancy. Thank you.
Thank you. There are a few of us who don't give up, Mary, and you're one of them.
Okay. Seeing no other questions. Kimberly Hogan.
Chairman and members of the Finance, Revenue and Bonding Committee, my name is Kim Hogan. I am the interim campus CEO at Middlesex Community College. I am testifying today in favor of SB 1246, and I'm joined today with Professor Rebecca Riss-Brown. I've been an employee at Middlesex for over 24 years. And while my remarks today will center on the facilities at Middlesex Community College, I join my fellow CEOs and Connecticut State President John Maduco as an advocate for all community college investments as outlined in CSCU 2030. As we become one college, our student body will become statewide. Regardless of where students take their classes, we must ensure that every student is afforded equitable resources. In addition, faculty and staff should have equitable resources as we will now be employed under one institution. My written testimony for today included photos, so I encourage you to please take a look. Wheaton and Snow Halls are two identical classroom buildings constructed in 1972 on our campus. They were designed as classroom buildings with center corridors, classrooms, science labs, and art studios. Currently, classrooms are outdated, lacking modern advancements found in area high schools and other college campuses. The walls are cement blocks, windows are fogged due to compromised seals, which require asbestos abatement for replacement, and our aesthetics are outdated. Students do not have space to congregate or relax when waiting for class. They simply sit on the floor. This is not sanitary. It causes disruption in the hallways, and it causes students not to spend any extra time on our campus due to a lack of space to do so. Rodents and snakes, yes, snakes, are routinely removed from offices, classrooms, and stairwells despite our efforts to exterminate and control pests from entering buildings. These conditions impact our ability to attract and retain students. Faculty offices are cubicles without privacy for student conversations or space to store items needed for specialized programming needs. This affects our ability to attract and retain faculty and staff. Our restrooms are not ADA compliant in these buildings, and they lack modern environmental hygienic controls. They lack the space to turn a wheelchair around when entering or exiting the room itself. Building infrastructure does not afford the space to become compliant without a major renovation. There are no automatic controls for flushing or washing hands. These buildings lack modern safety items such as basic sprinkler systems. We are proud of all that we accomplish at Middlesex Community College despite our aged facility. I believe you'll agree that it's a reasonable expectation that our workspace and the learning environment for our students should be free from rodents and snakes and should be easily accessible for all. The capital investment requested in the CSCU 2030 for Middlesex includes design and construction dollars to add a connector between our two main classroom buildings. It will add 12,000 square foot of space as well as a full renovation to our existing spaces. Founders Hall is also planned for an additional 15,000 square foot upgrade to that building, which will address the undersized student service programming space I've mentioned. Renovations include safety improvements and end-of-life replacements for mechanical systems. This is a true transformation of our campus identity. I thank you for your attention to the needs of our campus, and I'll now turn over to my colleague, Professor Rebecca Riss-Brown.
Hello, I'm Professor Rebecca Riss-Brown, Criminal Justice Program Coordinator for Middlesex. I have been at Middlesex for the past 14 years as a professor, as an adjunct, but most importantly, I was a student as well. I was recently promoted to snake wrangler, and I removed them from the building. In those 14 years, no significant changes have happened to the academic buildings. I work in the labs. The labs are cramped. There's no storage space. We often work off of carts. Our materials are spread out throughout the buildings. Mine are spread between two buildings. So you'll often see me going up and down the hill with carts of supplies. Our chemicals are oftentimes on carts as well in the labs, which as mentioned was not safe because we also don't have working sprinklers in our, we don't have sprinklers at all in our labs. Middlesex only has 4 labs, a chemistry, an A&P, a bio, and a micro. I have taught in all 4, and they are all not adequate for what we need. The lack of lab and class space creates a scheduling nightmare. I am limited in my course offerings due to the lack of space. Some of my previous speakers have talked about retention. I have students who want to take my forensics course. It fills up in 2 weeks. I cannot offer extra sections because we just don't have the space or any time in between the other labs to offer it.
30 seconds, please summarize.
The lack of lab space is also limiting our program growth, especially for our ODD and our allied health science programs. Classes have to be scheduled off-site at times. Renovating the lab is essential, but added lab space is critical for the growth of Middlesex Community College. As a CJPC, Criminal Justice Program Coordinator, it's really hard to attract students whose facilities in their high schools are better than ours. Thank you.
Questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Rebecca Anderson.
Hi, good afternoon, Madam Chair, Mr. Chairman, and the members of the committee. My name is Rebecca Anderson. I live in Durham, and I'm testifying on HB 6934, specifically the sections that address retiree income taxes. I have lived in Connecticut since 1980. I'm a retired social worker, and my husband is a retired public employee. Like many middle-class retirees, we have a comfortable retirement income, but we are not wealthy. I stated I was neutral on this bill because I fully support the effort to address the problems with the income cliff, but also believe there should be additional relief for retirees who wish to remain in Connecticut. I feel more needs to be done to address the income cliff, as the proposal has narrow income bands and a fairly rapid phase out of the exemptions. I also think the legislation should address the marriage penalty and the fact that there is no provision for cost of living increases in the proposal. I understand the effort the committee has made to reduce the penalties inherent in the income cliff and the effort to balance the expense of these changes with many competing demands on the state budget. But I am disappointed that for dual income couples like us, the proposal does not account equally for both retirement incomes and the money saved into our respective retirement accounts. It does not seem equitable that the phase out would be up to $100,000 each for a potential total of $200,000 if we were not married, but it is only $150,000 because we are married. Since the intent of the changes in the tax code was to give a break to retirees and to try to keep retirees and the money they spend in Connecticut, I want to mention that our state is out of step with most of the other states in the Northeast. Almost all of the states in the Northeast fully exempt Social Security regardless of your income. Several provide additional forgiveness for some pension and IRA income without imposing an income threshold. Some do not tax any retirement income at all. While certainly most retirees will be helped by varying degrees by the changes in HB 6934. Many other middle-class retirees with comfortable but not excessive incomes earned through years of hard work and saving will fall off the new cliffs created by the phase-out with its rapidly decreasing exemptions. This is especially true because there is no provision to raise the income thresholds in step with the COLA increases granted by Social Security, and I'm happy to share an example of how this might affect taxes for a couple with an average Social Security income. And married couples will continue to be disadvantaged versus their single counterparts for bringing two buckets of retirement income to the table. I thank you for the remedies being proposed, but respectfully ask that you consider further refining the tax legislation and provide additional tax relief for retirees in Connecticut. I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Questions? Seeing none, thank you. Eric Getty?
Good afternoon. I'm Eric Getty here on behalf of CBIA, the Connecticut Business and Industry Association, and I submitted a couple pieces of testimony today. One was in opposition to Senate Bill 1237, which, based on some earlier testimony, I think it just saved you 3 pages of reading. The other was on Senate Bill 1239, creating a permanent corporate surcharge. But I just want to talk in general terms about tax policy and the impact it has on Connecticut's economic prospects. But first, I just want to continue to praise this committee for initially proposing, passing, and then also supporting the extension of the 2017 fiscal reforms. This should be Exhibit A, particularly in terms of providing fiscal health and stability, both critical considerations for businesses making long-term strategic decisions. Workforce, or the availability of skilled workers, is another critical consideration. Today, the lack of skilled workers is the greatest threat to Connecticut's economic growth. It's a challenge that this committee can help address, particularly in terms of the state's cost of living and high cost of doing business. The Tax Foundation ranks our business tax burden 47th out of 50 this year, and CNBC, an annual survey applauded by many policymakers as unbiased, scored our cost of living and doing businesses 43 and 45 respectively in its last survey. But what undermines all of the successes of our state's fiscal policy is the inconsistency. Businesses need a stable tax environment to make decisions about where to grow, and more importantly, where to create opportunities. Providing consistency, stability, predictability to our residents and businesses needs to be the focus of this committee. And unfortunately, there are bills on the agenda that do just the opposite. Today's agenda includes efforts that appear to make the temporary corporate surcharge tax permanent. This tax was acquiesced to by the business community during an economic downturn with promises that it would sunset in 2019. It was later extended to 2021, then it was extended to 2023. SB 981, which you heard last week, further extends the surcharge to 2026. SB 1239 on today's agenda extends the surcharge and appears to make it permanent unless employers are willing to agree to significant changes to employee compensation plans. The capital base tax was supposed to begin to sunset in 2021. In 21, the date for beginning the phase out over several years was pushed out to 2024.
30 seconds.
The pass-through entity tax was put in place in 2018 to help mitigate the impact of federal tax changes that cap SALT deductions, resulting in significantly higher taxes for Connecticut small businesses. 1 year later, the state reduced the credit by 6% to fill a hole in the 2019 budget, effectively doubling the tax rate on these small businesses. Despite the fact that we now have record budget surpluses, I sense, but I may be wrong, some reluctance to restore this credit and help our smallest employers. At the end of the day, tax policy is an important tool for promoting economic development. The business community is not asking for giveaways from you. We just need stability. We need to incentivize business activities that we like, such as R&D and investing in growing businesses. And when we find ourselves in the fortunate situation where we have surpluses rather than giant budgetary holes, we just ask you to allow job creators to share in some of the tax relief. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Eric. Any questions for Mr. Getty? Apparently not. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wayne Holmes. Wayne Holmes. Bella Johnson, Lori Ruxmeyer. Elsa Nooner. The bell is already rung, sir. I can't see your face.
Oh, how's that?
Uh,
Hello, my name is Wayne Holmes. I'm here to support House Bill 6929. Thank you for having me to come up and speak on behalf of this bill. On behalf of Connecticut's film industry, which we worked so hard desperately back in 2006 to get started. And I remember seeing some of you back then. Right now, I just want to say, I work in the art department. I'm an art director. And I've been flying down to Georgia and New Jersey, and I just came back from Florida, and we are now looking to improve Connecticut's tax credits here. I just saw a recent speaker come up and talk about how the business is booming in New Jersey, upstate New York. The films are backed up at some of the studio spaces there. And in Canada, they're really doing well too. I'd like to see the same thing happen here, but we need to take our tax credits and make some slight adjustments to make them competitive, and also to help get some of the facilities built that would allow the Connecticut to surge in this industry. One of the things I really liked about this bill that was created was the incremental point system that's based on adding points to the tax credits. For instance, at 30%, adding 5% scripted TV productions for over a 10th month series commitment. Well, that's a long-standing commitment to be able to put a production in the state. So once you're here and you're planting roots and you're staying that long, that's a real incentive for a series to come here. And I think that should be taken into consideration. Part of the process that the producers and the accountants go through is to see where they can find savings and to where they can find additional tax credits in the early parts of pre-production. So for them to go through these incremental tax points to see where they can add stock to their budget, be able to create incentives for themselves and their productions is really interesting, because by adding these added percentages, they're pre-qualifying, and they're talking about where they could shoot in the state. There's another one, the 5% increase, setting up productions in economically disparate communities, whether that be rural communities like I worked in Plainfield and
30
Sterling, and I've worked in the inner cities. There's a lot of that makes a big difference, so they can start looking at different parts of the state to find these different communities and to be able to film there. As an art director, I do a lot of scenic work. I do a lot of scouting work. And I really look forward to doing a lot more work in Connecticut and to be able to bring some more of these marquee productions to the state and these series to the state. And thusly also be able to bring the infrastructure for the new studio sound stages that are being proposed right now. So I appreciate you having me, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. I really would look, as being in financing and bonding and understanding the tax credits and how they work, to take a look at all the pre-qualifiers of the 2%, 5%, and all these different increments. It's very unique. It's very good, because all those qualifiers allow you to be able to. I'm sorry.
You've reached 3 minutes.
Okay.
Please summarize.
Sorry. So all these, I just wanted to wrap it up. Thank you very much for having me, and please consider this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes, for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Are there questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
President Nunez, Bella Johnson, Lori Ruxheimer.
Hello. Thank you to each of you for your service to the state of Connecticut, to the co-chairs. Thank you for your leadership in the legislature. With me today are the athletic director from Eastern and one of my student athletes. In my written testimony, I presented 5 capital projects in support of Bill 1246. Today, I wish to speak to one of these projects, my proposal for a new sports center. As you know, over the past 20 years, Eastern has experienced a steady rise in the rankings in U.S. News and World Report. Not only is Eastern ranked in the top 20 public institutions in an area spanning 11 states and the District of Columbia, but we're also ranked as 1, best colleges for veterans, 2, best value school, 3, top performer on social mobility. These and similar accolades have come about thanks to the investment you have made in Eastern's infrastructure. Your investment in Eastern has allowed us to rise in the rankings because so many of our buildings were built with your vision and your support. But let me say a word about what really matters, retention and graduation rates. For all Eastern students, our retention rate is 83%, unheard of for a public university. But for Eastern athletes, the retention rate is 95%. For Eastern, our 4-year graduation rate is 57%, again, unheard of for a public university. For our athletes, it's 71%. We are in the Little East Conference. Our varsity student athletes have won the Little East Conference Commissioners Cup for best overall athletic performance for the past 5 years. You know that Yale hired my baseball coach the day after we won the Division III baseball national title last year. Eastern has won the LEC President's Cup for the highest overall GPA 7 times since it was established 13 years ago. The GPA for my athletes last year was 3.4. How do we do it today in a sports center that's a dump? We're talking about a 50-year-old non-air conditioned building with a smelly indoor swimming pool. For 17 years, the legislature has told me to wait, and I have. You have told me that I'm on the list, and it is. The deterioration of the building itself is significant, and there are significant structural problems that simply can't be ignored anymore. We have major support beams and pipes that are corroded. We have interior leaks. The mechanical equipment fails in the building, and the pool equipment fails regularly. Further, there are numerous instances in which the current facility does not meet ADA standards. My students with disabilities can hardly ever use the building. We have to be able to effectively recruit prospective student athletes, and what our coaches do today is near miraculous in recruiting. Our student athletic clubs use the facility as well. Our famous rugby team in Willimantic and Wyndham, because they help the community so much, are beloved and respected. Our student athletes deserve an appropriate facility that can truly support their overall college experience at Connecticut's only public liberal arts university. I'm proud to have served as Eastern's president for 17 years. I'm proud of what you have accomplished with the university, and together and with your support for these capital projects, we can help solidify Eastern's place as a catalyst for academic excellence and economic growth for Connecticut.
Hi, my name is Lori Runkspire. I'm the Director of Athletics at Eastern. Thanks for having us. Thanks for hanging in. The funding for the Sports Center is vital to the entire Eastern community. It's not a fact that it's old and tired that bothers me as an administrator, although I assume we've lost recruits and prospects because it is old and tired. What worries me is the functionality of the building. When the Sports Center was constructed in 1972, we had 6 varsity sports. We have 19 now. I doubt my coaches were able to work in their offices today because they don't have air conditioning and some of them don't even have windows. That means their athletes didn't get to see them. I worry after every men's basketball game because we take 2 teams down a narrow stairwell into the same locker room area. And after a contentious game, that's what keeps an administrator up at night. But mostly, I want our students to have a place where they can play and work out and enjoy physical activity. Having those kinds of outlets not only helps the mental health of our students right now, but it's going to give them a lifelong mindset for physical and mental well-being the rest of their lives. Bella?
Hi, my name is Bella Johnson. I'm a junior on the women's volleyball team.
I'm also an English major with postgraduate plans to become a high school teacher in Connecticut. I am part of the Student Athlete Advisory Committee, which aids in growing the relationships between student life and sports, as well as giving back to the Willimantic community. After a semester at UMass Boston, I chose to transfer to Eastern Connecticut because of the fantastic education and top-tier athletic programs in Connecticut for Division III. I left the good to go for the great, and coming from a small town in Connecticut, I had big dreams and bigger expectations for what we could accomplish. The Sports Center is home to 19 NCAA intercollegiate sports, job fairs, concerts, and is open to the entire student population. All students rely on access to the Sports Center for recreation and entertainment. They use the weight room to help their physical and mental health. Alumni come back to this building because the Eastern
30
community
seconds.
The Eastern community offers a warm welcome to those who return. Much like our student center, the Sports Center has become a central hub for the Eastern community. So what's the problem? The problem is that the university has outgrown the facility. I am the daughter of an alumni. My dad played baseball here from 1984 to 1988. The building was built in 1972, which makes it 12 years old when he first got there. That's fairly new. Now it's 2023. That's over 50 years old. I work out in the same building he practiced and worked out in. I open the same doors he opened. I work out in the same building that he worked out in, and I open the same doors he opened, give or take a few replacements.
You've reached 5 minutes.
The
Please
student
summarize.
body, the athletes, the coaches, the faculty deserve a new building. We have outgrown these walls. We have put down the foundation for allowing athletes and students to grow, but building a functional sports center will allow us to spend more time together. For example, the weight room is undersized for the university's needs. So small, only 20 people can work out in there at the same time. It is used by students, faculty, academic classes, and teams. Our track and field team hosts a 55-person roster. The university has nearly 400 students. There aren't enough hours in the day to accommodate that population size in our current facility. The math just doesn't work. Building a new weight room will allow for more team lifts, more students to work out, and it allows for the Eastern community to flourish to their top ability. Investing in a new sports center will increase access to health and wellness opportunities for our teams, our students, and our campus community. Student athletes like me thrive in a competitive environment. A new athletic center will aid in bringing more prospective students to campus, and a lot of other athletes like me, will commit here. The Eastern community deserves this new sports center. A 50-year-old building deserves to be renewed. However, the sports center is not for me. It's for the next generation to come to help progress them into young adults who look to better themselves and their community every single day. Thank you.
Thank you. President Nunez, I don't recall a time when an official at a institution a public institution anyway, where the words describing a facility as a dump and a stinky swimming pool. And I appreciate your candor. I appreciate that President Chang has allowed you to use those words here today. Because it tells us a lot about what's really going on there. And can you tell us how long have you been requesting funds from us to replace that building?
The 2020 legislation that was passed years ago put buildings on a list, and this building was on the list. And with the change in administration, the building was not allowed to go forward in terms of its to have it built. And so it's been on the list now, I would say, for 15 years.
And you've testified before the bonding subcommittee during that time, I imagine?
No, the president of the system did.
Thank you. Questions? Representative Piscopo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, President, for your and all of you for your testimony. I appreciate it. It's good to hear from my alma mater, but I'm sorry about the news you bring. I hear you loud and clear, and we'll do what we can. I think I don't want to date myself, but the sports center was brand new when I got there. So I want to just thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
And we heard you.
Anyone else? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And before we go on, just want to remind those that are on Zoom that they have to accept the invitation to be able to testify. Shauna Mendez. Shauna Mendez. Betsy Guerra. Is Betsy,
She was online and now she's no longer online, but maybe she'll come back.
Jessica Thompson?
Good afternoon. I'm Jessica Thompson, testifying in support of House Bill 6929. I'm an intern at Chair 10 Productions and graduated from Quinnipiac University, a university with a strong film program where on average 50 students per year graduate with a degree in film, television, and media arts. Since I was a kid, I knew that filmmaking was the career path for me. I didn't see myself doing anything else. But the one thing that I was always told was to be prepared to move to New York City, Los Angeles, or Atlanta if I wanted a chance to make it in the industry. And so that's exactly what I did because there were simply no other options. And so after trying out New York for a little while, I decided to move back to Connecticut because city life just wasn't for me. But once I did, I struggled to find steady work in the industry for 7 months. As someone who is new in the industry, it's extremely important for me to find film where work is consistent, but I don't want location to limit opportunities for me or for anyone else, which is why increasing the Connecticut tax credit would provide opportunities for entry-level filmmakers, Connecticut union workers, generate exposure for Connecticut businesses, and establish a film hub here in Connecticut, allowing filmmakers to produce excellent films while also being able to live a more comfortable lifestyle. Moreover, I fully support the addition of the following to the bill: a 5% increase in tax credit for scripted television productions with a minimum 5-month annual footprint in the state, a 2% increase in tax credit for workforce training, development, and job placement for programs on a production, a 5% increase in tax credit for setting up production in economically dispersed communities, a 2% increase in tax credit for hiring minimum 20% below the line minority hires on a production, a 5% increase in tax credit for production companies filming 2 or more qualifying feature films in 1 calendar year in the state, keeping the 20% tax credit on $3 million spends for infrastructure sound stages, but increasing it to 25% for investments of $6 million and above. Reinstate the tax credit for traditional theatrical release qualifying feature films productions, which were removed under Governor Malloy. We propose to reinstate it with a specific caveat that only production companies that shoot more than 2 feature films in the state in 1 calendar year would qualify for this tax credit. And finally, we would like to see an increase in the marketing budget for the Office of Film, TV, and Digital Media to promote the new recommended credits to program to ensure that the entertainment industry globally and domestically will be aware of the changes and will be excited to bring productions here. Thank you for your consideration and opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. Can you say again, where do you do most of your work now?
Right now, I'm based in Connecticut, but tried New York and am now here in Connecticut again.
But you're able to find work under the current tax structure?
I'm not currently employed. I'm interning right now. So
Okay. Very good. Questions? Thank you.
thank you.
Merrill Gay?
Senator Fonfara, Representative Horn, ranking members Martin and Cheeseman, members of the committee. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. My name is Merrill Gay. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Early Childhood Alliance. You don't have before you today a bill to create a dedicated funding stream outside of the spending cap to fund a robust early childhood system. So I can't testify on that. I can't testify about the burden that parents are facing with childcare now, or the labor shortage that we are creating by making it so expensive for families that many young families are deciding not to have children. Instead, I'm going to testify in support of Senate Bill 1245 to direct 25% of the cannabis revenues being deposited into the Social Equity Fund, into the highest poverty, lowest opportunity census tracts. Those funds will support community economic development efforts, violence prevention, and early care and education. In my written testimony on Senate Bill 1245, I'd like to direct your attention to the graph that was prepared by Nobel Prize winner James Heckman. It shows the societal rate of return for public investments. And what it shows clearly is that you get the highest rate of return when you invest early, starting actually prenatally. But you have a much higher rate of return for those investments in early care and education versus job training down at the end of that spectrum. Now, using the cannabis money to make those kinds of investments in the poorest communities, we don't have any expectations that toddlers are going to be the change agents that are going to turn those neighborhoods around. You have to do all of those things. And we really need to look at ways that we employ two-generation strategies where the child gets high quality early care and education and the parent gets job trainings and stable housing. That's the kind of thing that will actually transform those communities. And I'd also like to offer testimony on House Bill 6934. The Early Childhood Alliance has long supported an expansion of the Earned Income Tax Credit. And we also support the tax gap report and the tax incidence report as ways to provide you with useful information as you form tax policy. Finally, I want to thank the committee for the language that was inserted starting at line 774 that explicitly says that a corporation claiming the human development tax credit, or human capital tax credit, can get that tax credit if they invest funds in a community nonprofit childcare center as opposed to building a facility and owning it themselves. We've seen a
You've
very
reached
mixed.
3 minutes. Please summarize.
All right. So just to summarize, we are painfully aware as members of the Early Childhood Alliance of the really low rate of public subsidy for early care and education versus K-12. And that if we're going to use government tax policy to encourage corporations to help fill that gap that exists, we should try to encourage them to invest in things that will become community assets, so that we don't have closed childcare centers at places where businesses have been bought out by someone else and moved out of state, or simply, lost a contract and no longer need to employ as many people. So I want to thank you for that, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you. Thank you for coming here today. So the tax credit for investing in those community childcare centers. I know employers in my area, Lawrence Memorial Hospital is one, Pfizer, when they were there, at one point did have their own dedicated childcare centers. That seems to have gone away. So are there enough of the community childcare centers to give these corporations somewhere to put their tax credits if you're not starting up something from scratch?
So we do need to build more childcare centers. And what I'm encouraging is a method that would get businesses to partner with community organizations to build new facilities that would be owned by the nonprofit organization that are more likely to be sustained if that particular corporation closes their facility or downsizes or decides that everybody wants to, be remote workers.
Or doesn't even have it anymore.
Yeah, right. If you look at the hospitals, 20, 30 years ago, hospitals everywhere were solving their nursing crisis by building childcare facilities. Well, when those nurses' little kids outgrew childcare, and the hospital director looked at where can we cut something? It's like, well, we don't actually have anybody using that childcare center. Why are we still subsidizing? If that had been, owned by a nonprofit organization, they would have looked for other people to be in those facilities. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Anyone? Representative Farrar.
Thank you, Chairman. Hi, Meryl. Thanks for being here. Just to follow up to Representative Cheeseman's question. And I heard it a little bit in your testimony and in your response, but could you speak to why it's so essential that we really look at this kind of tax credit for human capital investment in locally owned and nonprofit childcare centers, why that's important to, again, the investments that we're making as a state?
Yeah. It's one of the big concerns within the early childhood field is just the growth of the corporate chains and the impact that has on local businesses. If I'm a big corporation, I'm probably more likely to look to another big corporation to to run a childcare center if I build it. Most businesses are not going to try and run the childcare center themselves simply because they don't know much about a highly regulated field. They would bring in an outside contractor. If there's a way we could encourage them to bring in a local nonprofit to run their program or to partner with a nonprofit to build an additional facility, that I think will be more likely to meet the community's ongoing needs, especially if you have a change in the large employers' status. If they downsize or if they find that their workforce is aged out, a community nonprofit that is trying to address not just that employer's needs, but the whole community's childcare needs, will figure out a way to serve other people who maybe don't work at that company if the company doesn't have employees with little kids anymore.
Thank you for that. And I think it just illuminates again, kind of the effort that we would want to make in really supporting our own kind of local expertise and locally owned businesses that, again, kind of know our communities best and have the resources and knowledge to put towards our childcare needs. So thank you for noting that, and it's appreciated. Thank you to the chairman.
I would just add that the press conference that the governor held about the human development tax credit was at a childcare center that's now on its third chain operator since its inception. More likely to have stable care for children if you have a local nonprofit running it.
Senator Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Gay, what I'm hearing you say is the nonprofit sector are better at taking care of kids than the private sector.
I would say that the private sector is generally more focused on making a profit, where a nonprofit organization tends to be focused on providing the service.
Don't you think that the consumer can make that decision?
I think that if we have enough care out there, that parents will make the decision where to go. But I do think, I just want to support the focus on child development and appropriate care rather than the focus on a bottom line, which is what you're going to see if you've got private equity-backed childcare chains.
Anyone else? Meryl, I can only assume that since I know you're well-versed in reading bills, that you've chosen to not express an opinion on the in 1245 in terms of the major revenue raising that bill provides. And you focus.
That's the
exclusive-
bonding section?
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't talk about that simply because I know that the governor has not been approving a lot of bonding, even though you authorize it. So I focus more on the cannabis section as a revenue source that I expect to grow over the
So
years.
you make an assumption that things we do here, the governor won't do.
Looking at his track record recently, that he's been pretty stingy about bonding. I think that if bonding is a way that we get more money into those low income census tracts, that's great. But
You've been coming here how many years to ask for more funding for early childhood?
a bunch of years, yeah. Usually I'm not,
but you
I'm
keep
in the
coming back.
appropriations, not here.
But you keep coming back,
Yeah.
even though you've been unsuccessful.
Yep. Don't
Okay.
have much choice there. The industry and
But
families.
you have a bill before you that would invest substantially.
Yeah. So I support the whole bill. I wanted to address that particular section because I know that it's a.
Which is your right, but that's about this much in
So,
terms of the
yeah.
revenue compared to the
um,
capital investment.
The capital investment through the bonding could be transformative in those communities. And, you know, in my prior life as a nonprofit housing developer, I saw what the state could do with a 40-year no interest loan and a grant to build affordable housing. That housing is still affordable 30 years later. And it made a huge difference in those 102 families' lives who moved into that housing. I hope that this bill can provide those kind of resources for those communities with the lowest or the highest poverty rates in the lowest opportunity areas. So that's, yeah, we support the entire bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Merrill. Thanks very much. Anyone else? Thank you. Adam Tesler. No? Michael Kuntz.
Hi, everybody. My name is Michael Kunze. I'm a certified welding inspector as well as a certified welding educator at Isnuntuck Community College. I'm here to talk about and support SB 1246. The colleges really need the funding in order to keep advancing our courses, as well as have the ability to teach our courses the way we would want to see fit. A lot of you have heard about the problems at our campus, mainly the gas leaks that have gone on. This has directly caused me to teach less than half of the students that I normally teach. We're sitting right around 44-ish students currently enrolled in the program. This time last year, we had roughly 100 students. The problem is we have companies contacting us, begging us for skilled and certified welders to go out there and join the workforce. Without the funding in order to run our program and teach our students, we're not going to be able to give that workforce out there. These are people that are trying to go out there and become tax-paying members of our society. If we can't have the funding to work on our programs, we're not gonna be able to do that. This morning alone, my ventilation systems in the only shop that is currently still running went down 4 to 5 times. My students are stuck welding in a shop that is almost 90 degrees because our air conditioner can't keep up in that one remaining shop. It's just causing us to have the problem where now my students just can't learn in a safe, comfortable environment. I look at them as they're our future. Without them, we're not going to be able to maintain employing companies out there. All these companies that are taking our welders are going to leave if we don't have that workforce there. Also, I believe it was Representative Mary, oh God, I'm probably going to say this wrong, Mashinsky, was asking why we're not looking at companies to help run our programs and donate materials and equipment. The only reason why I can run my program right now the way I can is because of companies donating steel. We're using our personal vehicles to go get the steel in order to keep the cost of running our programs down and giving our students a fair chance at actually running and learning the environment and the careers that they're trying to get into. I've talked to Keith Epstein, President Maduko in the past. They're all pushing for what they know we need. And that is, we need funding in order to work on our facilities and actually have a fair chance at giving these students the education they're paying for.
Thank
I don't
you,
know if-
Michael.
Oh, sorry, what was that?
Thank you, Michael.
No problem.
Any questions? Lauren Black?
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for having me here today. My name is Lauren Black. I am here to speak on HB 6929 regarding the film tax credit. I am a co-owner of Chair 10 Productions, which is a production services company for film and television operating here in Connecticut with my husband. I'm also a Connecticut native. I was born and raised in Newtown, graduated from Newtown High School, and actually my very first job in TV was for NBC Connecticut right after I graduated college. So have a long history in the state. I did eventually moved to Los Angeles. I was there for 15 years. That's where I met my husband, working in reality TV. But when the pandemic hit, I had a 2-year-old child and a baby on the way. And my husband and I started reconsidering what we wanted to do with our lives, where we wanted to be. And we decided to come here to Connecticut to buy a house actually very close to my parents, which has turned out to be better than I thought it would be, very convenient with 2 small children. But we wanted to really raise our kids here in Connecticut and also find opportunities within our industry and to build and grow the business. So one of the first things we did when we got here was to start marketing the state to our clients, really reaching out to producers, streamers, production companies, studios across the country to tell them to come film in Connecticut because we do have a decent tax credit. But what we were finding when we talked to people was they, number one, hadn't really heard about Connecticut. They always thought about Georgia, number one, New Jersey, and some other places, New Mexico. No one thought about filming in Connecticut. It hasn't really been on people's radar at all. And when people were interested, they really wanted to know what we could offer that they couldn't get in New Jersey. And the thing with New Jersey is that New Jersey has a 37% tax credit. And in recent years, productions have been flocking there. And we've talked to client after client after client, and they always say the same thing. They've been looking at New Jersey. They're willing to consider Connecticut, but they, when they want the numbers run, and then they usually end up picking New Jersey. And we have lost several clients over the past couple of years, productions that they were looking at bringing here to Connecticut that they then decided to go elsewhere. And a lot of them went to New Jersey, and we lost millions of dollars in productions that were looking to film in Connecticut and decided not to. And when it comes to film and TV production, that's millions of dollars that could be spent in the state and not just, you know, giving credits back to these production companies,
30
but
seconds.
They're coming here, they're spending money in Connecticut on local businesses, on hotels. And we want to keep that money here. We don't want to see that money going to New Jersey. They're going to spend it somewhere. Why not spend it here in Connecticut?
Thank you, Lauren. Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Martin. Thank you for coming here today. So you mentioned the sort of multiplier effect. A film company comes, their hotel rooms, restaurants. Could you just elaborate on that? Because and what parts of the state are of interest? Because
Well, we're
I
looking
think
at-
that's interesting as well.
I'm sorry. Thank you for the question. So we're looking at, really the tax credit that we have proposed. So we support the bill as it is, but we think that it needs to be improved and several increases added to it to make it more competitive with states like New Jersey. So we are proposing up to 37%, but more of an a la carte option. And one of those options is a boost 2% increase for filming in economically disparaged areas. So that would bring areas, that would bring business to those communities. And what happens when a production comes in, and we did just have a production that filmed in the Danbury area, and they put the crew up in hotels for 4 weeks. They spent money at local businesses. We even, they shot at Hollandia Nursery in Bethel. There's a Starbucks right next door. I go to it every day almost. And all the crew, you've got 40, 50, 100 people, they're all going to that Starbucks and they're probably tipping the bartenders really nicely too. They went to a local bar and did karaoke for one night. So, you got 50, 60 people who aren't from your community going out spending money in your community. They're also, they're going to be buying food for the production. They're going to be maybe buying wardrobe, things like that. They're going to be spending money in these local places because that's where they are. So people are going to have to go out to dinner. They're going to go out to bars and have fun. They're away from their families. They want to hang out. And they're going to do that. And they're going to spend that money in these communities. So it's not just that the money is going back to these production companies. It's money that they're spending in the state. They have to spend the money here to get that tax credit. So it encourages the businesses to come here and spend money in the state.
And what is the typical length that a company will be here filming? Are we
Well-
talking a couple of weeks? Are we talking a couple of months? Is there even an average or does it vary a lot?
So I think it varies. I mean, we have various production companies that do shoot here multiple times, multiple movies in a year. And one of the things that we are proposing is we will give increased tax credits for companies that make a long-term investment in the state. So if a company brings a television show here, we're proposing a tax credit if they will be in the state for more than 10 months in a calendar year. Or we're proposing an increase in the tax credit if a production company films 2 movies in the state in a year. So we're looking at increasing the credit in a way that will encourage people to stay in the state longer, to spend more money here. But it could work for a one-off basis. Sometimes, a lot of film depends on locations. So there might be something that might not work in Connecticut, but then the production company might have something that will work in the state based on the locations and other needs that they have. So, we want to make it competitive. So people who just have one production, and if it's a $50 million production, that's a lot of money that they'll bring into the state that they will spend here. So we don't want to discourage those production companies from coming, but we want to give them added incentives to bring more production here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so
Senator.
much.
Thank you. Lauren, do you have those suggestions in writing? And your
Yes, so
testimony?
they are in my submitted testimony, and I believe they're similar to what Jessica Thompson had mentioned earlier as well.
Thank you. Representative?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. So when we go to National Conference of State Legislatures or CSG meetings of other states, we are often advised not to do the state by state increases in tax benefits because it becomes a bidding war. Each state tries to outbid the next state, and soon all the states are caught in that race to bid higher and higher.
Well, I would say-
Can you reassure us that
Yes, well,
that won't happen?
Well, what we're proposing is an a la carte option, which is something that hasn't really been done before. So it's something that's new and different, and it really allows the production to pick what provisions work for them. So you can get a certain amount for minority hires, a certain amount for local hires, a certain amount for filming in economically disparaged communities. So it's really flexible in terms of the production. And I mean, right now what's happening is Connecticut's losing business to other states. Right now, everyone is going to New Jersey. Georgia for a long time had been at the top of everyone's list, but everyone we're talking to, everything is New Jersey, New Jersey, New Jersey. So right now we're losing business. So I don't see a downside to increasing the credit and attracting more clients here. So if it right now, it seems like the ceiling is 37%. What we're doing with this a la carte option, we're going to keep the ceiling at 37%. So you choose your different options with a maximum of 37%. So really, we're just meeting New Jersey where they are, but we're offering it in a way that will make it more appealing to production companies and producers.
Okay, we had a report. I'm not sure who put it out, but we had a report at the beginning of the session that the tax credit was a money loser. We were not getting the benefit of what we were paying out in tax credit. So that's why the committee is hearing this again, because, we're not sure it's worth it.
So my husband is signed up to testify later. He'll be able to speak a little bit more specifically to that. But my understanding of that is that that's really looking at the top line returns, what is being paid out to the production companies. And it's not really looking at the trickle down effects on the communities, because I think those are harder to measure. If someone goes and spends, money at a pizza parlor and goes to a dry cleaner, goes to a local grocery store, those aren't going to show up in your economic reports as much as some of the other things. But we do have some numbers. I believe my husband submitted quite a long testimony that has some graphs and research as well that shows how that money trickles down to the community. And it also, when you build jobs, and this is what happened in Georgia, and I think it's what's happening in New Jersey right now, when you have more production, people will come into the state to work on those productions. So right now we don't have enough productions to support, bringing in people, bringing in crew in terms of people who are going to be living here. So right now we have a lot of people who live in Connecticut, who work in the industry, who go to New York, who go to New Jersey, who go to Massachusetts for work. So what we're proposing will keep those people here, keep them working, and really build up the infrastructure in the state to support more productions, and then it will start building on itself. So we do believe that increasing the credit, making it more attractive, bringing more business to Connecticut will ultimately help economically.
Thank you.
Representative Farah.
Thank you, Senator. Thanks for being here. And just following up a little bit on my colleague, Representative Mashinsky's question. You've mentioned, and you gave a few little anecdotal notes about kind of some local revenue that might come from folks who are coming into the state when they're on production. Are you aware of any further analysis of this note that you're making around a trickle down effect?
So again, my husband submitted testimony, and in his testimony, and he'll be talking later, he has more specific information in terms of research and graphs. So he's probably the better person to speak on that.
Okay, great. I'll look forward to sharing that and learning more, because I think, as Representative Mashinsky noted, in regards to just kind of our overall resources in the state, I certainly am concerned that it looks like right now that our state is losing $80 million on average in regards to this tax credit program. So having more information, and if your husband certainly has it, around what some of the local economic impact might be, would be helpful.
Yeah. So he definitely has that information. And I think too, right now, there's not a lot of production in Connecticut. There's some of the bigger players, the WWEs, the ESPNs, that are using that credit. But in terms of feature films, television productions, et cetera, there's not a lot of that happening here. And I think in order to see the bigger benefits, if we bring in bigger productions that are going to be spending more money here, then you're going to see a better return on that investment.
Thank you. Thank you for your work and for coming to Connecticut. And we're happy to have you here.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lauren. Alan Manning.
Hello, can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Alan Manning. I'm an instructor at Gateway Community College at the Automotive Campus located in North Haven. I would like to testify in support of Senate Bill 1246 regarding the continuation of CSU 2020 funding. Today, I would like to highlight the value of our automotive technology programs and the potential for growth and workforce development for Connecticut. Gateway offers an affordable, high-quality automotive education to students throughout the state. Many of these students come from disadvantaged backgrounds, yet they are able to access high-demand, high-paying careers through our programs. At a time when many college programs have reduced their demand, our enrollment has grown. However, our present location in North Haven is maxed out. Sadly, our location restricts access to many underserved populations who rely on public transportation in the form of city buses and rail lines to attend school. These students are denied access to family-sustaining automotive careers because of where they live and their socioeconomic situation. At a time when the demand for technicians is virtually unlimited, it only makes sense to remove as many barriers as possible to encourage people to enter the trade. Furthermore, our use of the North Haven campus is terminal, as the state is in the process of selling our building to another entity and wants us out as soon as possible. This presents CT State with an opportunity to relocate the automotive program to the Long Wharf area of New Haven, where students from all backgrounds will have equitable access to our programs through public transportation. The incredible demand for our technicians is being driven by many of the largest companies in the world. Presently, we have industry partnerships with General Motors, Honda North America, and Subaru. However, many other manufacturers have pursued joining with us to include Mercedes, Toyota, Volkswagen, Tesla, and the Ford Motor Company. Furthermore, the industry transformation to electrical propulsion is prompting the state organizations like the Department of Transportation and Connecticut Transit to look to Gateway to update their current technician skills and to grow the new electric vehicle technicians. To accommodate any of this, we need a larger, modern facility located in an easy, accessible, diverse part of the state. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Questions? Representative Cheeseman.
And I'll be brief. Thank you so much for coming here today. Typically, how many students can you accommodate on a course and how long does it last?
140 and a 2-year program.
Okay, and you say you obviously want to attract students, minority students and students of color. So when you look at your average class, can you say half are Black, half are Hispanic, half are women? Because as we know, these skilled trades are a career and provide an incredible pathway for a prosperous future. I mean,
Correct.
if you don't have the statistics, I'd love to hear them because I know that my good Senate chair here shares my belief that we have to do more to incentivize our underserved communities to become trained in the skilled trades.
Well, thank you for that question. I don't have those exact figures in front of me. I can get them back to you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you,
Thank
Chair.
you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Stu Topliff. Mayor Murata, would you want to join with him, or is up to you if you would rather? You're certainly welcome to if you want to.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Committee. I'll wait for the mayor.
That's your boss, is it not?
It is, Chairman.
I'd wait.
I'm the assessor of the town of Rocky Hill, but I've also served as the chairman of my town of Berlin's chairman of the Board of Assessment Appeals. And I just served our town of Berlin, just went through revaluation, and I served on the board as a replacement member this past March. I'm here to oppose Senate Bill 1238 for the following reasons. First, this is the first year that 12-111 was strengthened last year by this legislative body. And you heard testimony from Attorney Reiner, who represents many commercial taxpayers in this state. As the assessor in Rocky Hill, in 2018, this is what I got for proof for 174 tax appeals. You know what it is? The appeal form 174 times. No evidence, no anything saying why the value was wrong. It was, yep, it's wrong. And all they did was say, I will see you in court. How can a board make a decision based on this information? They weren't given any. Experience last month. The firm that was here this morning testified they had 39 appeals for the town of Berlin in conjunction with another tax rep. They didn't even show up. They sent somebody else in their place and just sat there and said, yep, I'm just here so I can go to court. No evidence, no information on why the assessments were wrong. And now the town of Berlin's going to eat 39 appeals because that's where it's going to go. And you're talking about this morning, the senator here talking about funding for municipalities. The amount of money that the assessor's office spend defending property values when they're generally correct is astronomical. And we have to defend it because that's what the town has to do when they get served a lawsuit. The tax reps and the attorneys, they're counting on that expense. So they're looking for the settlement. On the other side, we're sitting there, we already provided each appellant with an appraisal. That's our assessment. It's based on 100% value, takes 70%. They already know where we are. If we get an appraisal and it comes out higher, the court doesn't say, well, that's the new basis. We can't go any higher than the value we put on the grand list. And then the other side provides theirs. But this bill that you approved last year, put it on more level ground. It makes them, they already know what our number is, but we have no idea what theirs is. Because again, this is the proof they provide, nothing. So when we hit the first pretrial, they still don't come with anything that says that our value is wrong. They just want the settlement. And that's not fair to the town. But it's really expensive in litigation. So the plaintiffs should have some kind of burden to bear when filing an appeal. If a property owner, not a tax rep or an attorney, shows up at the board and actually talks to our board, like in Rocky Hill last month when I had a significant property owner come in, they talked to the board, they reduced his value because he brought evidence as the taxpayer, the property owner, he brought evidence and they reduced his value significantly because it was the property owner, not somebody working on contingency promising for a future benefit. And by reducing or raising the requirement from 1 million to 5 million for an appraisal requirement, I had 28 appeals go to court for the 2018 grand list in Rocky Hill. 7 of them withdrew because the buildings sold prior to our first pretrial.
30 seconds.
And they sold for higher than what I valued them for. 8 of them withdrew. 4 went to trial and I'm still waiting on 3, or 10 withdrew and 3 I'm still waiting. So with this appraisal requirement, most of these plaintiffs will find and discover that our value is really not incorrect. There's a big industry on tax appeals, and it's really hurting our towns and especially our cities. Because whenever Hartford has a tax appeal or a reval, they have a lot of tax appeals, and it's cheaper to settle than it is to fight them because they can't fight them all. And that would significantly increase the municipal's funding for a lot of the things that you heard this morning from the senator. You know, just by keeping this law the way it is. And that's my testimony.
Mayor?
Thank you. Good afternoon, committee chairs and members. My name is Lisa Murata, and I am here in my.
Mayor Murata, could you push the button in front of you?
That would help. Here we go. Okay, so good afternoon, committee chairs and members. My name is Lisa Murata, and I am here in my capacity as mayor of the town of Rocky Hill. I'm here to provide you with municipal perspective relative to 2 bills. One is Raise Bill 1240, and the other is Raise Bill number 1238. So why don't we start with 1238 first? This proposal will allow appellants to bypass our local Board of Assessment Appeals process. And that process, as our assessor has pointed out, is critical to the taxpayers in our municipality because many potential appeals are resolved at the board level. And that saves taxpayers as well as the municipalities a significant amount of time and a significant amount of money because they can work out their differences without costly legal intervention and fees. In addition, taxpayers who do go to the Board of Assessment Appeals currently have a separate remedy under the statute, section 12-119, remedy when properly wrongfully assessed. So the current statutes governing the board's process allows taxpayers and appellants multiple levels to work out their differences when they feel they have been aggrieved. So if passed, this bill will change the threshold, which our assessor has mentioned, for which the appellant must provide an appraisal from $1 million to $5 million of assessed value. Now, the $1 million assessed value was enacted in 2022, and it helps value estimates from a certified professional quicker, right? And that's important. And accordingly, both taxpayers and municipalities are able to present their positions earlier, and we are able to resolve cases more quickly. And we're able to bring those folks together again without all of that additional cost. If this bill is passed, it will also provide an appeal mechanism to owners of higher valued commercial properties that is not available to most local residential taxpayers. And then finally, it will also result in an increased uncertainty for towns like mine and every municipality across Connecticut in terms of our budgeting process and in terms of our trying to figure out and project our future expenses, because it doesn't include a timeline, right? For the appellants to bring an appeal to the Superior Court when they don't like what has gone on with the assessment appeals in the first place. So this could really potentially result in a number of appeals being filed retroactively, which then, in fact, would impact prior grand lists that have already completed their fiscal years. So I'm going to join with many others to urge you to oppose this particular bill. And then with respect to raise Bill 1240, I do oppose that because of the imposition of the 31.25 mill rate cap on commercial and industrial property. And I'll tell you why. I sincerely appreciate that you have identified a funding mechanism, okay? But historically, we are not fully reimbursed for a number of these programs that are well-intended. And equally concerning, the way this particular bill is drafted, there is a cap on reimbursement grants if the state funding falls short. And that's very concerning to me. Municipalities need a predictable source of revenue, right? We need a predictable stream so that we can operate, so that we can provide quality services, so that we can provide quality education, competitive mill rates, keep our tax rates low, and bring in more businesses and bring in that affordable housing that we all know that we need so desperately in the state of Connecticut. We work incredibly hard to grow our grand list, to balance the budget, to maintain municipal autonomy. We cost share when we can with surrounding municipalities. We understand and we value the import of not spending money that we don't have. But nevertheless, annually, our work is hampered by bills that look to take away a portion of our municipal revenue. And it's very, very difficult to continue to balance this burden on local taxpayers' backs. I just want to give you a quick example. We're going into budget season now, right? And we have a gap of millions of dollars. And that exists through no fault of our own. It exists because there are programs like Pilot that are not fully funded every year. It exists because there is a 32.46 mill rate cap on motor vehicles, which created this instantaneous gap in our budget, right? And it's only partially funded each year because of the way taxes are paid and the way OPM then reimburses us. And there are other annual costs that we don't get reimbursed for, like the state's homeowner relief program. And if you look it up, and I'm not saying to look up my testimony, but if you look it up, there is a committee here that has indicated there are 1,400 unfunded mandates on the books today. That's a lot of money that's coming out of municipal pockets that we have no control over. It is the totality of those unfunded mandates that is harming communities and individual taxpayers, and it's very challenging. So I just want to share with you a couple of numbers. If capped, the commercial property, if that commercial property was capped, Rocky Hill would lose revenue of about $1.3 million. And if you cap it on the industrial side, that loss would be about over $400,000. We can't continue to absorb losses like this.
You've reached your time limit. Please summarize.
Thank you so much. So as I stated previously in other testimony, I do think it would be very prudent if you could fully fund existing programs that exist like pilots, and you look at that before you create new and more complex programs such as this one. I mean, I do want to end with this, that I do appreciate your work. I do appreciate everything that you're doing. I'm very thankful for your service to the state of Connecticut, and I hope that we can work this out reasonably. Thank you so much.
Mayor, please clarify or explain, if you would, what you mean by there's a cap that would harm your town. Please share with us what you mean by that.
What do you mean the cap? On this particular one?
Yes.
So it says that there would be a 31.25 mill rate cap on commercial and industrial property.
That's right.
Right. So our current tax rate is not 31 point.
Right. That we would reimburse you for.
But the problem is we don't get reimbursed, Senator, respectfully, with respect to many other programs that already exist. And that's what's hurting our local budget. And so that's my concern with this program. I appreciate that you've established a funding mechanism, but it's that promise of reimbursement that I'm concerned that we cannot rely on.
I think we share revenue with you. Do we not share revenue with you in terms of education?
You do, Senator, but there are many programs in which we do not get fully reimbursed. And as I've explained, that's with
Do we
car
share?
tax.
But you're saying we don't share our revenue with you, but we do.
No, I'm not saying that at all. What I'm saying is that there are a number of unfunded mandates that exist and that they are not fully funded, and therefore we are not fully reimbursed. And we would like to be fully reimbursed before we see any new programs put into place with a promise of reimbursement. Simple as that. Thank you.
I did not hear you testify, and I assume that you did that intentionally on the second part of the bill, which allows for sharing of revenue due to growth.
I appreciate that, but I thought that I had read in the fourth section of the bill, something about that reimbursement would be capped at 50% and then it would be based on need.
That's right.
Okay.
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 With respect to the assessments, do you recall, I guess this is better for your assessor to speak to, how often do your Board of Appeals, either at Rocky Hill or in the job you have as a member of a Board of Appeals, do you actually accept or change the assessment that has been performed by the town?
Well, in Rocky Hill this past March.
But
They,
I don't mean an individual, but I'm saying in general, or the percentage of time that you do change the assessment.
it's completely determined by generally the proof that they provide and the aggrievement. But in this past March, I believe all but one appellant was reduced in Rocky Hill. In Berlin, this past March, if they brought in some kind of evidence at all that they could potentially have been aggrieved, they were giving some kind of relief.
And
So,
in your experience, why would a representative of a property owner, a commercial property owner, bring an appeal to bypass the Board of Appeals and go to court unless they felt that they had a case?
okay, you asked for my opinion, so here it is.
Absolutely.
Some attorneys, and for this bill would be very helpful to them because they're not good at filing deadlines. In many cases, they miss deadlines and then they miss their opportunity to appeal
No, I'm
for that
speaking to
year.
why would you bring an appeal to court
Okay. I'll get to
unless
that.
you felt that you had a decent case to
Well,
prevail?
the way the court system works, it is cheaper to settle than it is to fight. I know how much it's going to cost me to pay for that appraisal. I know how much per hour it's going to cost me
But-
for my town attorney.
but
So
the
then
bill
when I
was-
add that all, and they ask for, well, if you give me 5% off the value without, and they don't come with any proof, even at pretrial, they don't. It's not until the court orders them to get an appraisal that they get an appraisal. And for me, I already have the appraisal, but then when the court orders me to get a second appraisal to
The court
to
doesn't order you.
verify.
That was the part of the law of last year that you supported, right?
Yes. But I'm
The court-
talking
the
about
court doesn't-
historically,
The court doesn't order you to take an appeal. That's required.
right? But when they appeal, when we get to the court and we have the pretrial and we don't, the court orders us to get a second appraisal, even though we already have one. And I already know how much that appraisal is going to cost. So when they say, oh, I want, if you just give me 5%, I'll just go away. And that 5% is $8,000 or $10,000, but I know that cost to get the appraisal and to go to trial is going to be 30 or 40. It's better for me to say, hey, because I have limited funds. I have limited funds on the town side. People think it might be a bottomless pit of funds, but it's not. And we have to take these into account. So if we're looking at 5%, but going to trial is going to cost me, $40,000 or $50,000, and that 5%, 6 or 7. Many times I'm going to take the settlement because it's cheaper. And these tax reps and these attorneys that work on a contingency, because if that's the one part of the bill last year that was removed is the contingency fee. When they work on contingency fee, and our attorney this morning that testified, what he didn't tell you is he files over 500 appeals a year. Now, if you're getting 5% on every appeal you file for, what is he getting? So his incentive is there just to file, because we're going to, when there's not a big difference, we're going to dispose of the case is the best way we can. The ones we're going to fight, we're going to save our resources for those large differences in the appeals. But if there's a large difference, they're coming with evidence. They're coming with that appraisal already, and we're able to see it. And those are the ones generally that we come to an agreement with before it gets to that part. Because again, resources are limited.
My last question is, what are you settling on if there isn't a difference between what the property owner believes that the value of his property is or her property is versus what you've assessed it at? What are they settling on? There has to be a difference between what they believe, or else there's nothing to settle on, right?
Well, on every one of these 174 appeals, they made up a number. They just made up a number and put it on here, but it was a number lower than what my number was. So we're negotiating from the number that they put on this appeal form and the number that we have on the grand list. And that's what we're negotiating to settle with. And this
Well, if
number
you
is not
believe-
based on
I
any
don't wanna
fact,
prolong
it's
it.
just what they
I don't want to prolong it,
came up
but
with.
if they're making up a number, that's different. Why do you assume that that's not what they truly believe is a number of the property? And if you have evidence otherwise, I mean, it wouldn't be long before a lawyer would say, I'm just not going to go to Rocky Hill and appeal a property if they know that they're going to lose every time they go there. unless they actually believe there's value in what their assessment is, what they believe the property value is.
Well, generally, the property owner is not the one that is soliciting or making the appeal. It is the tax rep or the attorney that's soliciting the property owner to make the appeal, because they say, oh, if you sign with me, I can save you money on your taxes. And it's not going to cost you anything because it's on contingency. So the attorney gets usually compensated for the first year's savings, and then the taxpayer gets the next 4. So if we settle, even though there's a small difference and it's cheaper to settle, we settle because we have to save our resources for cases that have bigger differences. That makes sense to go to trial, because when we go to trial, we don't know what the judge is going to do. We don't know. You know, and Judge Levine is retired right now. He was a great asset to both sides. And I will say that many, many times, both sides walked away from the aisle, not happy, but he got us to agree. The current court system, we don't know what we're going to get. We don't even know what judge we're going to get now when we go. So settling in many cases, because we don't know what that judge is going to decide, is prudent, because we also don't want to spend all this money and then the judge come up with a ruling that is not favorable to the town, based on whatever the judge decides he made the decision on. And I have a case right now. It's in the appellate court waiting a decision because a judge made an arbitrary decision. And yes, it's truly arbitrary in his decision if you read his articulated notes on why he made the decision. And those are the reasons why we will settle, is because we can't afford to make or take that gamble with the judge sometimes, because it could end up being a greater loss.
You do agree, though, that property owners have the right to bring a matter, whether it's before the Board of Appeals or to court, to be properly assessed for the value of their property.
Oh, absolutely. I believe that the property owner should go to the Board of Assessment Appeals. There should be no bypassing it. And if more property owners actually went instead of tax reps and attorneys, you'd probably see a better result from it. Because the Board of Assessment Appeals, I know when I'm on the board, I want to hear from the property owner. I want to hear why they think the value is incorrect. I want to hear that. And then they usually provide information that may have not been known before. But attorneys and tax reps that are representing these people have no idea what the property is half the time. They're just looking at up. And when we go to court, they're usually stacked up 4, 5, 6 at a time. The same attorney or tax rep, one right after another.
Thank you. Senator Martin.
Yeah, thank you. Alan, so if I understand you correctly, these attorneys this is what they do. They solicit commercial property owners, and they say basically that they can save them money by appealing the value that the city or town has determined. They appeal, and you guys end up by going to court because you've denied them at the town level, and then you proceeded to court, and then at pretrial is where you negotiate down. Well, you negotiate.
Yes.
And most of the time, you do not go to trial.
If I went to trial on 28 properties this past revaluation, I know the person to my left here would have been very upset with the bill that she would receive from our town attorney.
So I own commercial property and I received one of those letters from an attorney. Didn't know who they were. I've been in front of my town's appeal board and I have to come in with an appraisal and show the value of the property that I am appealing. And so I know the process. And I when I saw the letter, I immediately recognized, oh, I'm pretty sure that they are soliciting me so that they can, well, you know, what you just said here, go to court and try to settle with the town. And it damages, it hurts the town, right? Because it sounds like you're pretty accurate, or most appraisals. And I've seen some that, you know, without the proof, you guys do a pretty good job evaluating the properties. And, you know, there are people out there who want to make money for themselves and try to save some for property owners. And in the end, it's the town that really gets hurt here.
I've already been solicited, my commercial property owners 3 times by 3 different companies who solicit work for tax appeals to represent. I have revaluation in 2023 in Rocky Hill, and they're already calling me to get my property owners so they can appeal next year.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Harris, Kathy Leary.
Senator Fanfara, Representative Horn, Senator Martin, Representative Cheeseman, and members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bond Committee. My name is Dr. Duncan Harris, CEO of Capital Community College, and I'm joined by Dr. Kathy Leary, Director of Nursing at the college. We're here today to testify in favor of Senate Bill 1246. While my remarks will include specifics on projects at my campus, I join my fellow CEOs and Connecticut State President, Dr. John Maduco, to advocate for all community college investments as outlined in CSEU 2030. As we become one college, our student body becomes statewide. Regardless of where they take classes or seek services, we want to ensure that every student is afforded equitable resources and a seamless experience. This past March, I celebrated my 27th year of state service to our state's community colleges. This past 5 as CEO of Capital Community College. During this time, I've had the good fortune to visit all of the campuses in our CSEU system and have seen firsthand the profound impact investments in campus facilities have had on our institutions, the communities they serve, and most importantly, the students that attend them seeking a brighter future. Today, I'm advocating for students served by Hartford's Community College to have an equal experience to that of students from other parts of the state. I'm hopeful that with your support, they can have a more equitable opportunity so that zip code has less impact on campus experience and all students have access to a 21st century campus environment. For students attending our Hartford campus, they are currently relegated to learning in a building that was designed to be a department store. Don't get me wrong, it's a beautiful Art Deco building that reminds us all of Hartford's rich history. However, the building is over 100 years old and it shows. I've included in my written testimony photos that depict the challenges we face, end-of-life heating and cooling systems and ongoing and consistent issues with roof leakage that permeates multiple floors. The exterior of the building is beginning to falter. Support columns are spread throughout the building, oftentimes obstructing student views in classrooms. I certainly don't want to solely focus on the things that are challenges to our current space. I'd like to share a vision of what could be and describe what a 21st century Vanguard Community College would mean for the region and our state's capital. For decades, Capital has been a key cog in the economic success and vitality of the city and region. We have longstanding partnerships with Travelers, Aetna, the Hartford that have led to promising careers for our students. More recently, we've stepped up to form model partnerships with Eversource to train line workers, Accenture to produce business services apprentices, and Pursuit Aerospace, formerly Whitcraft, to produce manufacturing technicians. A new campus presents the opportunity to expand our business and financial services, manufacturing, construction, IT, and cyber programs to create a regional center of excellence in these fields. Many of the students we serve live in some of the most economically challenged zip codes, not just the state, but in the nation, with median household incomes of $25,000 annually. I'd humbly suggest that we are one of the primary levers in the city with the ability to offer an on-ramp to the middle class and beyond. Senator McCory was speaking about that earlier. Our students want to work. They simply need an opportunity to do that. And a recent study conducted in 2019 determined that Capital Community College, your community college, is in the top 5% of the community colleges in the nation when it comes to moving students out of poverty, many times 2 income quartiles up the economic ladder. An investment in a new campus would enable us to do more and do better for our students, changing their life for the better and the trajectory of their children and their children's children. I'd like to thank you for your time today and your support of Capital over the years. Dr. Kathy Leary, Director of the Capital's nursing program, will now briefly share information on how we can expand the program to assist the state in addressing our critical nursing shortage.
Good afternoon. This summer, I will celebrate 19 years at Capital Community College, most of which was professor of nursing the last year as director. The college has the largest, most diverse nursing program in the state, as well as New England. Every fall, 160 students enroll in the freshman class, and several students have not been able to enter the program due to the lack of classroom and nursing lab space.
30 seconds.
In fact, this spring, the number of applications is an all-time high at 505, which results in 345 students being turned away, placed on a wait list with the hope of being accepted next year. The 2 classrooms that nursing courses take place, one on the 11th floor is oval with very high ceilings where students sit at tables far away from the screen, often complain that they cannot hear the professor teaching due to the background noise and echoing. The other class can only accommodate 140 students, has stadium style seating, again with 1 screen, no electrical outlets within the seating area to keep computers charged, and a blackboard.
You've reached
Nursing-
the 5-minute limit. Please summarize.
Nursing students take high stakes exams in these rooms, sitting most often elbow to elbow, and faculty are limited to the teaching modalities available with the classrooms that are outdated. The 3 labs on the 8th floor are very limited with 7 beds in each room and 8 beds in one other room for a total of 22 beds that faculty are challenged with setting up labs to teach skills and simulations. Another small room has a high fidelity simulation mannequin where only 2 to 3 students can participate in an activity while other students watch from outside of the room. There isn't enough storage space for all the equipment. Our sister colleges offer a classroom with a 125-seat lecture hall that has an enrollment of 50 nursing students, as well as 17 additional classrooms, 13 of which have smart board equipment. Another campus has a newly renovated Center for Health Sciences filled with new equipment and software. And the 4-year colleges have multiple simulation suites that have a combination of classroom, clinical space, and study space. At Capital, there are no common areas for students to discuss a class, compare notes, other than the library and cafeteria. A new campus with a large nursing simulation lab will provide the essentials for the nursing faculty and students to engage in a robust clinical judgment scenarios such as unfolding case studies and role-playing virtual reality skills that are in compliance with the new NCLEX Next Gen testing platform that was just implemented in April of this year. A testing platform that is designed to more critically assess clinical judgment for students that are applicable to care for patients in this highly complex healthcare environment. Many exciting initiatives have been occurring in the state of Connecticut to increase the nursing workforce, such as the Connecticut Horizons Grant, as well as licensed practical nursing programs in the community college setting. But we are unable to enroll that many more students due to the limited space in the classroom and the lab space that we have. A new campus with 21st learning spaces would not only be beneficial for the students, the faculty, but also the Hartford community. I thank you for your time today and your attention to this very important proposal.
Thank you both very much for your patience and your testimony today. Chairman Horn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and excuse my, hope you can hear me and understand me. I'm a little muffled today. I wanted to focus in on what some of the numbers that you just shared about your nursing program in particular. And I know you mentioned a number of how many nursing students you have to turn away because you can't accommodate them. Could you repeat that number?
Yes, this year, the applications were 505. We enroll 160 total every fall. And that means 345 students this year will find out they are not accepted to the nursing program and put on a wait list.
And how do you make the determinations as to who gets in and who doesn't?
There's a ranking system. 75% of the students that apply, 75% that are from the nursing GPA, the TEAS test score, as well as the A&P class score. And 25% are random selected.
So is it safe to say that a significant number of those students that you have to turn away would be appropriate for the program?
That's a possibility, but
Hard to know.
generally they are taking a lot of prerequisites and meeting with the guided pathway counselors to get advisement on the application process for the nursing program. And most often they have all those requirements at the time of application. Once they are accepted to the nursing program, the majority of the students have already completed most of the coursework other than the nursing courses themselves.
And of the 100 and how many students you accept?
160 every fall.
160. How many of them complete the program?
That varies, but about 62% of the students complete the program in 4 semesters.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank
You're
you for your
welcome.
testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else? Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you. So I believe there's close to 350 million in this request that would go for your new campus. Is it anticipated that a new campus would be able to accommodate, let's say, a greater number of nursing students? Do you have the faculty to accommodate that? And where would the new campus be placed? Obviously, we've heard the difficulties of transportation, how important it is to be located where students without access to their own vehicles can get there. So if you could, one, will you be able to accommodate more students, particularly in high demand courses? And 2, where will this be located?
Yes, the expectation would be that we would be able to grow our nursing program based off of the design and the space. Right now, we are limited due to the limitations of the building. And so there would be a specific part of the design for the campus that will allow us to build a state-of-the-art nursing and allied health center. So there are other degrees besides nursing that we would have the intention to expand also based off the demands of the industry. The current thinking would be that the campus would continue to be downtown somewhere. As you mentioned, a need to ensure that there's accessibility through transportation, continue to have bus access, et cetera. And so there are spaces. It has not been determined, but the intention would be to continue to have the campus in the downtown section of Hartford.
And this funding would provide full funding for the acquisition at the site and construction, all the equipment, et cetera?
That's correct. The intention is that fiscal 24, there'd be 50 million in order to begin to acquire the land and location and do the planning. And then fiscal 27 is when the remainder for the actual building construction of the campus would be fiscal 27.
And the current enrollment?
Currently, we're this spring we're at 2,200 head count. That is down. It's up over last spring. We're actually up 2%. I know that there was a conversation earlier about enrollment. We're up 2%. That's comprised of 37% Black students, 33% were Hispanic serving institution, Hispanic 20% white, 5% Asian, and 6% multi-race. So we're one of the most diverse community colleges in New England.
And what was your historic high and when was that? And if you don't know, if you can just get back to us with that information.
I'll get back to you on that. However, prior to the pandemic, we were at 3,106 students.
So a significant decline just in the course of the past 2 or 3 years.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
See you. Thank you. Anyone else? Thank you both.
Thank you.
Senator. Apologies. Please don't go anywhere. Representative Meskers.
Thank you.
Representative Meskers.
I apologize and thank you for getting yourselves back to the dais or the your seats there. What level of cooperation in terms of funding and association are you getting from the hospitals in the state? I mean, knowing what the shortage looks like and how they're desperately looking for applicants, what's the level of symbiosis are you finding? What level of cooperation and testimony have they provided on this?
To the best of my knowledge, we're not getting any funding from our local facilities where we have clinical, the hospitals in that, but we are having increased number of clinical placements at the area facilities. But we do not have any contractual agreements with them with respect to accepting their employees into the nursing program. We do have contractual agreements for our students to have clinical placements there.
So just as an aside, then I would love going forward to hear and as I said on insurance, that'll be a question I'll be asking the industry and the hospital associations. I want to know what they're doing in terms of both filling the seats, identifying candidates, helping whether they're transportation issues, et cetera. I mean, the shortage is real and frightening. So I know the needs there. I'm kind of surprised by the answer that they're not directly engaged.
I would suggest that there's an opportunity as we begin to build a new campus, state-of-the-art campus. We do have phenomenal relationships with Trinity Health, Hartford Healthcare, and Children's Medical. And so I'd imagine with once there's a green light on the project, that they would be at the table and help us design and ensure the success that as it relates to us preparing their workforce and then making an investment to ensure that that happens. So we do have strong relationships with all the hospitals in the area.
Okay.
I'd imagine that we would be at the table when as we begin to build out for the project.
Yeah, and just as a thought on that, there's like 3 hospital chains in the state, right? And a couple of independents, or 2 hospital chains. I want to make sure that when we look at the design, given the technology today, and as my chair had reminded me, although he did suggest I was golfing, which is not true, we're doing a lot remote. So I want to make sure that the coordination in terms of on-campus, off-campus training in conjunction with the hospital systems as I identify candidates, that we really work on that very robustly. You know, the shortage is so real and so concerning to me. I want them in the door earlier, and I would appreciate that you'd initiate some robust conversations about, you know, if we're looking for the kind of funding you're looking for and the design process, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. Very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Julio Castellano, Bernie Sweeney.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair. Excuse me for my voice today. Co-chairs Fanfara Horn, and ranking members. I am the president and CEO, co-founder of Capital Business Lenders, Inc., with its home office located here in Hartford, Connecticut. I retired from the U.S. Small Business Administration after 13 years of public service. I also have over 30 years in banking and financial services industry, having worked at some of the largest banks both in Connecticut and New York City. I have spent the majority of my career assisting small and minority-owned businesses throughout the state of Connecticut to help find solutions to otherwise difficult financial situations. It is with this passion and desire that I must continue to help locally based women-owned, Black-owned, Hispanic-owned, veteran-owned, disabled-owned businesses. Senate Bill 1243 takes a big step in the right direction to help fund companies such as Capital Business Lenders that are seeking BITCO licenses. BITCOs are the only state licensed entities besides banks which can apply for federal recognition under the Small Business Administration Act. BITCOs have similar lending capacity for business loans as a bank, except that they cannot take deposits. Without the passage of Bill 1243, those businesses that otherwise without assistance from the public sector would never fit a bank square peg. Financial institutions such as banks have an obligation to their shareholders and depositors at times. Let me state possibly most of the time, go against the virtues of lending to inner city businesses that are considered high risk. Bill 1243, through a licensed BITCO, will bring federal funds and resources to our communities. And since a BITCO was formed to help with economic development, then organizations such as SAMA, the Black Business, the Black Business Alliance, SCORE, and many others can directly work with the BITCO to help facilitate financial resources, no longer dependent and meeting with large financial institutions and making the loans happen. Today, the Small Business Administration can provide guarantees of up to $5 million. And last year alone provided in excess of $250 million in various loan types in Connecticut, mostly through financial institutions. There is no set limit to how much lending activity the Small Business Administration can provide a state. Ladies and gentlemen, let us take advantage of passing Bill 1243 that will help be the catalyst in bringing targeted real dollars to our communities through the BITCO. Thank you for this valued time in holding this public meeting and allowing us to express our feelings for supporting the bill.
Thank you, Senator. It's an honor and a privilege to appear before your committee. It's my first time. My name is Bernard Sweeney. I am the co-founder and senior vice president for Capital Business Lenders. I have a career of 30 plus years at SBA, starting off as a loan officer. I have all the certification and classes, everything necessary to underwrite loans. I moved up in the supervisory capacity when I came to Connecticut in 1997. And after that, in 2004, I was appointed the director of the U.S. Small Business Administration in Connecticut. One of the things that I wanted to point out to the committee, it is not an easy task to complete the two-step process in getting approved for a BITCO. The first step is you must be approved by the banking department. The commissioner must sign your charter. A second step after that is you have to apply to SBA. You start in Hartford in the SBA office where Julio and I were director and deputy director. And from that, it goes to Washington. What they look for is SBA experience. You must have SBA experience. When I was director, we had two groups that came and applied for a BITCO, and I turned them down at our local level because there was nobody that ever worked one loan for the SBA. So how can you become an SBA lender when you don't have that experience? We have my experience as director, Julio's experience as deputy director, and we have also Bill Tierney, who is the former loan underwriter at our office. And together with the three of us, we have more than enough experience to get through that hump where SBA will review us. I thank the committee for considering this bill. It's a step in the right direction. One of the things that I wanted to mention, Senator, was we will be operating under the fair credit laws of Connecticut and of the federal government. That means while we market to minority and women and inner city, if a Caucasian business comes in from Avon, let's say, we're not marketing to them, but we must take an application from them. So we cannot discriminate no matter how we market ourselves. Anybody that comes to us is entitled to have an application be considered for a loan. Our market, where we'll spend our marketing dollars, is for women, minorities, and inner city businesses. And Julio and I, when we were working together, that was our top priority when I was the director of SBA. And Connecticut was the #1 state in the Northeast on loans to minorities. So it can be done. Banks can do it, but they don't want to do it because all of their loan officers live in the suburbs. They don't have many that live in the inner city. We know the inner city. We know the people that are operating the organizations such as SAMA and some other ones, the Hispanic Chamber down in Bridgeport. So we work with all of these organizations, and I just want to thank you, Senator, and thank the committee. I would like to just introduce Pete Melly, who is our third person connected with us, and Pete can.
Hi, my name is Pete Melly. I grew up on Vine Street here in Hartford, in the same house that my mother grew up in Vine Street in Hartford. I know Hartford very well. I was in the service. I'm a war vet from the Vietnam War, but when I got out, I came back here, and I've been working in commercial banking, primarily small business and primarily minority banking for the last 49 years. So I thought I would just mention that I have experience setting up from scratch 3 different commercial lending operations here in the state. So I'm hoping to bring that operational experience as well as my lending experience to any effort that I can. When I heard that these 2 gentlemen were so involved in starting up this type of a company, I said that I would volunteer to join up, even though I've been retired now for more years than I supposedly want to talk about. I wasn't actually retired because I've been a consultant to the financial industry and small business lending for the last 10 years. If anybody has any questions for me, I'm more than happy to answer them. We have another gentleman here that would like to speak to you.
I would just like to introduce Clodomiro Falcon from the Spanish American Merchants Association.
Thank you. Honorable Co-Chair Fonfara and Horn and Ranking Members Cheeseman and Martin. My name is Clodomiro Falcon, and I am a small business specialist for the Spanish American Merchants Association. My position provides technical assistance as well as work with clients throughout Hartford, New Britain, New Haven, and Bridgeport. On a daily basis, I act as a bridge to discuss loan programs provided by non-bank lenders, SAMA, and I have been working for many years with various programs under DCED, HEDCO, and the Small Business Administration. Senate Bill 1234, an act to provide assistance to minority-owned and women-owned small business through the Business and Industrial Development Corporation, BIDCO, will enhance existing programs while bringing in federal resources that right now are only available through financial institutions. We believe that a BIDCO will provide direct access to capital through the Small Business Administration loan programs. The BIDCO, licensed by the state banking department and assisted by DCD, will without a doubt expand capital to our most underserved small business community throughout the state, and we at SAMA wholeheartedly support the passage of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you all very much, and we appreciate your years and years of service. Just briefly, given the time, could you just explain to us what a BIDCO what void will be filled by a BIDCO that is not being addressed today? you both worked, Bernie and Mr. Cassiano both worked for years at with the SBA. You did a lot of lending during that time. What gap is there between the SAMAs, the HEDCOs and others like that? And then the SBA, what's missing?
Those programs are all funded by state dollars, which are limited. They're provided in times of need by most of these organizations. The SBA is I wouldn't say an unlimited resource, but in times of need and crisis, such as the current recession, that's when banks and financial institutions stop lending using their internal sources of funding for locally based businesses and look towards other forms of community development money that's up there, which comes in the form of SBA. Now, these Small Business Administration nationally provides over $20 billion of guarantees. Connecticut only does about roughly $250 to $300 million a year in guarantees into the state of Connecticut. The majority of these are through banks. We would be one of the first that will be licensed to be a direct lender through the SBA to the communities without having to go through a bank. Basically, we would be a bank, just we would not take deposits through the BidCo.
Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you. And I'm not quite sure if you addressed this part of Senator Funfara's question, what you would be providing that's not currently provided in the state. I know DCD in 2022 instituted the Small Business Boost Fund, administered by organizations like Sector, the economic development organization in my part of the state. They provided, I think, 24 million, again, concentrating on small businesses, minority-owned businesses, women-owned businesses. So where is your gap? What need are you filling? What's your unique selling point? Because you're asking, I believe, for $15 million in bonding to establish these. Where is the hole that's not being addressed, given the resources that DCD is directing through programs like the Small Business Boost Fund?
Well, Representative, all of those organizations that you mentioned, they're not a commercial lender. They don't follow state banking rules and regulations and federal rules and regulations. A BidCo is, just as Julio said, it's a non-bank bank. No deposits, no savings, no checking, just lending. And in the fact that we can lend, we go directly past the commercial banks and these other organizations that are limited. Most of those organizations are micro lenders that only go to $50,000. Some of them go a little higher, like CDIF. They can go up to like 450,000, but they're not federal SBA funds. What we will be offering are federal SBA funds, the funds by which, if this bond is passed, we will set the terms and conditions and the interest rates. And one of the things we want to do is to provide a very fair interest rates to our customers that come to us that are being gouged by the banks. We have a loan in East Hartford where he is Hispanic and he owns his own building. It's a little shopping center, and he has about $304,000 left on his building, and he's paying close to 11% interest on his building. It's killing him, and we can take that case and either do it with an SBA 504, which is a loan program that's a participation through us and a CDC like CIC in Connecticut. And we can pair a 50-40-10 loan to get that person a lower rate. The going rates now on the debentures, I think, are around about 5.5%. And that's something that we would match with our client so that he would be subpar really on the loans to help them. Those other organizations can't do that. They're fixed as to what they charge, repayment, interest rates, and all of that. I might also add, I'm sorry, Representative, there is no BidCo in Connecticut. The last BidCo turned their license in 2021. So we would be right now the only BidCo, and there's certainly room for more. We're not by any means delusional that we think that we can cover the entire state of Connecticut. We're only 3 people right now, and we will grow as we get there to get other areas. But the bill is open to provide for more BidCos in the state, and there's no reason why there shouldn't be 2 or 3 BidCos. We're not going to compete against one another because banks don't want to go after the market.
Sure, I
going
understand that, but again, my question, I'm looking specifically at the Small Business Boost Fund through DECD. Loans of up to $500,000. Now, maybe your unique lane is that you can lend more than that. A fixed 4.5% interest rate payable over 60 and 72 months. So again, my question to you, and I am accepting that there may be a lane for BidCos, but what are you going to provide in terms of lending resources and services that's not already being provided through DECD and through something like the Small Business Boost Fund, which is specifically targeted at women and minority-owned businesses, which is again, the area where you want to concentrate. I'm not saying I'm
Well,
against this.
yeah.
I just want to know what's your USP here?
Right. Well, we're bringing in the Small Business Administration. And so we're bringing in federal money. We're leveraging the state money with federal money into the loan community. Right now, most of these programs are all state funded. They might be limited in the terms of how much money they have available under the programs right now. But with the federal programs, such as SBA, which is what the license would entail, we will be able to do what's referred to as 7A programs, which are up to $5 million. This could be done for commercial real estate, which is needed in the inner cities for us to go in and do a $5 million loan. These types of programs are limited in terms of that size of loan.
So a BidCo gives the state the vehicle to attract the federal SBA dollars that you
exactly.
would then lend out to these.
Right,
Okay,
we
that's
would
fine.
leverage
That's
it.
all I wanted to
Right, that is
establish,
how-
because again,
right,
we're
the key
we're talking
difference-
about, $15 million, which in a $22 billion budget is not that, but we want to
Right.
make sure we are providing a unique service if we're putting more money on
Right,
the
we're
state
bringing
credit
in
card.
basically the federal government into lending into Connecticut in a community-based organization, which doesn't exist right now. So we're basically providing technical assistance, resources. We're linking the other organizations that are with us, the SAMAs of the world, the BBAs, SCORE, into our programs. And so they're going to be the link that, and technically their only resources are going to a bank. Now they could come up to us. We would be their bank, except we won't take deposits.
And Representative, because of our backgrounds, Julio and myself were both bilingual, though he speaks better than I do. But we would provide management assistance. We're not going to go out there and say, you need $100,000. We're going to evaluate that business and see what they need. Maybe they need to get into a training program. We can provide some of that training by virtue of our background. Now, we haven't really marketed that part of us, but that's something that we're going to do. We're going to make sure that that person is going to be successful because we're going to stay with that person. We're going to stay with that business to make sure that they repay the loan and grow.
Also, in terms of some of the other speakers that were here before us, contracting, we'll be able to do contracting through the Small Business Administration. So there are opportunities to help some of these organizations and speakers that were here before through the federal government's programs that come through SBA.
Thank you for that explanation, because I say, I just want to make sure
Yes.
we're not
Mhm.
putting money on the
No,
state credit
we're
card
not
to
competing.
duplicate services we
Right,
are
no,
already
we're not
providing.
competing.
All right.
No,
Thank
this is bringing in new money. We're not going to be competing with the Boost program, with HEDCO. No, in fact, they're gonna be partnering with us where they're limited. We will pick up that piece
All
of the
right.
SBA.
Thank you. I appreciate the explanation. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you.
Sorry, Rep. Meskers has his hand up on Zoom.
His time has expired.
I'm only 65. It hasn't expired yet.
Bernie, hold on a second. Representative Meskers.
From the mezzanine, I seem to always be
Fine,
last
out
$1
of breath.
short. Sorry about that. Look, I think Representative Cheeseman really hit the nail on the head. There were two issues. So as you talk with us and what's salient to us, you're not duplicating services. And the other piece, I don't know if it's catching you off guard or to ask you, I think where I'm attracted as well is, you want to do good work. You want to do the right type of lending. I don't think socially we've got, or commercially, we're opposed to that. With these kinds of dollars, can you give me an idea of what we're going to be able to think to attract in the way of federal resources?
Well, under the PPP program and the EIDL, SBA is already committed into the state of Connecticut into the tune of over $2 billion. Those businesses need further assistance. And most banks don't want to work with a lot of the borrowers that took these EIDL loans and PPPs. But because we would be part of SBA, we will be able to pick up these clients down the road. Also, and again, as I mentioned earlier, the ability to do real estate, commercial for owner-occupied businesses in inner city drives a lot of economic development. When we're able to go in to a small business that wants to buy that property, it's the SBA. And to get.
So what type of resources do you think is it reasonable to set our expectations at is my question. The criticism I hear, not of your business model or what I hear of our federal delegation is that we send a lot of money in tax dollars up to the feds. And now what we're talking about is federal programs that you think you're going to be able to access. And I guess that's my question. Like, what kind of money do you think you can access in the way of funds from SBA for lending? What would be a reasonable expectation?
One thing that hasn't been mentioned here is that the SBA has a secondary market. And the bulk of the loans that we would be doing, we would be selling off 80% into the secondary market. And therefore, with the leverage increases dramatically as to how much money is really Connecticut money versus federal money that will be going into these programs. So for instance, if we did a $100,000 loan, only $20,000 would stay on the books and $80,000 would go into the secondary market. But the servicing fees and so forth would stay there to fund the operating expenses of the BidCo. So it ends up being a multiple effect as far as leveraging federal money.
And that federal money is the 80%?
We're not going to be electric boat, but we're going to bring up some federal money to the state.
And, just as a clarify. So you're saying on 100,000, 20 would be state money and 80 would be federal funds.
It would be let's say put it a different way. It would be 20% would be non-federal money. 80% would end up going into the secondary market, paying back the SBA and then leveraging them again. So they get leveraged over and over again by the money. And
okay, perfect.
Only money coming into this is not here. There also going to be a revolving line of credit from a bank that will be getting CRA credit for that and therefore have an incentive to allow the funds to rotate. And that's another leverage position.
Yeah, the reason is that the size of the loans, $5 million. Eventually, we will have the capital to do these size of loans, which right now is very difficult to process within the inner cities. But if allowing this bill to pass is the right alternative for the state to work with a program that's federal that would allow now the federal government to bring in money into the state that's for small and minority-owned businesses, women-owned businesses, veteran-owned businesses, disabled-owned businesses. So we're going to make a big impact in some of these communities.
And also too, there's a factor of the 5 million, when you keep reselling that loan time and time again, I think it's comes somewhere around $15 million total. So the 5 million we can leverage into around 15 million of loans that we can put out on the street in Connecticut.
Yeah, just
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful.
just to wrap up, basically, our loans are securities. Any loan that SBA we book as an SBA loan is securitized into the secondary market. So there's interest in the secondary, much like a treasury bill. So unlike the loans that are done by the state, any loan that we have through SBA is securitized. We plan to sell them within the closing date of the loan into the market, so it can recoup the money and lend it out and keep leveraging and leveraging. We will eventually open a couple of offices in the state of Connecticut.
Fantastic. No further questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you. Mr. Castellano, have you submitted testimony?
I will.
Great.
I have a whole plan, 50-page plan, which
You don't have to submit 50 pages, but
it really
A couple
talks
will
about
do.
the details, gets into the
thank you very
Okay.
much. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Senator.
Sana Shaw and Dr. O'Brien. Oh, I got that.
Dear Senator Farah, Representative Horn, Senator Martin, Representative Cheeseman, and esteemed members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Sana Shah, and with me today is Dr. Patrick O'Brien, who will be available to answer any questions. For the purposes of time, I'm reading in a truncated version of our submitted testimony. Connecticut Voices supports the concept of a Connecticut Social Security program. However, in order to better understand the full impact of SB 1241, an act concerning a payroll expense tax, we recommend policymakers provide more information on the estimated overall tax savings to Connecticut, the distributional impact on the state and federal tax systems, and the distributional impact on the state and federal Social Security programs. Connecticut Voices supports the section of SB 1245 that authorizes bonds for various purposes within high poverty, low opportunity census tracts. But we recommend revising the section that exempts certain residents from those census tracts from the Connecticut personal income tax. Section 1 of SB 1245 defines a high poverty, low opportunity census tract as one in which 40% or more of the residents have incomes below the federal poverty level. And the bill authorizes bonds within those census tracts for several purposes, including but not limited to the establishment or improvement of preschool education, preschool enrichment, or preschool daycare programs. Research shows that high quality preschool improves children's social emotional skills, behavioral development, cognitive development, and school readiness. This is especially the case for children from low-income households, children of color, and English language learners, many of whom grew up in high poverty, low opportunity areas. Additionally, the pandemic disproportionately impacted preschool programs, with the number of publicly funded slots in Connecticut decreasing by about 20% between March 2020 and March 2022. Although policymakers provided much needed funding to stabilize the early care and education industry during the pandemic, it's important to provide programs with longer term sources of expanded funding. We oppose HB 6929, which would increase the film tax credit claimed against the sales and use tax from 78% to 92%. Importantly, past and recent analysis from the Connecticut Department of Economic and Community Development conclude that the state loses revenue from the credit. The state lost about 11 million in net revenue due to the film tax credit program in fiscal year 2022. We support the sections of HB 6934 that reduce the Connecticut personal income tax, increase the earned income tax credit, reduce Connecticut's tax gap, and increases Connecticut's tax transparency. And to further strengthen this legislation, we recommend that the committee provide additional support for families by establishing a state-level child tax credit. Reducing the Connecticut personal income tax for low and middle income families would make the state's tax system fairer and help reduce economic inequality, especially if the tax is well targeted. Section 1 of HB 6934 reduces the Connecticut personal income tax by reducing both the 3% tax bracket to 2% and the 5% bracket to 4.75%. It also includes a new tax recapture provision that limits the tax cut to single tax filers making up to $200,000 and married tax filers making up to $400,000. This proposal would help to make Connecticut's tax system fairer and is more targeted than the governor's proposed reduction of the Connecticut personal income tax, which would then leave more revenue to increase the Connecticut earned income tax credit and create the Connecticut child tax credit, both of which would help to reduce poverty and make Connecticut's tax system fairer. Compared to the US as a whole, Connecticut has a greater share of opaque income sources that accrue disproportionately to higher earners and that are underreported at a high rate. At the same time, the DRS has insufficient auditing capacity. Connecticut could potentially generate up to $2.6 billion a year in revenue, primarily from high income and wealthy tax filers, by providing additional funding for the DRS to increase its tax
30
compliance
seconds.
capacity. Section 5 of HB 6934 would require the DRS to provide an estimate of the state tax gap and an overall strategy to reduce it. And Section 6 of HB 6934 would require DRS to provide more information in the tax incidence report to increase tax fairness. So in conclusion, we recommend that policymakers provide more information on the impact of SB 1241, pass a reform version of SB 1245, oppose HB 6929, and pass the sections of HB 6934 that reduce the personal income tax, increase the Connecticut earned income tax credit, reduce Connecticut's tax gap, and increase Connecticut's tax transparency, as well as we want to
You've
ask the
reached
committee
5 minutes. Please summarize.
consider adding a state level child tax credit. Thank you for your time and consideration. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Could you repeat that, please?
Yeah. The thank you.
Thanks very much. Questions? Representative Farrar.
Thanks, Chairman. I know we want it on repeat, right? Thanks to you both for being here. I actually just had a follow-up. I know you covered a lot of ground, but I have a particular follow-up. I think there was mentioned in your testimony a little bit about your analysis about the kind of film tax credit program that we've had over the years. And I wondered if you could just kind of speak to and illuminate for all of us a little bit more about your analysis on that and how you'd suggest as a committee we're thinking about that program.
So thank you for the question. Yes, so our testimony includes, our submitted testimony includes tables 3 and 4, which gives an overview of the film tax credit data. This just comes directly from the DECD. Essentially, table 3 takes several years worth of data from the annual reports and attempts to kind of give an overview of all of the business assistance tax credits and evaluate what they've been doing and comparing them. And so kind of the key takeaway from this is essentially of, I think, the 6 main programs that the DECD administers. Basically, the only one that loses net revenue was the film tax credit program. So this was looking at the 2018 to 2021 annual reports, and it was losing about an average of $78 million a year, which is essentially was more than offsetting all of the gain in revenue from all of the other business assistance tax credits combined. Again, these are just the ones that the DECD administers. And so this is a table that we've included in some past reports. Recently, the 2022 annual report from DECD came out. And so that is what we're showing in table 4. And again, so this is the estimated fiscal impact. And you see that the program as a whole loses about $11 million in net revenue. And again, so this is the DECD basically changed their methodology a bit to make it a more expansive, I guess, overview following the consultant written report, what I guess referred to as the Oldsberg reports, which had a broader economic overview of trying to make the case for why the film tax credits were good. They adopted some of that methodology into this new report, and even with that adopted methodology, it's still the case that the state, according to the DECD, is losing net revenue on this. And again, it's important to note this is net revenue. So the overall program, I think, according to the DECD, was spending about $145 million a year in just fiscal year 2022 alone. And so just for some context on that, for example, is more than the cost of the entire child tax rebate last year, which was about $125 million. So when we're thinking about the scale of this program, and from the state's own analysis of this is essentially, losing money for the state.
Thanks, Patrick, for that, and for bringing kind of to our attention the reporting that our own DECD was doing. That's very helpful. And it sounds like, just to kind of clarify, that the 2022 analysis, can you specify, because I know we heard earlier in the hearing a little bit of suggestion that we're not really capturing the full breadth of the economic impact at a very local level of this tax credit. Am I hearing right that the 2022 report did really seek to expand the analysis, so it should be more accurate to that end?
Yeah, so certainly I'm sure the DECD has various caveats in the report, but this is essentially an attempt to do a broad-based economic analysis to see what are the broad impacts, moving throughout the economy. So this is different. My understanding is that this is essentially a broader analysis than, for example, with the OFA tax expenditure reports. You'll see the cost of film tax credits in there as well. But for the DECD report, this is specifically attempting to get at job creation and kind of how it's rippling throughout the economy. And so based on DECD's best effort at getting at the broad economic impact analysis, again, this is, losing money. And one could say that this might not be, capturing all of the effects in the economy, but it's notable that all of the other business assistance tax credits that they're attempting to model are showing that the state is, actually making, is gaining net revenue on it. And this is just the one outlier year in and year out that the state essentially is losing money on.
Thank you. Yeah, it's super helpful for us just to keep that in mind as we choose our priorities and make those determinations on this committee. So thank you. Thank you, the chairman.
Thank you. Representative Meskers.
Yeah, thank you for your testimony. I, having sat on bonding, revenue, and finance for years, I can't claim to always be a fan of tax credits, but on the film industry per se, which I know there's been a lot back and forth in the competition between the states, I want to look at the report again, and I'd like your thoughts and attention on that as well, because there are a couple of different components. It's the economic activity, it's the salaries, it's income tax, it's sales tax. The credits the lack of credits, if they drive the business to another state, I have zero economic activity. If the economic activity is negative and costing me money, I'm not necessarily interested in the economic activity. But if at the margin, the tax credits are outweighed by general revenue capture, and that's, as I said, it's personal income tax for those who are working in the industry. It's the sales tax for the people who are running all of the support services for that. I guess in history, we've been looking at the film tax credit to either try to establish a business in the state, and I don't know that we've been overly successful, other than if you look at the NBC Universals or the sports, et cetera, ESPN, which I don't want to minimize, but we haven't created a movie industry with all the support staff. I guess we still need to make sure that if we turn down tax credits and the quote unquote giveaway of tax credits, that the sales tax and income tax at the personal level is also negative in looking at those credits, because if I'm losing money, quote unquote, against the entire economic activity, I don't know why I'm involved. So I'm not going to argue with you, but I'm not sure I've seen any good dynamic scoring out of our Office of Fiscal Analysis. I don't know what your thoughts are there.
Yeah, so thank you for the question. As I said, so the Office of Fiscal Analysis has every 2 years, they release a tax expenditure report. My understanding is that the DECD report, and this is where this data comes in, comes from is a broader economic impact analysis. So they're looking more specifically at job creation and the various taxes that apply to that job creation and spending throughout the state. So my read of the DECD report is this is attempting from the state's perspective to do the broadest economic impact analysis possible. And I have no doubt somebody could read the report and highlight it might not be capturing every aspect of the gains that are going to the economy, but it is notable again that this is the one tax credit program administered by DECD that year in and year out is losing net revenue. And so from that perspective, the idea of increasing this tax credit when it's the one tax credit that's losing revenue for the state, I think is a position that we're pretty strongly in favor of not increasing a tax credit that the state is losing money from. And I think it would be even a better use of the state's resources, for example, to take $145 million and fund a child tax credit.
Thank you very much for the testimony.
Anyone else? Representative Baumgardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and it's great to see you both. I have a couple questions regarding the film tax credit. As you've illuminated, it's a tax credit that year after year, the state of Connecticut has continues to make a loss on. As a result, in this fiscal year, we're going to need look at a lot of different areas where we can provide supports to businesses, but I still think it's very important that we kind of steer away from the tailor-made tax credits of the world. And I think this is kind of one of those programs. I think the jury's out on the effectiveness. I know there are many businesses that certainly have benefited and in terms of their profits, but also in terms of hiring folks and that's to be celebrated. But at the same token, I do find it concerning if we're providing these tailor-made tax credits to companies that 2 weeks later are leaving, and also finding out from a DECD audit that we've overpaid some of these companies like Blue Sky Studios that was purchased by Disney, another beneficiary of these tailor-made tax credits through ESPN, which is obviously a great company, but I take a significant issue with the state providing funds to a company that left. And then, 2 weeks after they, received their last, tax credit check from the state of Connecticut. So to me, that's problematic. That doesn't, grow our economy. And clearly there was a net job loss after those credits were issued. So can you speak to kind of if we do continue having this program, ensuring that it is better managed and that if the DECD is auditing these companies, that there can be some kind of payback if they do leave the state?
Sure. So thank you for the question. Yeah, so I think it's important. We often think about what are the economic effects of some of these various programs, but I think the good follow-up is like who actually benefits. So it's not just a question of like, just the state as a whole benefiting, but our Connecticut's, low and middle income families benefiting from these things, or is this just going to high income or wealthy tax filers? And so one approach, I think, to getting more information on this would not only be having the sort of broad economic impact analysis that the DEC does, but you could do a distributional analysis of tax credits. And so, for example, at the federal level, the Congressional Budget Office does a distributional analysis of different tax credits so you can see who is actually benefiting. So I think it's important to not only have the conversation of, is this good for Connecticut's economy, but who, like what families within Connecticut's economy is this good for? So I think in addition to, you raising the question of auditing, I think that's always certainly important to make sure that the program's actually operating according to law. But I think when you could add more information on the distributional side, I'd say that would probably be the single most important thing that you could do. And I know that's an issue that came up in one of the bills, expanding our tax gap analysis, tax incidence analysis, and so on. And so I'd say for any major tax credit, a distributional analysis would be good, but for the film tax credit in particular, and I was just like, again, to clarify, when we throw out some of these ideas, it might sound if it all sounds unreasonable to be asking the state to do this, we like to always put forward ideas essentially that other governments are essentially doing. So this is something that the federal government can do. So I don't think it would be an unreasonable, request for the state itself to be doing this with some of these tax credits.
There was another comment made about New Jersey too, how they're the leaders now in kind of the film tax credit programming, compared to other states. Have you followed what they've done and kind of seeing if there's been, what the benefits or,
So I've not done a cross-state analysis of the film tax credit in particular, but I think when the questions are raised about, why people in favor of increasing the film tax credit, it's always, other states have done this, so we need to increase our tax, film tax credit. And I think the easy follow-up is, well, if we increase the film tax credit now, and then, if New Jersey or some other state then increases the film tax credit, we're going to be here in another year, in a year from now, 2 years from now, talking about how we have to further increase this tax credit. And to what point, are you going to get to that? We're already seeing that we're losing, money on this. So how far do you want to increase this tax credit that we're continuing to lose money on? And it's not clear that if, we become the state that has the best film tax credits around, that other states won't just match this, just be, basically doing this year in and year out.
all right, thank you for your indulgence. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Anyone else? Thank you.
Thank you.
Regina Dayton. No. A few more of those, we might get somewhere. Tad Lincoln. Would you press the button in front of you, sir?
I'm sorry. Thank you. Tad Lincoln, a professor of economics, political science at Middlesex Community College, soon to be part of Connecticut State. I also coordinate the programs, economics and political science at Middlesex. I'm also involved in the prison education program. I've taught several courses in Cheshire Correctional and York Correctional. I have a passion for how important that is for reducing recidivism in the state. A lot when prisoners are released with an education. Also involved with our manufacturing program before I've been with the college for 15 years, my previous career in engineering management and manufacturing gives me some background that helps with our manufacturing program. And I'm also the legislative internship program coordinator at my college. So I provided interns for some of you, at least one of you. You have one of my interns right now. So you've heard from many of my colleagues on my campus. Most of the classrooms and professors' cubicles, we all have cubicles, including my cubicle, are in one of two buildings on our campus, Snow Hall and Wheaton Hall, that are old. So these buildings were built 50 years ago. When they were built, they were intended to be temporary buildings. So my cubicle offers no privacy for my students who need to discuss issues. And there are a lot more issues these days, especially since COVID. And as you know, there are laws that prevent us. We need to make sure that certain information is not shared with others, but we cannot guarantee that others aren't overhearing any of those conversations. And sometimes we have to go off into classrooms, and we hope we can find one that is empty if we are worried about information getting into the wrong hands from our students. Our cubicles are too small for our work and our stuff. Rain comes in and around our windows when we get rain and wind, and you might think that would be an easy fix to remove the old molding and put in new, but unfortunately that runs into asbestos issues, which can be very expensive and very disruptive. So we continue to use the buckets and deal with the rain. Our science labs are outdated and there are not enough of them, which obviously is bad for student learning. And there are no sprinklers in these labs or anywhere in these buildings, which is fine. until it's not fine, and then we have a
You
big problem.
reached 3 minutes. Please summarize.
Okay, and we don't have ADA facilities. They're all inadequate. A few years ago, somebody swung open a classroom door, which opens into a fairly narrow hallway. And unfortunately, it hit one of our ADA students who was walking slowly. Luckily, we didn't get sued for that. There's one tiny break room in each of those two buildings, which barely has enough room for 4 or 5 students, but there is enough room for 2 vending machines and a few chairs. So students tend to congregate in the hallways, which is unsanitary and disruptive to the movement of students. So we need some new buildings, and this bill, SB 1246, which you assume that's what I'm here for, would be very helpful. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Representative Farrar.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to acknowledge that I do have a Middlesex Community College student. Josh is an intern, and he is just excellent. And I know he's super proud of his institution, and I appreciate you illuminating the investment that he would want made as well. So thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Zupkis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming. Here I am. Thanks for
sorry.
coming. You mentioned about people in the hallways, no sprinklers, I think in the labs, right?
Actually,
And,
not any buildings anywhere, but
Okay.
the labs would be particularly helpful and important.
right, nor ADA compliant. Is that right?
Yeah.
So my question is though, is that, are you grandfathered in not having sprinklers, like not being ADA compliant? Your whole building doesn't have a ramp for people to get into, or?
Right. That question I don't have an answer to. I have some colleagues and behind me that may be able to
Okay.
answer that, but
I'll ask.
I don't have an answer for that as a professor.
Okay.
I apologize for that.
I would just think some of that falls under existing law or something that it has to be fixed.
You think?
I will ask whoever comes up next. Thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Raquel Kokoros. No. TJ Noel Sullivan.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is TJ Noel Sullivan. I was born and raised here in Hartford, and I am a founder of the Hartford Film Company. And I'm here today to voice my support for House Bill 6929 in regards to the film tax credit, as well as suggest some improvements to the bill. I think that my own career up until this point can help showcase the impact of the bill. In May of 2021, I got a job on the film Called Jane, which shot here in Hartford. And following that film, I was offered a job by the producer to go work for him in Los Angeles. If any of you have seen Called Jane, you might be aware that the film is set entirely in 1960s Chicago. And so naturally, one of my first questions was, why was my hometown chosen to depict 1960s Chicago? And the answer was they made a list of all of the cities that they thought could depict 1960s Chicago, and then they ranked that list by the state tax credit offered. And so my job and the opportunities that followed were a direct result of our tax credit. But as I also learned in the year that followed working in Los Angeles, we made a lot more of those lists. And when 1960s Chicago or Hallmark Christmas movie weren't a requirement, unfortunately, too often Connecticut failed to even crack the top 5 of those rankings. And so I am in support of some of my colleagues today who have proposed increasing the tax credit with a la carte options to let it get as high as 37%, competitive with some of our neighboring states, but only for films that show a real commitment to investing in the Connecticut film industry long-term. But I also think there's another part of the equation that I'd like to speak to, and that is investing in the local talent that we already have here. Because After my year in LA, I came back here to found the Hartford Film Company. And last summer, we shot our debut feature film Midas here in Hartford. We shot over the course of 2 months. We hired 100% local crew and over 80% local cast. And I might add, we portrayed Hartford, Connecticut as Hartford, Connecticut, showcasing our beautiful downtown and our parks and even the state capitol building. And so Call Jane, we actually, I believe, hired more Connecticut residents than Call Jane did. However, due to the current budget thresholds under our tax credit, Call Jane received a 30% tax credit, while we received just a 10% tax credit, of which nearly a third was eaten up by the required auditing and submission fees. And so, and there have been some questions earlier about the economic results of this and whether this is a good long-term investment. My suggestion to the committee would be this: if you're looking to promote long-term investment here in Connecticut, then invest in the people who have been here long-term and adapt the tax credit so that local productions that hire locally can have that money, can take that 30% tax credit, because when you give the local productions that tax credit, we use it to turn around and hire more local crew members and invest in the infrastructure and education that will help Connecticut become a long-term production hub. Thank you very much, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, TJ. Did you submit written testimony?
I did not, but I'd be happy to.
Did you do that?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. And related but unrelated, any chance you're related to Brad and Don Noel?
I'm Brad and Don Noel on one side and Mike Peters and Jerry Sullivan on the other side. Yes.
A lot of history
Yes,
in our city.
absolutely.
Glad you're still here.
Yes, I am too.
And those folks have meant a lot to Hartford. You're in a good bloodline,
Thank you. I appreciate
both
that.
sides. Thanks very much. Anyone? Thank you, TJ.
Thank you.
Rosalind Mitchell. Alan Titleman, Lisa Resner.
Good afternoon, members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. I'm Lisa Dresner, the CEO of Naugatuck Valley Community College, a Hispanic serving institution with campuses in both Waterbury and Danbury. I'm speaking in support of Senate Bill 1246 and joined by my colleague, Professor Titleman. You have my written testimony, and in my brief time here, I can mention only a few of the egregious challenges with our oldest buildings, Kinney and Ekstrom Halls, that have had no significant improvements since they were built 45 years ago. There is an urgent need to replace Kinney's roof. Time is running out on a 10-year warranty coating, and a full replacement is necessary because of asbestos contamination, which could threaten occupants. The mechanical system is so outdated, we can't find replacement parts to make repairs. And the insulation on the pipes has deteriorated so much that condensation drips from the ceiling into classrooms and offices and could lead to contamination. ADA accessibility requirements are not even close to being met. Elevators are frequently out of order and need repair. Chemistry labs have deteriorated fume hoods and plumbing leaks. Disrepair poses significant environmental and operational challenges that threaten our important work and has a negative impact on all our students, including our youngest, aged 18 months to 5 years, who attend our lab school. Here's what I want you to remember. Imagine how wheelchair users must navigate small elevators when the elevators are working, how they're unable to access drinking fountains because of the lack of compliance, how they must go to another building to use an ADA compliant restroom, and the sheer impossibility of entering our library stacks that are accessed only by stairs. Think about the danger posed by ceiling tiles that have become so saturated with moisture from a leaking roof or condensation from our old heating and cooling system that we use buckets to capture dripping water, or worse, falling ceiling tiles that have struck people and damaged equipment. Consider the dangers posed to students of being in a building without a fire sprinkler system. Every year, we graduate more than 110 nursing students who go directly into our hospitals and clinics. From our manufacturing and engineering programs who find jobs right here in Connecticut, who transfer to one of our 4 state universities, Charter Oak, UConn, and other institutions in Connecticut and beyond. For the first time since the pandemic, we increased enrollment by 9%. But without investments in the infrastructure that directly affect our students' abilities to learn in safe, comfortable, and adaptive environments, we won't be able to sustain and grow our momentum. NVCC consistently meets the challenge to educate the workforce our cities and state need. Our faculty and staff are among the best in higher education. Their commitment and dedication to our student success is shown daily. It's time for the state to demonstrate the same commitment to community college students. This is a matter of equity. An investment in renovation is an investment in the state's future.
Good evening, members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Alan Titleman, and I'm a faculty member at NVCC. I urge you to support the continuation of CSCU 2020 and specifically funding issues related to infrastructure improvements and deferred maintenance of our campus buildings as outlined in Senate Bill 1246. At NVCC, we have 2 high priority buildings on the CSCU 2020 list, including Kinney Hall, which houses dozens of classrooms, faculty and staff offices, including my own, as well as critical student-facing departments such as advising and financial aid, and is in disrepair. Let me share just a few examples of how these dilapidated buildings are impacting us. A few days ago, due to improperly working audiovisual technology in my assigned classroom, I moved my class to my office for a few minutes. While this in and of itself is disruptive, while we were there completing the educational activity, a number of wasps started to fly around the room, further disrupting the learning environment. The wasps make their way in through gaps in the building envelope, and this is a widespread problem on our campus. Last week, when we were setting up a fundraising activity for our honor society, we lost nearly an hour of our allotted time due to the fact that our electrical wiring is so outdated that by putting 2 coffee pots, it was a coffee and bake sale fundraiser, on 1 breaker, we ended up blowing the fuses in the building twice. When we set up for Welcome Week events on campus, one of our students had brought her daughters to campus with her. As we were setting up the table, she noticed that there was a liquid that had started pooling on the floor. Assuming that her kids had made a mess, she began to admonish them until she realized, and we all realized, that the water was actually coming from inside an interior wall of the room we were in. And we ended up
30
having to
seconds,
be
please,
relocated to
Sarah.
the event. We all know that the health, safety, and welfare of our students, faculty, and staff are inextricably linked to the physical environment that we're subjected to. Kinney Hall in particular is in dire of a complete overhaul. Thank you for the opportunity to address this committee this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Zupkis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming. I guess now I have to ask you the question that I asked before, because as I'm listening to your testimony and you're talking about not being ADA compliant, ceiling tiles falling, fumes from leaky pipes in the labs, electrical wiring. To me, that's like electrical wiring. I think that would be a fire code.
Well, we have the fire marshal come every year, and we are up to code, but we've also done an ADA assessment, which gives us a list of things to work on every year, and we make small bits of progress. And it's just like the ceiling tiles, we replace the ceiling tiles, but it's an ongoing problem, and it takes an enormous amount of money to renovate for that kind of infrastructure deterioration.
Sure, I've been to NVCC.
Yeah, I know.
Right. And I really appreciate and respect what you do. And I hear the stories from the students. It's amazing. So, so you get money every year, but when's the last time you got like some money to help you really make a difference in the school? Maybe not build 5 brand new buildings, but do really kind of get you up to where you should have been.
We're not looking to build new buildings, and I want to make that really clear. It's renovating, and we've had a design process. Kinney Hall in particular.
Just by the way, that was just an example. I knew
That's
that.
okay. That's fine.
Building,
I'm just all about
but-
renovation right now. We had a design done in anticipation of the bond funding being approved and going forward for Kinney Hall, which was probably about, I'm thinking 4 years ago, not totally sure. I can get that information for you. And in that design process, as you know, is the first step in doing that. And the money was released, but the money is released in such small increments that it's really impossible to make significant substantive changes that are necessary. And the problem with that design process now is that needs have changed significantly, even in the 4 years, just in the organizational structure. So what we need is the large amount of money to be able to move forward.
So if this gets approved and passes, would the amount of money that you would give you to do all of that? You could have the plan drawn up because things are more expensive now than so all of that and to start putting it into place.
It would allow us to start putting it into place. Yes, it's a multi-year project, as you know. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it.
Anyone else? Thank you. Michael Berry.
Hi, good evening, Senator Fonfara, Representative Horn, all of the members and all of the ranking members. Thank you for allowing me to speak to you this evening. My name is Michael Berry. I live in Manchester and I'm the coordinator of the Connecticut Coalition for Retirement Security. I'm also a retiree myself. I'm a retired probation officer who worked for the judicial branch for over 25 years. I'm speaking today in support of raised Bill 6934. The bill provides a tax deduction on pensions and annuities for federal adjusted incomes under $100,000 for single income tax filers and $150,000 for married couples filing jointly. This deduction will provide relief to retirees and their families in the coming years, and my coalition would welcome any positive changes to the bill going forward. When I speak to retiree groups around Connecticut, tax relief is their #1 issue. We find ourselves to be part of the sandwich generation. We're taking care of children, parents, and often grandchildren, and oftentimes all at once. And a full 20% of us are full-time caretakers for a relative. I believe this bill will have a lasting impact on older working class retirees, and this tax deduction will be a welcome relief for them. So very brief tonight. Thank you to the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee for raising this bill, and most importantly, for keeping retirees in mind this session. Thank you so much for allowing me to testify before you tonight in 2.5 minutes or less. And I'd be happy to answer any questions if anybody has any for me.
We're grateful for your brevity. And you've done a good job. Well, thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a nice night. Thank you so much.
Thank you for sticking around. Anne Marie Dragonis.
Good afternoon, Senator Fonfara, Representative Horn, Senator Martin, Representative Cheeseman, and members of the committee. Thank you for allowing me to testify today. My name is Anne Marie Dragonis. I am the first select woman for the town of Seymour, and I serve on the executive committee for the Bristol Facility Policy Board. It's a 14-member town member body that collectively manages solid waste and oversees the resource recovery facility located in Bristol, Connecticut. I'm representing our board today in regard to Senate Bill 1242, an act concerning waste management. Discussion is needed for waste energy facilities to continue in their role of disposing of the large majority of trash that goes through the system. Extended producer responsibility, recycling, diversion are all important, but that should not supplant the need for waste energy plants. The 4 plants handle about 70% of the state's non-recycled trash while generating electricity that avoids greenhouse gases that otherwise would be attributed to oil to power their boilers or methane gas if it was landfilled. The plants are getting older and will need more and more upkeep and modernization. The simple fact is waste energy plants are the anchor to the disposal of solid waste in this state. Without them, the system will collapse. We will desperately need them over the next 10 to 20 years. As part of this, look forward to the PURA Open Docket 22-1007. Last year in review, in part, future option to the waste energy plants. Although they did not recommend specific policies, PURA did offer options to consider. One of these stated, in order to adequately invest in property, plant, and equipment, some form of public subsidy or financing for existing plants may be required. We believe that the reality of the situation is that it should specifically be referenced in this bill so that legislators' intent is clear to the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection and other energies. As part of this, I would like to suggest you consider two such changes to Senate Bill 1242. Specifically reference that the state bond funds are a legitimate tool to use in paying for needed improvements for waste energy facilities and reserve use of the current $1.50 a ton assessment on trash delivered to the plants for exclusive use by these facilities for capital improvement enhancements. The owners of the plants would provide a comprehensive 5-year capital plan to DEP as part of this. The 4 waste energy plants process 1.4 million tons of trash a year. Over 5 years, at the current $1.50 assessment, should bring in about $10 million. Since these dollars are paid by the facilities, they should have the first right to use these for monetization of their facilities. Section 8 of the bill would double the fee to $3 a ton. Please don't do this. This would be an unfunded mandate that would be paid by individuals, families, and municipalities and businesses who have their trash collected and sent to plants like Bristol. This is not the time to do that to our citizens who are already stretched too thin, inflation and the economy. Thank you, and I will answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Representative Zupkis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have one question. You mentioned in your testimony about PURA suggesting that they use some form of public financing or subsidies might be helpful to you for modernization. And you said in here, one of your suggestions is to reverse the use of the $1.50 a ton assessment. That goes right now to the general fund, correct? And you would want it to go to the facility since they pay it.
Yep, that is my point. I believe about $2 million a year is collected from these assessments. We could ask each company to submit a 5-year capital plan to DEEP, and then they could access these funds to help make the improvements.
Great. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Sorry, Senator Needleman
Yes,
has his hand.
Senator Needleman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate being called on, and thank you so much for testifying today. The working group that Energy and Environment formed last year around trying to find a solution to trash management had commissioned PURA to determine the value of the energy generated out of these facilities. And I do want to follow up with one of your comments because I couldn't agree more. DEEP's plan for solid waste management is predicated on maintaining the current volume of throughput through the current waste to energy plants. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
My big fear in this whole industry is that if we don't stabilize the value of the energy coming out of these plants somehow, some way, and get more revenue to those plants, we are not likely to reduce the amount that we're shipping out of state, but these plants could suffer the same fate that Mira suffered, in that they age out from lack of adequate capital investment. Do you tend to agree with that?
I do. I agree with that.
And instead of reducing the amount of trash that we're shipping to other states, there's just as high a likelihood, if we don't make proper investments in existing capacity, as well as finding a way to build additional capacity, the number is not going to go down because of waste reduction and waste diversion. It's just as likely to go up. I think you know I'm a first selectman also. Represent a Mira host town. And I very, very much worried that the best laid plans of mice and men, or I should say mice and people, have led us to where we are today. And I'm concerned, as much as I suspect you or I support waste diversion and all the other plans, enhanced recycling, we do not want to lose capacity in this state. We've already lost enough. And I believe strongly in the idea that solutions need to be equitable, but trash to energy, from everything I've ever read and know about it, is still the best way to manage it after you've diverted and recycled. It's better than landfilling, and I'm sure, I don't want to lead you in questioning, but I'm sure you would agree that shipping our solid waste to a neighboring state may be the least desirable outcome. We've been bailed out because of the failure of Mira and the shutting down of that plant, but we certainly don't want to make it worse. And I don't believe, from where I sit, that we're going to divert our way out of this problem, or any kind of enhanced recycling or EPR, all of which may have their time and place, but are not necessarily going to solve our problem. And I fear that we could well be on a path to making things worse and not better, totally dependent on the goodwill of neighboring states or the people and the companies that own those landfills.
That is correct, Senator. That you're absolutely correct. I believe in composting as well, and everybody doing their just cause. But I believe that if we, I have an environmental background. So if we send a contaminated load out to another state, guess who's stuck paying for that mess? We are. So I think we need to handle our own mess and our own messes ourselves, if you will, and help each other out. These are small businesses, these are big businesses, and we need to help each other and look out for our own.
And thank you. And I want to remind other members of the committee that Connecticut in the 1980s had the foresight and forethought to become or work towards becoming independent and keeping our trash in state, managing it in the most environmentally friendly way possible. Certainly hear the argument that some of that has not been equitable given the location of some of these plants. But there are new technologies and new techniques out there. And we need to make sure that at least the existing capacity that remains in the state has adequate revenue, one way or the other, to run their businesses, improve them, make them more environmentally friendly, and operate to whatever standards we expect them to operate while we look to build new capacity in the state and get back to where we were 30 years ago and not go in the wrong direction. And I'm afraid that some of the proposals out there, not necessarily this one has more to do with EPR, but in general, some of the proposals that are out there are definitely going to end up having us go further in the wrong direction, because many of us feel that losing the capacity of Mira, arguably for many, many reasons, and many that I agree with, has been overall a bad thing for the state of Connecticut. And so I want to thank you for taking the time and testifying. And Mr. Chairman, I give my time back to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Rep. Clarity.
I apologize, Representative Claridis Detria.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for finally seeing me. Thank you for Selectwoman Anne Marie Dragonis. Full disclosure, she is my first Selectwoman and one of my very best friends. I want to thank you for your wealth of knowledge in this very important area in our state. We know from what you said and what from Senator Needleman said, we need to improve our facilities in the state, and we need to also work on building new capacity for these facilities. I know it's not easy, but it needs to be done. So I appreciate your advocacy towards this important issue with your background as an environmental engineer that can help us get to where we need to be. So again, thank you very much for your testimony.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Evelise Correa.
Hello.
Let's proceed.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to begin by thanking the committee for allowing me to speak today. I'd like to begin by supporting SB 1246. We may forget that Capital Community College was moved from a campus on Woodland Street to the old G. Fox building under the Rowland administration and was one of the no bid contracts that resulted in his incarceration. We should tear down CJTS, which is still costing taxpayers, and invest that into Capital Community College. Both have had a major impact on Black and brown people in Connecticut. Next, I'd like to support SB 1245. Rather than continue the brain drain in Hartford, where people can move to better areas if they do well, this bill goes in the direction of making Hartford a better area. I shouldn't have to move my kids to Hartford or Avon. My children should be able to stay with what they know. As long as the state underfunds Hartford via the pilot program and does not get the full reimbursement, we shouldn't have discussions about expense. Right now, the state is saving money instead of paying the full mill rate. And then we can talk about ancestors, but what you really mean are parents and grandparents who were mandated to live in certain census tracts in the state under federal law. You can't force people to live in certain zip codes, underfund them, continue to underfund them, and then get mad when you have to spend money. Black and brown pain generates thousands of dollars for nonprofit directors on a daily basis in the nonprofit industrial complex. It is time to invest directly in the people. And an example of one successful one example of success would be what happened in what is now the former Charter Oak projects and Rice Heights. When those projects were torn down, they were sold back to former residents at a cost between $11,000 to $75,000. When adjusted for inflation, that's between $18,000 to $124,000 in today's money. So as we know, that was one of the worst projects nationwide. It made it onto gangland, and now it's one of the safest areas to live in Hartford. When you invest directly into people, you get results. When you invest into nonprofits, you get waste. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Correa. Any questions? I noticed you had signed up for 1243 as well.
Which one was that one?
That is authorizing the bonds for Bidco.
Oh, I must have selected the wrong one. I'm sorry.
That's fine. Any questions? Thanks very much.
All right, thank you.
Louis Dubuque.
Thank you, Chairman and committee members. I'm Lou Dubuque, and I represent the Connecticut chapter of the National Waste and Recycling Association. I'm here today to express our deep opposition to SB 1242, which would, among other things, implement an extended producer responsibility scheme in the state of Connecticut as well as increased fees for solid waste management. It is well known that Connecticut is one of the top states with the highest recycling rate for container and packaging materials. The state has a robust and efficient hauler infrastructure to collect recyclables. These companies are privately owned by families that have been in the industry for generations. They employ thousands of hardworking Connecticut residents who Governor Lamont labeled as essential workers in his executive orders. This bill does not shift the cost to handle the recyclables to the producers. It shifts the cost to the backs of Connecticut residents. The producers will embed the cost to collect, process, and market the recyclables at the cash register. No reasonable person believes producers will not pass on their costs to the consumers. Determining that EPR is the solution before determining the cause is putting the cart before the horse. SB 1242 is drafted as a wholesale revamping of a system that works. In addition to paying the additional costs at the cash register, Connecticut residents will continue to pay the taxes they currently pay for the collection and processing of recyclables. There is no needs assessment has been done in Connecticut to prove that a bill like this is even necessary. Connecticut needs to do its own analysis to see what is intended and the unintended impacts will be from EPR before it decides what it makes sense. It's not a good comparison to say that something that works in another country will necessarily work in Connecticut. At the end of the day, Connecticut has a simple solution to help increase recycling in the state, and it's currently in the same bill. Instead of establishing EPR, a simpler and more effective solution would be setting reasonable post-consumer content standards for materials. Such standards will create more robust markets for materials recovered through existing recycling programs, thereby supporting their use in manufacturing into new products and packages. Last year, New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy signed a minimum content standard into law. Considering guidelines that mirror New Jersey would jumpstart demand for recycled materials throughout the region and could ultimately inspire nationwide recycled content standards while protecting Connecticut's vital existing recycling programs and infrastructure. NWRA and our members would support a separate minimum content proposal that was drafted with input from the waste and recycling industry, just like we are pushing for in New York and Massachusetts. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today, and I urge you to read through my entire testimony and focus on minimum content standards going forward and not an extended producer responsibility scheme. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no questions. Kate Bailey.
Good afternoon, committee members, and thank you for your patience today. I appreciate the opportunity to testify. My name is Kate Bailey. I am the Chief Policy Officer with the Association of Plastics Recyclers. I am here in strong support of this bill, and particularly for Section 1 on producer responsibility and Section 2 on recycled content standards. I want to say a few quick things to put this bill in context. First, it is a big change to the way Connecticut will manage its waste and recycling, and big change can be hard. So there are three important things I want you to keep in mind when we look at this bill. First, it is necessary for Connecticut to improve the way it handles its recycling and its waste. All of the best recycling programs in the world use extended producer responsibility for packaging to help shift the costs off local governments and taxpayers and hold brand companies responsible for paying for the products they put on the market. Leading states, including Maine, Oregon, and California, are also some of the best recycling programs in the country, and they have adopted EPR for packaging. This is why Connecticut needs to move forward with this as well. Your system is good compared to other states, but you are still in a situation of exporting a lot of waste to other states. EPR is the only policy proven to give sustained, adequate, and consistent funding to improve recycling through better infrastructure and education. It is a necessary part of this solution. Second, this is good for business and good for the existing waste and recycling infrastructure. This is not a business risk. This is a business opportunity for your recycling providers. They are the backbone of your recycling system, and this bill will bring needed funding, consistent funding for new technologies and better education that will help those businesses grow, that will help you get the extra tons of materials that we can capture through better recycling and build those into regional end markets and US businesses. It's about moving away from investing in landfills and incinerators and putting that money into the recycling businesses and helping them grow without spending local or state government dollars. Third, the costs that you're hearing associated with this bill are out of context. You have regions around the world where you can look at region A has producer responsibility, region B does not have producer responsibility. There is no evidence to show that there is any discernible cost difference between a region that has EPR and a region that does not have EPR. No cost difference. Those costs are spread throughout the supply chain. Second point about cost.
You reached your 3 minutes. Please summarize.
Is we must take in mind the benefits that will come with this. Your subscription households are paying $10, $15, $20 a month for recycling services. They will save money on that. In addition, your state is at risk for the increased cost for exporting waste out of state. So the cost must be taken in context of the benefits that this program will provide and holding producers responsible. So I urge you for your support on this bill. It is necessary. It can be good for the recycling industry, and it could be good for households in the state as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bailey. Any questions? Thank you very much. Robbie McCluskey.
Present, Chairman. Am I good to go?
Yes, you are.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman and distinguished members of the committee for the opportunity to address you today. My name is Robbie McCluskey, and I work for the Consumer Healthcare Products Association, representing the manufacturers of over-the-counter medicine, medical devices, and dietary supplements. I'm testifying today in opposition to Senate Bill 1242. I want to commend the committee for considering this bill, highlighting recycling needs in the state. The legislation seeks to implement a producer responsibility program for the packaging of consumer products. We respectfully request an exemption for product packaging for drugs, medical devices, and dietary supplements. While our members desire to increase recycling and reduce waste, we cannot support a state program that potentially conflicts with existing federally mandated packaging requirements meant to ensure consumer safety, medicinal efficacy, and product stability. Manufacturers of consumer healthcare products take very seriously the types of packaging used to transport, store, and safely deliver these products to consumers seeking self-care options. A very complex and highly regulated federal framework for OTC consumer healthcare packaging has been in place for decades and has served the public well. State action on packaging for these products likely conflicts with federal laws and regulations already in place. Conflicts include the use of post-consumer recycled content in materials and reduction in the amount of covered packaging material used. The Food and Drug Administration has offered industry guidance stating specifically that recycled plastic should not be used for primary drug or dietary supplement packaging. This bill will conflict with this FDA guidance. If an exemption was added to exclude packaging for drugs, medical devices, and dietary supplements, we would withdraw our opposition to this bill. Similar bills under consideration in New York, Illinois, Rhode Island, North Carolina, and Tennessee, among others, each recognize this conflict and exempt these products from the legislation's scope. Similarly, 4 states that have already enacted EPR for packaging laws, Colorado, Oregon, California, and Maine, also recognize the federal jurisdiction over consumer healthcare product packaging. So thank you for your time and for the opportunity to address you today.
Thank you. Seeing no questions. Jennifer Heaton Jones.
Good evening, distinguished members of the Finance Committee. Thank you. I'm Jennifer Heaton Jones. I am the Executive Director for the Housatonic Resources Recovery Authority. We are a regional governmental solid waste and recycling authority for 14 municipalities in Western Connecticut. We serve a population of over 260,000 residents. The HRA supports SB 1242, an act concerning waste management, specifically Section 1, which establishes extended producer responsibility for packaging. I want to emphasize and continue to address the fact that we are in a waste crisis in Connecticut. We produce over 3.5 million tons of solid waste in Connecticut with only the capacity for 2.7 million tons. And we really need to close that gap. And one way to do that is through EPR for packaging, through organic diversion, through financial incentives to the waste industry. And yes, we need to invest and build innovative capacity in the state, but doing nothing is not going to solve the problem. And the waste stream is a complex system. It's going to require multiple solutions. EPR is not the solution, but it can be part of the system that gets us there. I really believe that the producers must share the financial burden with us, because this is not just a waste capacity crisis. This is also a financial crisis for municipalities. So over the last few years, the recycling tip fee in the HRA region has risen from $10 a ton to over $120 per ton due to market conditions. In the HRA region, we have nearly 70 registered private haulers collecting and transporting waste and recycling. We rely on them to service our communities. These are the small haulers whose sole business is to collect, who do not own or operate transfer stations and or material recovery facilities. They are actually at the mercy of industry. They are at the mercy of the large haulers who own the MRFs, who own the transfer stations, who set those recycling fees. You are not hearing from them. More than 12,000 tons of recycling was managed through our system in 2022. And at today's current rate, that's a cost of $1.5 million in tip fees. That does not include the cost to collect and transfer the material to a local transfer station. In 2015, that same tonnage cost $123,000 in tip fees. That's a big difference due to tip fee costs, due to market conditions. The rate in which markets change is unsustainable for municipalities. These costs must be shared with the manufacturers and the producers as they decide what materials wrap up. It's entered into the environment and determine what the material is worth as post-consumer recycled content. It's false and a scare tactic that EPR will put haulers out of business. I'm happy to answer more questions. We know that this is happening in other countries and provinces in Canada. Other states have passed it. I'm happy to answer questions on the assessment fees, the organic mandate, post-consumer content, other sections of the bill. But mostly I want to emphasize that this is about shifting financial responsibility, not collection responsibility. And you all have that ability to ensure safeguards, to ensure the policy works well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Seeing no questions. Cheryl Turgeon.
Yes. Am I able to share my screen, Bree?
I'll give you that permission right now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good. I was going to say good morning to my script, but it's good evening. I'm Cheryl Turgeon.
Wait a while.
Thank you for your patience. I'm a faculty tenured professor at Assunta Community College in Enfield, Connecticut, where I have been teaching and loved my job for the past 27 plus years. Assunta was formerly Kosciuszko Junior High School, and it was built in the 60s with a flat roof. The building was previously owned by the town of Enfield, and it had a long history of existing and structural issues. As you can see, dating back to 1997, there was a renovations were done to the tune of $9 million, and employees were complaining about sinusitis, bronchitis, asthma, rashes, and other skin allergens. In 2000, an esteemed colleague of mine, one moment, Bree, an esteemed colleague of mine left an office that I shared with her because she inhaled toxic fumes from a glycol leak. She was rushed to the hospital and suffered serious scarring of her lungs and breathing issues to the point where she still has those issues today. Over the course of the decade, There has been a lung cancer, several breast cancers, including 3 deaths, onset asthma, and severe respiratory illnesses amongst mostly women in the front hallway. And I encourage you to please read the testimony by Jill Rushbrook, who's also provided testimony. In May of 2019, I left the building with a pounding chest and a headache, and I went to my primary care who ordered more tests. Ended up in Boston, and a Harvard-based thoracic surgeon immediately put me in surgery because he thought I had a fungal infection. Imagine my utter disbelief, surprise, and shock when he told me that I had lung cancer. Lung cancer is caused when cells in the lungs mutate or change. Lung cancer, most environmental lung cancers come from breathing in toxic substances, such as asbestos and contaminants, which were both in our building, in our offices, and in our hallway. The pathology report for my tumor said that I have a high chance of reoccurrence and that the tumor was reactionary with hypersensitivity. And he said he has not seen, my Harvard surgeon said he hadn't seen anything like that, and they have stored the tumor in a Boston bank. Concerns for air quality issues at Assuntock have been going on for years. Next slide. In 2019, more than 15 people were reporting health concerns at Yukon Health in Farmington from a protest, not a rally, emulated an outcry for further testing in our building, because now we're decades into this building where multiple air quality studies needed to be done. And several rounds of remediation, abatement of asbestos, and an overall air quality assessment. The following pictures are the ones that I took. Yukon Occupational Health found major issues of concerns with mold, humidity, due to woe, neglect, and avoidance of preventive maintenance. That, my folks, is a picture of my HVAC that I sat next to for years, for a filter that was not cleaned nor replaced. 4 years. The next picture, you're going to be able to see the inside. When they finally took the cover off, this is what you could see inside that we sat next to, that we were breathing out of, these mold, toxic allergens, and contaminants. And there you can actually see the glycol coming out of it. Yukon Health told us that they still have concerns for specific work locations in this area as the college continues to flood, and CEO Coach will provide that testimony later on today. Employees' long-term health is dependent upon working in a safe, healthy campus environment. How would you like to sit under a vent that looked like this with mold spores continuously pouring into your office? Next slide. This is a jacket of the colleague next to me in an office. He left for summer break and came back to his office to find his jacket covered in mold spores. The remedy at the time was to dry clean the jacket, not to fix the problem or a Band-Aid. We are advocating for funding to rectify these long-standing documented issues at ACC. We don't want our personal health challenges that we now suffer from this unsafe building to be viewed as our sensitivity issues. They're not. They're
Can you
personal
summarize, Ms. Turgeon,
every day.
Can you summarize your testimony, please?
Okay. In interacting with our employees, we feel a full investigation is warranted into the sick cluster of sick employees, because there should be no secrecy or stigma shrouding what we have endured. Please vote yes to making this significant financial investment in our school, because our lives depend upon it. And I will answer any questions that you may have. These are all pictures that we took.
Thank you for your testimony, Representative Veach.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your pictures and your testimony. Has this been addressed with, I don't know, staff, maintenance, somebody over there? This is appalling.
It is appalling. It's been long known across several layers of campus leadership. Our CEO is coming up. You know, there's a two-pronged issue here. We have the building issues, we have the air quality issues, the long-standing, we have gas leaks in our building. Our building is dangerous. It is not only unsafe, it is dangerous. And you know, it takes a lot to get up here. I'm a tenured professor and I'm sticking my neck out saying, I lived through it. And every day when I wake up with a breathing capacity of 83%, I'm reminded of what breathing in toxic substances can do. And I'm hoping that now, you know, as a state, something can happen, that this building can either be fixed quickly, remedied, or even torn down and restarted, because there have been decades of events in this building.
I'd like to ask another question. Do you
Yes,
have
please.
a maintenance crew that fixes anything there? I mean, you must have some sort of, you know, personnel that should be taking care of some of these issues that I'm seeing.
One would think and hope, yes. But it didn't happen because I've been there for 27 years. I love my job. I love my students, but I can't go back into the building. I have to work remotely only because I have to take care of myself. I know that other employees have left the college. They have not left the system. They have left the college because they fear for their health.
Thank you for coming forward with this today. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Dustin Nelson.
Thank you. I am Dustin Nelson of Vernon, Connecticut. Senator Fonfara, Representative Horn, Senator Martin, Representative Cheeseman, Vice Chairs and members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. I serve as the immediate past president for the Connecticut Nursery and Landscape Association, a collaboration of retail nurseries, garden centers, landscape contractors, florists, arborists, landscape architects and designers, suppliers, educators, researchers, and allied businesses throughout our state, accounting for 51% of agricultural production in our state, with an economic impact of $4.7 billion and a total jobs impact of 43,000 jobs. I am testifying today in favor of Senate Bill 1237, an act concerning a phase-in of the increase in unemployment insurance caged rate. As you know, legislation was passed in 2021 that contained significant increases in the unemployment insurance assessment. And these were aimed at, in part, as businesses that are seasonal in nature. Many of our businesses in the green industry, such as nurseries and landscapers, fit into this seasonal category. We are already facing increased costs due to higher inflation, continued supply chain issues, and economic uncertainty. This bill would phase in the assessments increase over the next 4 years. And I did hear earlier that the commissioner of the Department of Labor did mention that the other public act. I did do some research in the meanwhile, and I don't feel that that would be as effective as this bill. Jumping the rate from 6.6 to 10% in 1 year would be devastating on these seasonal businesses who are often at the top of the scale due to their seasonality and their seasonal layoffs that they do have. This would cause those seasonal businesses to have to recoup that cost in 9 to 10 months rather than over the course of a full 12 months.
30 seconds.
In other words, the rate would jump from $990 per year per employee that meets the $15,000 in wages to $1,500. That's over $500 increase. And those dollars can be utilized to help provide raises to these employees that are much needed, or bonuses to help offset the inflationary problems that our employees face.
You've
So
reached 3 minutes. Please summarize.
So in summary, please support 1237. Otherwise, we would like to see the rate in the best situation stay at the current or near the current rate rather than going up to the 10%.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Michael Thompson. Robert Amodio.
Well, I think I can now say good evening to Mr. Chairman Fanfara and the rest of the committee that has remained. I'm going to address House Bill number 6929 concerning the film and digital media production tax credits. My name is Robert Amadio, aka Bob Dio professionally, and I own Dio Productions, and I'm a founding member of the newly formed Connecticut Film and TV Alliance. I'm a resident of Newington, Connecticut, and my entire adult life has been entrenched in film production and the art of acting. I am a SAG-AFTRA member in good standing for over 35 years. Additionally, I direct, write, and produce for film and digital media. In order to give back to our young generation, I also teach film directing at CSB Media Arts Center in Farmington, Connecticut, the beginning of creating this infrastructure that we need in Connecticut, along with other colleges and support groups. Now, as I said, here's the problem. We, as the entertainment industry in Connecticut, cannot get jobs that will sustain us financially in our chosen field. This is true. In order to do so, we have to seek work out of the state. How often do you see Connecticut's Meryl Streep, Kevin Bacon, Christopher Lloyd, and more performing and or producing major film production in this state? And why? There's no economic reason for them to come here. Most of the time, we don't even exist. They don't even see Connecticut existing in their minds. However, Massachusetts, where I've worked a lot, New York, New Jersey, and Atlanta, Georgia, are thriving with feature film and television productions shooting in their respective states. Why so? Well, they have a solid infrastructure of film production crews and acting talent to support major film and television production companies. And the reason is simple. They have strong film tax credit incentives. It's time for Connecticut not to be squeezed out of employment in this industry. As an actor and director, I have to seek employment out of state and therefore end up spending my money in those states that employ me and not here in Connecticut. Thank you. Those local businesses' bottom line increase when film productions come into town, productions spend, and as a result, businesses prosper. Increasing the film tax credit in Connecticut from 30% to up to 37% with conditions is crucial to our creating the type of economic development that this state will be proud of supporting and will continue to do so in the future. Now, so I can summarize quickly here, I'm not going to list the points that you've heard earlier concerning what we propose with regard to 8 points within the increasing of the 30% tax credit. You'll hear from Jonathan Black later. He's the founder of a Connecticut Film Alliance and TV Commission Alliance rather. And I have that also in the printed document that I've submitted earlier. I'd just like to finish up by saying that it's time that we in the state of Connecticut speak with one voice. And that voice is, we are stronger together. And just remember, if we build it, they will come. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Zupkis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming.
My pleasure.
When you were rattling off the names of the movie stars, it made me think my father-in-law, God rest his soul, always talked about how he saw Marilyn Monroe at the corner drugstore in
That's
Woodbury.
true. Yeah.
But, you know, you're talking about if this passes, and I know you don't have a crystal ball, and maybe it's a question for another speaker.
Sure.
But what do you see? I don't know a lot about the industry. So what do you see the benefit, how much business, if you had to guess? I mean, I know you don't have a crystal ball,
Right,
but
right.
what would it bring?
Well, I can tell you this. I go into Massachusetts, I go into New York, and I see that they're there. They have the infrastructure. They were smart enough to push forward and to build the foundation. You know, you can't construct a building until you have that foundation. And we need to create that foundation, and we need to do it quickly because we're being eaten up by the other states. I guarantee it. There are sound stages that are over 100 or hundreds in Atlanta, Georgia. What's happening in New Jersey is huge. And as I said, Massachusetts and even Maine is right now probably going to their legislature, trying to increase their tax credit as well. So there is no crystal ball, but I can only tell you that they're all out there. They want to spend their money. We need product in the industry. We need to have production. You watch TV at night, you stream, you've got to have things to look at. We need to make them for you. And the only way we can do it and make Connecticut stand out as a proud state, willing to jump into the production entertainment industry, you know, the only way we can do it is by increasing that tax credit, which will attract the productions here.
Great,
I almost
thank you.
guarantee it.
Thank you.
My
As
pleasure.
I do admit, if I watch a Hallmark movie, it does remind me of Connecticut sometimes.
Well,
Thank you.
they do
Thank
shoot a
you.
lot of Hallmark movies here.
Thank you.
My pleasure. Any other questions?
Seeing none. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Lisa Tepper Bates.
Good evening, Senator Fonfara and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today. I am Lisa Tepper Bates, President and CEO of United Way of Connecticut, and I'm proud to be before you today on behalf of the 15 local United Ways in the state of Connecticut and our 12 additional partners in the Connecticut Nonprofit Child Tax Credit Coalition. And on behalf of all of those partners, I am testifying in support of HB 6934's measure to increase the state earned income tax credit to 40% of the federal credit. The EITC is a very powerful tool to support our lowest income, most struggling families. Research demonstrates that low income households consistently use these flexible funds to pay off past due utility bills, to meet basic needs, and to invest in the health and well-being of their families. In Connecticut, however, the federal income cap for the EITC is simply too low to support a large percent of our families who are struggling in these difficult times with high prices to afford the basic necessities. A family in Connecticut with 2 children must earn less than $56,500 to qualify for the EITC, and that's far short of what it takes to pay the bills here. For this reason, the partners who I mentioned earlier, we stand together in support of implementation of a permanent and fully refundable state child tax credit of $600 per child as a very important complement to the proposed enhanced state EITC. And just to give a little bit more rationale as to why it's important this year, I'd like to ask the members of the committee to remember that a number of federal benefits that our families were able to take advantage of just last year are now expired. The enhanced federal child tax credit is expired. That's a loss of up to $1,600 per child. The enhanced federal dependent and child care credit is also reduced, and that means a loss of up to $5,900 for an eligible family. And the end of SNAP benefits means a minimum loss of $95 a month to nearly 370,000 people in our state. Without these federal benefits in place, a number of families in Connecticut will be shocked when they have their returns this year because there's money that they thought they could count on to pay their bills, and that's not coming for them. We understand, of course, that at the state level, you can't offset the entirety of that loss, but we do ask you to prioritize families and to provide that permanent child tax credit that could be such a help to them at $600 a child. And please know that for every CTC dollar a recipient earns, they return $1.38 to the economy. And finally, please do take into account that the CTC would serve as a means of encouraging working age residents, young families, to stay in Connecticut, and could encourage others to move here And we know we have a workforce problem. We need those young working people to come here and to stay here. The CTC is a way for you to tell them that we do want them here and we do want to support them. Thank you very much for the opportunity to submit this testimony, and I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Questions? Seeing none, thank you. Paul Pescatello. Anthony Graziaso. Chris Antonacci.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we do.
Chairs Fonfara and Horn, ranking members Martin and Cheeseman, and honorable members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to comment on SB 1242. I am counsel for and third generation owner of Murphy Road Recycling, a Connecticut-based family-owned and operated recycling company, which just this past year built and commissioned the most innovative recycling facility in the country, right here in Berlin, Connecticut. As Murphy Road has submitted written comments, I will try to keep this brief. Murphy Road appreciates that the General Assembly and this committee in particular are looking at the waste and recycling industry in light of Mira closure. However, we believe that some provisions of SB 1242 are ill-advised and represent an unnecessary rush to dramatically change how Connecticut and its private businesses and communities manage hundreds of thousands of tons of organics, recyclables, and other waste streams. Specifically, we oppose Section 1 EPR for packaging. Connecticut is already a leader in the United States in terms of recycling and recycling infrastructure. And EPR will not yield any benefits, any environmental benefits as well. It will put Connecticut businesses out of business. It will only serve to raise the cost of consumer goods, especially on low-income communities. We also oppose Section 8, the increase in the solid waste assessment. That likewise is also just another tax on the communities, residents, and businesses in the state. Finally, we do believe that organics diversion is promising for the state and should be explored further. However, Section 5 of the existing SB 1242, as written, narrowly prescribes just how those organics should be diverted. And so we believe that the section should be amended to allow for more than one way to accomplish such diversion. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Chris. Questions for Mr. Antonacci? Representative Veach.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd be remiss in not saying hello since you're from my hometown. And thank you. You guys do a great job over there. And thanks for waiting so long to speak. I appreciate it.
My pleasure. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Anyone else? Thank you very much. Randy Collins.
All right. Good evening, Senator Fonfara, Representative Horn, members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Randy Collins. I'm an advocacy manager with the CCM. Here today to offer quick testimony. I know the hour is getting late on a number of bills that we have submitted on. The first one I wanted to mention is 6930 regarding best practice for governance structures, municipal retirement plans. We have some concerns over the potential cost to towns and cities to compile on this information. We believe a lot of this information is already provided on the Connecticut Fiscal Health Monitoring System, but we have spoken with the proponent of the bill, and we're more than willing to work with her to kind of work out some of those issues if the bill moves forward. Wanted to speak in support of 6933, an examination of the taxation of real property and tangible personal property located on certain Indian lands. This has been a kind of a perennial issue over the last few years and of concern to our towns. But, you know, the idea of bringing all the stakeholders together, it seems like a best way forward and to understand the intricacies and the unique perspectives of the different towns, the different tribal nations, and hopefully come to a mutually agreeable path forward. We wanted to speak in opposition to Senate Bill 1238, an act concerning certain tax assessment appeals proceedings. I know this has had a lot of conversation earlier today. One of the concerns we have specific is by allowing certain residents or certain groups to bypass the BAA process. as towns move through their budgeting process, they have that February 12th, you have to file with the BAA, and then to hear that by the end of March. If you skip that process, you could file much later in the process. It doesn't set a deadline within the bill, potentially then creating a significant hole within the adopted budget because you have not anticipated different appeals that may come forward. The BAA could get appeals and advise the finance committee to, reduce that grand list, and you'll adjust your mill rate accordingly to meet your the needs of your town. Wanted to also now speak in Senate Bill 1240 regarding commercial mill rate for commercial and industrial property. CCM has long argued for revenue diversification, and there's a lot of aspects of this bill that we are certainly very supportive of. I think there's a little bit of concern with if we were to cap commercial mill rates. We haven't really had a chance to go back through my back of the napkin calculation for the funding stream of that 3.94%.
30 seconds, please, Summer.
Was about 220 million. We don't know what the potential revenue loss is, but certainly something we'd be happy to work through. Something that would lowering commercial mill rates could certainly help economic development. We would like to see if we were to put that piece in as a protection. We have seen a lot of times promises not kept for diversification, something along the lines of maybe a 2/3 vote to reduce reduction in that funding. I think that's a hesitancy that our membership has. The other one, very briefly, that I wanted to mention on Section 5 of that bill, which creates a tax credit voucher system regarding underutilized property for conversion. It says 80,000 or 80,000 and a distressed municipality. That limits it to Hartford, Bridgeport, and Waterbury. Certainly there's communities in New London or Willimantic that could benefit from these similar types of programs that are distressed municipalities but don't reach that population threshold. And obviously it's something to look into. Also maybe look at something of limiting those vouchers so you're not moving from one distressed municipality to another to take advantage of some of those. We wouldn't want to leave certain communities behind when you're investing. So happy to take any questions, and thank you for the opportunity.
Questions for Mr. Collins? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Calvin Nathan? No. Mark Bork? Mark Bork? John Sousa?
Good evening, Senator Fanfara, Representative Horn. My name is John Sousa. I volunteer as the president of the Connecticut Coalition of Property Owners, and I'm a full-time landlord. The coalition has members all around the state. We're one of the largest property owner organizations in the state. We have affiliates throughout Enfield, Wyndham, Hartford, New Haven, Bridgeport, all the way down to Stamford, West Hartford, you name it, we have somebody there. Our members own thousands of rental units throughout Connecticut, and we consist mostly of small and mid-sized landlords. For over 20 years, CCOPO has been a constructive voice for responsible landlords on many issues. We're here to represent the responsible small and mid-sized property owners. Most members are local residents of the towns they serve. These small business people often have other jobs as well as operating the property part-time, nights and weekends. We often know our tenants by first names and value the relationship that benefits both of us. I'm here tonight to speak about the bill SB 1238, the act concerning certain tax assessment appeal proceedings. This bill would allow for more frequent and easier appeals of tax assessments for apartment properties by raising the threshold from 1 million to 5 million before requiring an appraisal. This would encourage more small and mid-sized housing providers to challenge their tax assessments to try and minimize increases in taxes. Taxes are often the largest budget expense besides the mortgage for most housing providers, and large increases in taxes are passed directly onto tenants' rents, unfortunately. Expanding the limit with this bill would strengthen a useful tool to control tax increases and allow for more affordable housing for tenants. In Hartford last year, in Hartford, the increased dramatically last year, the taxes with the new assessment. I was forced to raise my tenants' rents in a single year more than I'd ever done before in the 25, 30 years that I've been doing this. I considered formal appeals, but I didn't want to risk spending the $4,000 or $5,000 just to do an appraisal before we could even get to square one with the town. Some towns are much harder to deal with, speaking to some of my members, and they're not so easy to negotiate with until you have to go to court or you threaten to go to court. Considering that there's a tremendous inflationary pressure on everything already, including rents, please consider the benefits of this bill to help control the rising cost of rents. Our tenants can't afford much more, and we really do try to keep our rents affordable. I have many long-term tenants that depend on me to do the best I can to keep things affordable. Thank you for your time. I've got a few minutes to answer questions if anybody has any.
Quickly, John, thanks for your testimony. You heard testimony earlier today that from some town representatives that by going to the BAA that often there is consideration given there as opposed to having to go to court. What is your experience?
So yes, you can. Some towns are good. I mean, I speak to a wide variety of people. Some towns are reasonable, but like everything else, if you can't even go to court because you disagree without spending $5,000-6,000 minimum, I mean, we're talking minimum for a small size property, commercial property, that meets this qualification, then you can't even get to square one. I understand the town's perspective, and let's be honest, the town is saying we want to save money too. That's what they're saying. And I'm just saying the other side of that coin is, the more that the taxes go up, the more the tenants have to pay. And if I had my way, obviously it would be cheaper for the tenants. The big cities have this problem. The taxes are very expensive. The mill rates tend to be higher than some of the small cities and some of the more wealthy areas down the southern part of the state. Anything we could do to make it easier to keep downward pressure, for lack of a better word, on the tax system, keep it more in line, hopefully, what it should be, is a good thing. I don't know if everybody's going to use it. I'm just here trying to help the mid-sized landlords, the smaller landlords, and the tenants, to be quite frank. I like my tenants. This past year, I raised rents. I told you this, but I felt guilty, and I apologized to my tenants for raising the rents the amounts that I did, and I showed them the math because I had to, and I couldn't even make up all of it between the taxes and the increases of energy this year. So, what do I do? What do we do as landlords trying to make affordable housing? Everybody wants affordable housing, but somewhere it's got to start. It has to start at this top of the state level for everyone. Everyone has to work on their part to make it more affordable.
Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Representative Veach, reluctantly raising your hand.
Reluctantly, because something will be thrown at me. I know it's been a long day, and thank you for coming.
Am I
to
that bad?
testify. I just have a quick question for you. What percentage, is there an average that your assessments went, 15%, 20%? I'm just curious what's being, passed along.
Sure.
Consumer.
So I have my personal properties in Hartford, Connecticut, a good portion of it. And the assessment, well, let's say the values went up there 40 to 60%. I mean, overnight, and granted, values have gone up everywhere, and I acknowledge that. The question is, because somebody that just bought a property down the road and they paid top dollar for it, does that make my property automatically the same amount when, my rents might be a lot less expensive? Maybe it does, but I at least like to have the opportunity to argue that it has to be done on the actual cap rate of what's happening in my building, and not necessarily what the other buildings have done down the road. I think that's pretty reasonable, and that's why we try to go outside of the court system, but often you have to go and have to at least threaten it to get some action. And it should be fair to both sides. I understand the town's got budgetary constraints, just like everybody else. I don't think it should be, everybody and their grandmother should appeal their taxes all the way into court, but somewhere we got to have the ability to do it as least expensive as possible.
Okay. Thank you for your answer. Certainly last year was not the best. Nobody
No.
wants their property reevaluated, but last year statewide, I think everyone's feeling the bite. There's no question. I know even in our community, we were looking at roughly 22%. And
Right.
it stings. It stings. There's no question. Well, thank you for coming to testify and thank you for your time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing not. Representative Veach, just for historical purposes, the person who sat where I sit now several years ago, no, she'd look right through you. It didn't matter whether you had a stick that you waved, she wouldn't call on you if she didn't want to. I had that experience many times. It's not fun. So, where are we here? Okay. Brian Anderson, I don't see Brian. Because he's remote, if he remains so, no. And not John Butts, Susan Pronovost.
Good evening. I'm Sue Pronovost. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Greenhouse Growers Association with offices in Waterbury, Connecticut. I'm here to support Senate Bill 1237 concerning the phase-in of the SUI tax. I have written testimony, so very briefly, agriculture is one of the sectors of the economy where we have the highest issue of worker retention. A lot of it is due to seasonality. Having come off COVID, as you heard previous business owners speaking to that and trying to endure the recovery, we have the added burden of weather. The last two seasons have had proclaimed natural disasters that adversely impacts the workforce. So we have some very unique circumstances. In that light, our growers are looking for any type of relief possible as we phase in. A phase-in would give them some measure of relief as they come out of these recovery periods. And hopefully this is not going to be another trifecta of natural disasters for the season. Weather is great today, and let's hope it stays that way. But we would be in support of passage of this legislation, and I'm available for any questions.
Any questions?
Thank you.
Sorry, Senator Moore put her hand up just now.
Senator Moore.
Yes, Senator.
Yes, thank you, Senator Pompera. Quickly, Susan, I just want to thank you for the work you've done. I've been watching you for the past 8 to 10 years and the work you're doing, but you didn't mention the bill number, or I didn't hear it.
1237.
1237. Thank you so
phase
much.
into the state unemployment tax.
All right. Thank you so much, and thank you for the work that you do.
Thank you. Nice to see you again.
You also.
Anyone else? Thank you. And we'll return to Calvin Locken, who I believe now is available. Mr. Locken. Well, we'll return to him if he appears again. Sam Saunders? No. Mike Guzzi? Getting closer?
I believe Dr. Larkin may actually be available. Dr. Larkin, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, we can.
So I'm not too sure if you can see me. Apparently, I'm having some connectivity issues. I got booted out of Zoom, so I apologize in advance.
But we can hear you.
So would you like me to proceed?
Please.
Thank you. So first and foremost, thank you so much, everybody today, Mr. Speaker and the esteemed members of the committee. I appreciate everybody's patience and diligence in kind of making it through the session. So here comes Bill number 122, Act concerning waste management, and specifically in opposition to EPR legislation. So my name is Dr. Calvin Larkin, professor in the Faculty of Environmental Studies at York University. For topics in particular, so one claim
Mr. Locken, we're getting every other word at best. And I don't know if he'll get better. Try that again.
Okay, I'm unmuted at this point. Okay.
I think we'll move on, Bree. Unfortunately. Sam Saunders. Mike Guzzi.
Yes, here.
All right.
Yes, can you hear me?
See you. Please proceed, Mr. Guzzi.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I wanted to comment on section 2 of 6394, the pension related section. There's a lot of good things in 6394, but the pension section 2 is not one of them. At the present time, I would request a veto on that particular section because I think we can do a lot better in that part. Right now, the bill calls for eliminating the fiscal cliff, which has been an issue for us, my wife and I. And it also raised the exemption from 100K to 150K. In other words, it was very much like HB 5052, I believe, which was proposed earlier this year. So I'd like to make some constructive modifications to 6394 to make it acceptable in my mind. And that is removing that table on page 32, I think it is, that actually imposes the penalty table percent penalties in that AGI region of 150 to, I'm sorry, from 100 to 150K. HB 5052 enabled a complete exemption over that particular region of 100 to 150. But the bill here, 6394, actually starts out with a penalty. And at the very end of the region of 150K, it takes it all away. In other words, 5052 is what would make me vote for this particular bill. I would like to encourage that. But if you really want to improve pension taxation reform, I would like to suggest another bill. In other words, take section 2 out of that particular bill and put in.
Summarize.
I'm sorry?
You have 30
Okay.
seconds, sir. Please continue.
Okay. SB 360. SB 360 is the ultimate bill for taxation formulas that I would like to endorse. This is the bill right now that would make all pensioners equivalent to the tax formulas that are enjoyed by retired, senior retired military and senior retired educators. I don't know why we can't extend that to all pensioners in Connecticut.
Summarize.
Okay. Still available if there are questions.
Are there questions for Mr. Guzzi? Seeing not. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Spencer Hill. Mr. Hill. We're going to try it for a third time, Mr. Locken. Calvin Locken.
Can you guys hear me okay?
We do.
I'm so sorry about that. Like I said, I am sitting in a parking lot with a somewhat tenuous connection, so my sincerest of apologies. I've turned off my video just to save on bandwidth. So for brevity, I'm just going to get right to it. So this is in regards to Bill number 1242, an act concerning waste management in opposition of EPR legislation. So one of the claims that you may have seen is that EPR, if implemented, will help divert an additional 190,000 tons of recyclables from disposal in Connecticut. This number is factually baseless and is an erroneous extrapolation of what Connecticut diversion figures would be if they were able to replicate the performance of British Columbia. It is important to note that British Columbia's recycling performance is actually decreasing, and the performance numbers that you see published in annual reports are based on something called recovery rates, which includes non-residential diversion. No other jurisdiction in North America or Europe uses this benchmark, which makes comparisons with other programs meaningless. EPR is not, nor has ever been, a primary driver of recycling rates. Connecticut's recycling system is already very mature, with universal access to curbside single-stream recycling, a uniform set of acceptable materials, and a state-of-the-art MRF with more than enough capacity. In fact, Connecticut is already a top recycling performer in the US. The second point I would like to make is, will EPR impact the price of consumer goods? It is critical that we do not underestimate the cost of EPR on consumers, particularly our most vulnerable households. DEEP has repeatedly said that there is no evidence of cost increases and that they have talked to many producers that say they will not pass costs on to consumers. But what they aren't telling you is that they are cherry picking which studies they are referencing and which producers they are talking to. DEEP will routinely point to a study released by RRS, which found that there was no statistical relationship between the cost of EPR and the price of consumer goods. But what they neglected to divulge was that the methodology used in that study was resoundingly debunked, with the authors of the study acknowledging these methodological limitations. Studies by York University, Columbia University, the Center of Economic Studies and Corporate Sustainability in Belgium, and the OECD have found that costs are passed on to consumers with respect to EPR. The debate isn't whether it happens, it's the magnitude of the impact. Based on the available literature, estimated costs range from between 2 and 7%, depending on locality. A secondary finding from these studies is that the impact of these cost increases are most likely to be felt by lower income households as they consume more prepackaged foodstuff as a proportion of the overall budget relative to more affluent families. I think it's time that we stop pretending that EPR is a silver bullet that magically increases diversion with no consequences to producers or consumers. It can work, and it has worked in other jurisdictions, but it is not going to do the same thing in Connecticut. Thank you very kindly, and once again, I apologize for the technical difficulties.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions? Seeing none. Sarah Carfino, Michael Rook.
Good evening. I am joined this evening with one of our students, Sarah Carfino, who is the Vice President of our Student Senate, and unfortunately has to do a clinical class tomorrow morning, and so we pivoted to the remote option, and I thank you for that opportunity. Good evening, members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Michael Rook. I'm the President of Northwestern Connecticut Community College. Thank you for the opportunity to provide brief remarks on behalf of the college. And after I provide my testimony, I will turn it over to Sarah. First, let me thank members of this committee and our local delegation for attending our breakfast recently, where we got to tour some of the buildings that are in question this evening. I will be brief. Northwestern is the only institution of higher education in Litchfield County. As such, for many students, we are the only option for students to go and access higher education, especially a quality and affordable education. Our campus has 3 new buildings, but we also have the oldest buildings in the CSCU system, built in the 1860s, and they need renovation. These are buildings that were part of the former Gilbert School, for those of you who know Winsted, Connecticut. We have 3 projects as part of the CSCU 2030 plan. Most urgently, we need to renovate the Greenwoods building and bring it up to code. It was cited after a Federal Office of Civil Rights review for ADA compliance. Wheelchair-bound students have to take an unheated elevator in order to access the bathrooms in that building. This building is our onboarding building, includes admissions, registration, financial aid, and advising. So it's a critically important building to our success and our enrollment. Several of our buildings, including the one that I happen to work in, have original windows from the 1860s, and they're terribly energy inefficient. We also need some urgent roof repairs. And finally, our white building, a former art studio that is in disrepair and is so unsafe we can no longer use it. With approval from this committee, we can redesign this space into a brand new art gallery. It's a very cost-effective renovation of the existing space and showcase the amazing work of our art community, especially amongst our students. This investment will have a direct impact on whether students choose to come to Northwestern or not. Our campus needs to be a safe, welcoming, and modern college that students want to come to and spend time in. I am now delighted to turn the microphone over to Sarah. Sarah, thank you for joining us.
Hello, my name is Sarah Carfiero. I am the Vice President of the Student Government at Northwestern Connecticut Community College. I'm speaking in regards to Greenwoods Hall. This building houses our admissions office along with other student activities, facilities, and the building's just in very poor condition. Stairs kind of crumble at your feet. The carpets are very old and dirty. No matter how much you clean them, you really can't get the stains out. Our furniture is also outdated. And as President Rook mentioned, any handicapped student not only has to go in the back of the building to access Greenwoods, but they also have to take 2 different elevators to access the 1st and the 3rd floor. We have limited signage, and the signage that we do have is hung by wire. We have bathroom doors that don't close properly, don't lock properly, and the bathrooms are just overall kind of a mess a little bit. There's certain parts of the building, such as the student lounge, where there's exposed piping, and the student lounge is actually a very popular place for our students to hang out in. So it's just kind of a little bit messy in there. The building is in desperate need of renovations, and this is the building that prospective students come into when they come for tours, when they go to the admissions office, when they're looking for our student activities director, our cashier's office. This is the building where most students come through at least once in their time at Northwestern. I know that I spend a lot of time in that building as the Student Senate Vice President, and I think that with the help of this bill, we would be able to get the renovations that we need to make this building more representation of who we are as a college. This college is a family. We're so grateful to have each other, but this building just kind of shows that it's not who we are. So we would just like to be able to make that building something that we're proud of. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Representative Piscopo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, President O'Rourke and Sheriff, for your testimony. I appreciate it. I was one of those in the delegation that you gave the tour to and the visit. And so I want to thank you for your hospitality. And we learned a lot on that tour. It is definitely in need of, those buildings we toured are definitely in need of renovation. And I'm glad you opened your testimony with the area that you serve. I mean, I think it is, if you think of the whole state of Connecticut, Northwest Community College is the only higher education center in that whole area. It's got to be just the biggest void, if you will, of higher education facilities, and you serve a great territory up there, a rather large territory. So I'm impressed with what I saw up there as far as your students and the newer buildings but there was a lot in need, and we will be paying attention to it. So I want to thank you very much for your testimony, both of you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Representative Piscopo. I appreciate that, and I appreciate you touring the campus with us.
Seeing no other questions. John Madugo.
Can you hear me?
You're fine.
Yes. Senator Fonfara, Representative Cheeseman, and members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is John Duco, and I serve as president of Connecticut State Community College. I am testifying tonight in favor of SB 1246. So good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to be with you today. I want to advocate for the investments outlined in CSCU 2030, and specifically the support needed for what will be Connecticut State Community College and its member branch campuses. This is an exciting time to serve as college president and in higher education. Every day we recommit to our strong tradition of improving the lives of Connecticut residents and creating economic growth in every corner of the state. And the success we strive for is really postgraduate success for our graduates to secure family-sustaining careers, to thrive here in Connecticut. This is also an intense period of tremendous change in our industry. We are witnessing historic workforce shortages across all sectors that directly impact the great state of Connecticut and the requirement of wraparound and holistic student support services. When I think about the challenges our campuses like Middlesex Community College, Asnuntuck Community College, Capital Community College, Naugatuck Valley Community College, Norwalk Community College, and our other legacy community colleges, I am faced with the duality of emotions. Pride in Connecticut's community colleges having first-class education due to our second to no one faculty, staff, and leaders, while feeling frustrated that we currently have second-class facilities where those same outstanding faculty, staff, leaders, and students excel despite outdated, non-compliant, and deplorable learning conditions. Earlier, you heard testimony from my campus CEOs, faculty, and staff, and I commend their resiliency, but I am here to amplify their advocacy. It is unacceptable for our students and people with disabilities to visit, learn, and work on our campuses like Middlesex and Naugatuck Valley, which possess an environment that does not satisfy ADA compliant standards. Or at our Asnuntuck and Middlesex campuses, where throughout the year, rodents, other vermin, and snowmelt runoff plague our campus spaces. In addition, our Norwalk and Northwestern campuses, which represent our oldest and fifth oldest colleges, have decrepit structural HVAC and sewer components that impact the delivery of instruction to the best and brightest Connecticut has to offer. As grim as these examples are, we at CT State work and look through an equity lens of opportunity. We coin ourselves the People's College, and upon our merger, we will be the largest open access institution in Connecticut, New England, and the entire Northeastern United States. We remain appreciative of your support over the decades, and with new opportunities on the horizon for Connecticut, investment in our community colleges directly supports and develops a student body that mirrors every community in our great state. The majority of our graduates remain in the state to grow and build our economies, skilled trades, and services. And as I wrap up my first year with CT State and CSCU, it is evident that the engine for social and economic mobility in Connecticut lies within our institutions and is driven by our great employees.
3 minutes, please summarize.
Yes. And, we're fortunate to truly benefit from your partnership and support as we chart the path forward. Now, as CT State and our legacy community colleges, often we are asked, but what about your enrollment that's dwindling? So the one thing I do want to share is Connecticut suffered the greatest loss in enrollment across the country. We were number one and second was Arizona. And that's really tied directly to the impact of the pandemic, right? And many of our students who are low socioeconomic had to work, had to feed themselves over college and their education. We commend that. But we are now up in enrollment by 3%. We're up 8 to 9% respectively in our Black and Hispanic students. We're seeing a surge in brand new students to our community colleges. And we're beginning to see our campuses, our parking lots filled with energy, right? From, again, the great people from the 169 municipalities we have in the state. And often I'm asked about workforce. What are we doing for workforce? We will be the largest institution, the largest college in the state of Connecticut. No one in the state has the capacity compared to us to meet the workforce challenges. And we're ready and we're energized to do so, but we need the investment. We've heard from testimony, you've heard from deplorable conditions. I'm here to advocate not only for my people, but really for this state. We are open enrollment. We say no to no one, right? We accept all students, regardless of your background, regardless of your zip code, economy, we say yes. We don't believe in turning anybody away. I believe that is the spirit that all of you elected officials actually share with CT State, because you represent all members of this great state. So again, I commend your support over the years. We're looking forward to your partnership. And again, I advocate strongly for your investment in CSCU 2030. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, President Maduco. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for your patience. Are there questions? Representative Zupkis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming. And I noticed when I was asking questions to someone else, you were in the back shaking your head. And again, ADA compliance keeps coming up to me. And don't you get complaints that you're
Yes.
not in compliance?
Yes, I mean, we get complaints from our faculty, our staff, and students. Due to the age of our campuses, often there's a grandfather clause that allows us not to technically violate code, but it does not mean that we accept the conditions of our facility.
I completely understand. And whatever school had snakes in it, I would never go to that school.
Agreed.
Ever.
And
But
yeah, tied to enrollment concerns, I wouldn't
go
stay enrolled with
a
that.
million
Yeah.
miles near
Yeah.
it. But anyway, and I'm sure you get complaints. But you just answered my question, my second question. You're grandfathered in on all of these things.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
And it is deplorable. You know,
Yes.
especially with snakes. Thank you.
Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming here tonight, President Madugo. As we develop the workforce of the future and we create these new, if this funding is available, truly suitable environments for this learning and workforce of the future. One of my questions to you is, in terms of having the staff to train that workforce.
Yes.
I mean, Three Rivers Community College is in my area. They do some great work. They have real difficulty attracting engineering professors because of the salary. On the other hand, because of changing student demands, there's an oversupply of, for example, English professors. What are you doing to address the need to have the professional staff to deliver the courses that your students need and are asking for?
Yeah, that's a great question. You know, we have strong ties, first and foremost, with the Governor's Workforce Council, right? Where they are providing data and support regarding, you know, the creation of new programs, ensuring that we're listening to our employers to update our curriculum. Two, we have robust advisory councils across the state. And then three, you know, ultimately have it be it's K-12, have it be it's workforce, you know, it's curb appeal, you know, so to invoke confidence in employers and industry partners that we're up for the challenge. They look at our facilities, right? So our concern is not hiring, you know, faculty or personnel. I believe we're strong in that area. I believe that if there's need for more faculty, we'll meet the demand, have it be it's nursing, IT, or manufacturing. I think it's our facilities and really the limitation and capacity of our facilities where an electric boat, for example, says we need thousands upon thousands of individuals, and we are limited due to our facilities. So these investments, again, I believe will build back that confidence that I know that people have had in us, you know, for the decades, but also help us better educate, you know, not only our elected officials, but really our community and industry partners, that it takes a village to do this work, right? That yes, we're in the business of education, but we need the businesses to continue to support us with their advocacy, but also understand the realities of our circumstances. But in terms of the hiring of new faculty, I don't believe we're overstaffed at English faculty. I think through the merger, we'll be able to evenly distribute the instruction across the state.
And I presume that if you have more attractive, more modern facilities, attracting high quality faculty then becomes an easier sell because you
Absolutely.
can show them the environment in which they're going to be working.
Yes, absolutely.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Any other questions? Chairman Horn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here. It's important for us to hear all that you have to tell us. You, in your testimony a minute ago, talked about where Connecticut was relative to the, overall, this is a nationwide drop in enrollment.
Yes.
And I think you said that Connecticut was, in terms of the drop, was among the worst.
Number one in the country.
The worst drop in the country.
Yes.
And where are we in the, or you, I guess, in the recovery relative to the rest of the country?
Yeah. So, often we're asked about enrollment and if we're getting back to what the levels were 10 years ago. And I want to be clear, higher ed is not looking a decade ago. That those were different conditions, and those enrollment numbers were due to the great recessions that we knew was going to take a steep drop. I think looking at 2020 moving forward, we're up 3% year over year. We're seeing gains in the very students that the merger has committed to serving and supporting, our Black and Brown students. And we believe that we are stopping, if not we've stopped the bleeding, even though New England as a region will not reach its enrollment cliff until 2025. So I believe that all indicators are positive. Right, we're trying to make up, obviously, due to the past 2 years have been hellacious for the state, but just the excitement we're hearing, from high school partners, the excitement we're hearing from community partners and industry partners, that this one singly accredited, institution with 17 locations statewide is really going to be that game changer for the great state of Connecticut. So again, we feel confident that not only are we turning the corner, we're going to continue to see gains year over year, semester over semester.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I think you can hear in a lot of the questions too, that we're trying to figure out what the new normal looks like is, and how can we provide not just no snakes in the building, and safe buildings.
Yes.
But also, programs that are worthy and that serve the state and that our economy, and are providing the kinds of programs that are in demand and that we need to attract people into. But it's a moving target. So, it's a little challenging.
And I'll just add, there is the infrastructure bill at the federal level. Obviously, the Vice President of the United States, Dr. Joe Biden, a community college professor. Community colleges produce 50% of all baccalaureate graduates in the state, in the country, right? So in terms of workforce development, like, we are the engine, and the states that have not only recovered from the pandemic but are thriving have really partnered with their community colleges to do this work. And we're here along with our system for that challenge.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks for being here. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else? Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Michelle Coach and Michelle Howard Swan.
Good evening, members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Dr. Michelle Coach. I am the campus CEO of Asnuntuck Community College. I am here testifying in support of Bill SB 1246 in conjunction with Asnuntuck Community College, CT State, and CSCU. You have my testimony in front of you with some pictures that can help illustrate some of the points that I'm going to make today. On an incredibly positive note, Asnuntuck Community College is experiencing a 7% increase in enrollment this spring. We have a total headcount of 1,248 students, with 556 of them receiving PACT, which is the free community college, and about 180 of them in the Second Chance Pell program, which is the prison program. We anticipate our enrollment to continue to increase throughout these next semesters. I'm here today to talk about our campus. It was a former middle school constructed in 1966. It transitioned to a community college 31 years later in 1997. Yes, some improvements have been made to the campus, but a lot of the facilities are still a middle school if you look at it. Our master plan was completed 6 years ago, and it identified a two-phase approach to upgrade our campus's physical state to meet current and projected academic space needs. So first off, our aging infrastructure needs addressing. We've had several people talk about this today. Phase one brings in the amount of about $12 million to revamp our HVAC system. It has been deteriorating. It has performance issues, and air quality has been a forefront issue for all of us. ConOSHA and the Connecticut Department of Public Health has been involved and has helped us with our concerns on mold and mechanical performance issues. Over these past years, we have involved over $2 million expended in installing mechanical replacements that will have to be throwaways in time. And we're about to invest another $750,000 in our second floor on the HVAC units, so we can have a safe and clean environment for our students and our faculty. But as we make these repairs, our students' education is being impacted with constant repairs. We also need laboratory space. In a moment, Professor Michelle Howard-Swan will talk about our allied health programs. One area I must highlight is our science labs. As of now, we have 2 science labs that take care of all of our science offerings. So we must have strict preparation and breakdown times. Classes cannot run over. Office hours cannot be held in labs. We have to adhere to a very meticulously planned schedule. More importantly, our 2 lab classrooms have crumbling lab tables that are rusting out, and I have some pictures in there to illustrate. And lab desks are designed for middle schoolers. Recently, Representative Arnone visited our campus, and he made the comment that when he was in middle school there, they were the same exact desk he used. Our auditorium, there's pictures in there, is in dire need of repair. It is the largest classroom that we have. We have performance classes in there, public speaking. Our community uses it for dance recitals, performance, meetings. We have water infiltration that happens. We have sand seeping out from underneath the stage. We have ADA compliance issues. There's no way to get on the stage. There's age seating, stained carpeting. It's an eyesore that could really be an amazing place for a showcase to engage our community. Also, we have other phases in our plan, adding to our library, increasing our tutoring space by 50%. These are very needed areas to engage our students in more private learning sessions. I appreciate your time and attention to the support of CT State as Nantucket Community College and our students. I'm happy to answer questions after Michelle Howard-Swan speaks. In summary, our college campus improvements would bring the learning conditions to a level on par with our surrounding high schools, improve the safety and aesthetics of our environment, and elevate the campus experience for our Nantucket students.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Michelle Howard-Swan, Allied Health Coordinator and Professor at Nantucket Community College. As Dr. Coach mentioned, we have only 1 allied health clinical laboratory at Nantucket Community College. All of our clinical training takes place in this area, and all the supplies needed to run these training programs are stored there. The room is shared between many programs, among which are our most popular, the phlebotomy technician program and the medical assistant program. The allied health training we provide is limited to the capacity of this 1 clinical laboratory. In this small space, we perform many aspects of healthcare training, such as lectures, clinical practices, and simulations. The space becomes very crowded, and students have a long wait time to practice their skills. Knowing that space is limited, we must often pull back on our course offerings so that we can serve the
30
students
seconds, please summarize.
currently enrolled. At this point, we can only run 1 section of a clinical course because we have no room for any other section. Additional space can expand our offerings, leading to more course accessibility and convenience for students. Our graduates are very successful. They pass national certification exams, secure employment, and often move into other fields of healthcare education. We have several physician's assistants who started their education at Nantucket, and we have many graduates moving on to nursing school. ACC would be an effective site for an LPN program, but currently we would not be able to perform this due to a lack of space, which takes away a wonderful workforce opportunity from the students in our service area. On behalf of the Allied Health faculty and students of Nantucket, please consider this request.
Thank you. Questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sean Cassidy. Ed Hawthorne.
Good evening, Senator Fanfara, Representative Horn, and members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Ed Hawthorne. I'm proud to serve as president of the Connecticut AFL-CIO. a federation of representing almost 250,000 working men and women in the state of Connecticut. I'm also here to testify as a member of Recovery for All, a statewide coalition of faith, community, labor organizations that are united to eliminate systemic inequalities and rebuild a better Connecticut. My testimony is extensive. I'm going to do my best to summarize. I'm going to start with SB 1237, an act concerning a phase-in of the increase in unemployment insurance charge rate. Now, for those of you that know I come from DOL. My prior job was an appeals referee within DOL, so I lived through some of what I'm about to testify now. In the Great Recession, DOL had to take $85 million out of a loan to maintain the solvency of the unemployment trust fund. In 2020, COVID-19 hit. Everything shut down. We took out another $800 million. So what we did was we decided, well, not DOL, but we decided that we would learn from those lessons of the Great Recession and the COVID-19 pandemic, and make sure that we weren't caught unprepared a third time, and we wouldn't have to borrow money from the federal government. Now, the parties to this compromise were us at the Connecticut AFL-CIO, CBIA, the governor's office, and others, and it resulted in Public Act 21-200. It was a compromise piece of legislation that made significant reforms to the state unemployment system that ensured benefits would be paid in the event of another economic downturn. Like any good compromise, there was concessions by all parties. Workers prevailed in some, lost in others. Same was true for employers. What this is attempting to do is open up a carefully negotiated package to change how employer experience ratings are calculated at the behest of a particular sector of employers who have a documented history of laying off a large number of workers, mostly seasonal workers. We used to see tons of cases from these seasonal workers, and they're the ones that use the system the most. They're the ones that use unemployment and take from the trust fund the most. That's why their experience rating goes up. So we would urge you to not support this bill because it'll undermine a very good compromise for all parties that will fully fund the trust fund and prepare us for the unknown that comes in the future for that trust fund if another economic downturn does overtake our state. Next bill, HB 6934, an act making adjustments to the person.
Summarize.
And I will summarize. That was very quick. I would urge you to support that bill. Every dollar has a multiplier effect. EITC is not the same as the child tax credit. And also the points about DRS, I would invite you to read my testimony on that. And lastly, an act concerning the inspections of work performed. Please consider making that public and funding the public jobs that it'll take to be those building inspectors. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for your patience on this very long day. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ed. So you do support the opportunity to have alternate inspectors when the municipality cannot do that in a timely fashion?
I believe our position is that the funding, to have the funding to train additional building inspectors so it could be done in appropriate personnel in a timely manner, I believe is my testimony on that.
Okay, thanks very much.
You're welcome.
Question for Mr. Hawthorne? Seeing none. George Lombardo.
Good evening. Thank you, Senator Fonfara, and everyone else in the room who stuck around. I'm George Lombardo.
There are many more that are on Zoom that are paying attention to every word that you utter.
Thank you all so much. My name's George Lombardo. I'm from Wethersfield. Thank you again, Senator Fonfara. Not Fonfara, because if I called you Fonfara, I'd have to call myself George Lombardo. So
thank you.
I basically, first of all, I don't want to repeat what's been said already. I'm here testifying and as a member of the Film and Actors, the Connecticut Film and TV Alliance. I'm a new member of a new organization, and I'm here to support the film and digital media production tax credit bills and especially the additions that we propose. First thing I want to do is debunk the myth, and it is a myth, that these tax incentives are not cost effective. Let me explain. It's the facts just prove otherwise. For instance, the Connecticut Mirror, June 2022 article called Connecticut Economic Development Commissioner calls for cutbacks to film tax credits states. In its 2019 annual report, the DECD found that over the preceding decade, the average economic impact of the program had amounted to a loss of $58,510,604 in net revenues per year. In fact, that was mentioned earlier by one of the people here. Yeah, that amount was included in the report among many, many other facts, figures, pros, and cons. But in the very next paragraph labeled recommendations, it states the combination of the 3 film tax credit programs, the successful recruitment of various digital media companies, and the related investment in building and workforce leads us to recommend maintaining this program. It also states other benefits to the state are not captured in the results. For example, the 3 film tax credit programs stimulate investment in educational programs at both the state's community and private colleges to build the workforce required to support film, television, and digital animation industries. The 2022 DECD report also recommends maintaining the program. Now, further, in the 2022 report, the DECD retained a consulting firm that specializes in these matters. It did an in-depth study, and there is the page labeled results. I will not read the whole thing because there is no time, but highlights of it are the result of this study shows that the Connecticut incentives have contributed significantly to the development of the state's film and television ecosystem. Most importantly, this paragraph in the results of the study say the combined expenditure return on investment was an average of 4.6 over the last 9 years, meaning that for every $1 spent on credits, $4.60 of value was created in the economy. It's right there in black and white. So I hope that dispels the myth. These tax incentive programs are a net positive. Now, let me say that the program is not perfect, and I definitely agree with the problems of a tax incentive. One state increases their percentage, everyone flocks to this state to do their films. Another state increases their percentage, then they flock
30
to theirs.
seconds, please.
That's definitely a problem, but that's what the Film and TV Alliance additions to this bill is addressing. We are talking about not just increasing 30% to 37%. We're taking that 7% and we are using it in a very targeted way. The idea is to not be an incentive for people for companies to come to Connecticut. The idea is for them to stay and grow in Connecticut. This extra 7% is broken down in a way that will encourage people to build a permanent infrastructure in Connecticut, so we can be a magnet for production companies because of our infrastructure and our talent. If we can get that happening, then that means that we don't have to rely on straight tax credit percentages. We will have our own incentives built into the state. We are a perfect state for. We're a statewide, we have everything a film company wants. We have urban situations from blue collar to inner city to Stamford high end. We have rural, every possible location you might want to imagine in this state. We even have Bushnell Park, which has been used in films as a central park. We can even use that as a New York Central Park. We have the resources. All we need to do is build the infrastructure and they will come, as Bob Dio said. There have been 20 people who signed up to testify today. It shows you that the interest is there and we need this for the state. If we can get a thriving industry, it would be one step farther to having a healthy state with revenues that could do things like help the colleges get rid of their snakes and have a more healthy, the revenues that this can generate will be one small step in helping to increase the overall health of fiscal health and the arts community in this state.
Thank you, Mr. Lombardo. Thank you for your testimony. Questions? Seeing none. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Jonathan Black.
Good evening, distinguished committee members and chairs and everyone sitting in our couches watching, which I appreciate everyone's time. I want to say that I'm excited to be sitting here. I've been waiting 2 years to be in this very spotlight moment. I moved here 2 years ago with my wife, which you guys have met previous. And we've been together. We have 2 beautiful children, 4 and 2. And one of my little ones is like, Daddy, can we make films here? And I'm like, sure. But the reason I'm here today, more importantly, is that it comes from a deep sense of understanding of the industry. I've been in the industry for 25 years. I have shot in 16 different countries and 7 different states. I was in Georgia before they passed the credit and then after they passed the credit. I also was in Utah, where I served in the U.S. Air Force and worked for the Salt Lake Olympics when they passed a small tax credit as well. And I lived in Los Angeles for 15 years. So I come to you guys today with an enormous amount of experience, heartfelt concern that not only just me, but everyone in this industry and everyone that could be touched by the industry. And what I want to present to you guys today is not only just what I would think is good for the state and for the community, but also something that is more important to me, which is the value of the infrastructure. And what this comes down to is when I first moved here, we started to figure out, my wife and I started to figure out that the state was a beautiful place to film and we couldn't figure out, well, what's going on? Why aren't people not filming here? So we came up with the idea of the PIC initiative, which we spent thousands and thousands of dollars and months of research and marketing to call out to every client that we knew, Los Angeles, New York, Canada, Europe, and tried to convince them to shoot in Connecticut. And the reason being is that we realized Connecticut had a beautiful resource of locations. The proximity to New York was amazing. And as we started digging around, we started realizing that a lot of this initiative was met with open arms to a certain extent. When they said, well, let's get ready to open the checkbook to bring productions here, they go, well, we have to look at what you have and what you don't have. And what they said that we don't have is that we didn't have a strong tax credit as if New Jersey or we didn't have the strong infrastructure that Georgia had. So I started looking at, well, how can we fix these problems? Because I wanted to not only bring productions to Connecticut personally, but I also wanted to build the infrastructure and have an opportunity for everyone in the state to get work. So we devised a plan to come up with a 3-prong attack or a 3-prong structure of how to build this. And that was basically looking at the 3 pillars of infrastructure, which is people, places, and things. People meaning crew, staff, and support staff in doing film production. Number 2 was locations, which is sound stages and the physical locations that you guys all probably fell in love with by
30
watching all
seconds,
kinds
please
of movies.
summarize.
And then after end of that, we decided to say, well, we also need gear and equipment. So in process of that, we created the Tillman Film and TV Alliance to bring the entire state together to help build the infrastructure. I have a lot of presentation stuff in my testimony. I have several ideas of how to improve, how to bring business to the state. And I have multiple clients that would love to come here, and including Hulu, HBO, which is now called Max, Apple Plus, Focus Features. They're all looking at the state. They fly over and they're wondering, why can't we be a great state? And I'm like, we are. But unfortunately, New Jersey has been taking the lead. As you guys know, Netflix is spending almost $900 million in facilities there. There's a lot of money going into Georgia, and I want to see the money come back into Connecticut, and so that all of us can enjoy an opportunity for job and economic development, but also enjoy great films. So I would open this up for questions, because I would be gladly to address any questions you may have.
Questions for Mr. Black? Chairwoman Horn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here tonight, and thank you for your very detailed testimony. So I am focused on this and other tax credits on how we measure their success. And there's been a lot of conversation here about the various DECD reports, and I have been in conversation with them. And first of all, I want to emphasize that DECD concluded not to kill the program. They did not recommend expanding it because they're still wrestling with how you measure it. And part of one of their, the consulting firm that found greater value in it is kind of a proprietary black box. And they can't, I want to, and I know DECD does, want to pick apart what's in there and how to figure out, and this isn't just true for your, this particular tax, situation, but all kinds of, credits that we give out. And so I want to focus in part on how would you measure in specific terms the benefit to the state of Connecticut of extending these tax credits? Because, and I'll make my question compound, but because, I mean, the danger here, of course, is that we're in an arms race. And as much as Connecticut has struggled with some finances, I don't really think we want to follow New Jersey's financial model either. What kind of data would you have us look at that we have access to, or that you could provide that would enable us to measure quantifiably that these are working?
That's a good question. I think that most people, when they look at the report, which I know you're speaking about, they look at the top levels, and it's very difficult to kind of dig into the weeds of this. But I think the easiest way to address that is to look at how the waterfall effect happens. Meaning that if a crew member or an actor or a business owner works on a production, that money they make then goes to their property tax, then goes to taxes that they spend. And then the other thing that happens is analyzing what money that they're spending on productions to support. So for example, we actually, we filmed a film in Danbury, and they needed to order some pizzas. It was 80 pizzas. And that was a lot of pizza. I mean, that's a lot of pizzas for one little pizza shop to provide. But that money that we spent went back into that owner's pocket, which then that owner of that pizza joint was either to be able to make a profit. Now, if we keep doing that, the multiplier of that happens 3 or 4 times a month. Now that employer then has to hire people. So I do think that there needs to be a reporting structure, that productions need to be held accountable for how many people that they employ. But there's the way that productions are set up. I think that there needs to be a requirement productions to report what they've spent in the state, but how that is affected and watered down effect. How many local businesses have that they employ? Each production has what they call a vendor list, which are companies that they have actually hired or they went to. I think that each production company should provide that list to you. I also think that production companies, and I'm talking about even television shows or even current companies that are in the state now, need to provide a yearly report that shows, especially companies inside the state, that a yearly report that allows you to see the actual who we hired, how much money we spent, and then you can take that and multiply it down. I think that reporting structure is important, and I think that's a good way to manage the credit, because the one thing that I want to make a personal commitment to you and to all of you guys in the committee is to be a good steward of the credit. I think that's the thing that people don't understand, is that we're not here to take the credit and say, okay, we're going to get more work. It's more about respecting the taxpayers' money, respecting and having the steward of the credit, and also being accountable. I think we have to be accountable. I think that is a necessary evil that a lot of productions might not like, but I will tell you that at a 37%, the way I've broken it down, that they have to earn that, and it's a la carte. Why don't we just attach a report structure along with that to be part of the reporting and accountability, so that you can then take that and water that down and then actually provide the report structure that you can see the numbers.
Thank you. I look forward to working on that part now or in the future, whenever, because I do think, I mean, one of the reasons why the DECD, in its language ends up using the consultant report is because we didn't have enough data to analyze the other one. So there's got to be a way for us to make sure that we're getting the information, some of the information that we, delineated that we don't have now. So
There is, and in fact, I just had an idea. I'm sorry to interrupt, but for the committee itself, I would love to, and it's not something I am proposing, but I'm now proposing this as we're speaking, is that put the onus on the production companies or the studios or the streamers or the producers, put the onus on them to provide a report. And I will be happy to build that report for you guys so that they could fill out what local businesses they hired or worked with, how many people, how much money was spent in certain communities, how many hotel rooms they booked. This is a very easy thing for production to do. And I think they need to earn that. It would take the pressure off, because my initial goal in this is to build a long-term sustainable work infrastructure that we then can grow and tweak and learn from. And I think the onus needs to be on the productions, frankly, and they'll do it. It's not that they won't. We're in such a great, interesting time of our, industry that every one of us sits down and watches Netflix or Disney or wherever else. And why don't we get some of that money back into the state to support it? But I do think that reporting is extremely important.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else for Mr. Black? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
I want to return to Travis Woodward.
Hi, good evening. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
All right, Senator Fonfara, Representative Horn, Senator Marin, Representative Cheeseman, and members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Travis Woodward. I'm a resident of Hamden and an engineer for the Connecticut Department of Transportation. I'm also the president of CSEA SEIU Local 2001, a labor union representing over 25,000 municipal, Board of Ed, active and retired public and private sector workers, including state building inspectors at the Department of Administrative Services, Construction Services, as well as many town-based building inspectors serving in municipalities across our state. For the following testimony in opposition to Senate Bill 1247, I submitted written testimony, and I'll shorten my spoken testimony for the sake of time. The bill itself is poorly crafted proposal full of unintended consequences that will put the safety of people at risk while simultaneously wasting taxpayer dollars and harming broad economic development. Right now, state building inspectors working alongside state fire marshals are responsible for performing the permit approval inspections on state building projects like courthouses. And for municipal building projects like town halls or private developments like an apartment building, local building officials are responsible for the permit inspection work. If SB 1247 were to become law, it would take the core government function of ensuring the safety of the public during the construction and ongoing use of publicly accessible building away from the dedicated professionals who currently do this work and beyond the effective oversight of the public. While it appears the bill applies to local building projects and local building inspections, we are concerned about the implications it could have for the further expansion of dangerous privatization proposals. In an effort to speed up the building permit process, SB 1247 will allow building permit holders to hire their own inspectors. Talk about the fox guarding the henhouse. How can the residents of Connecticut have faith in a process like this? State and municipal building inspectors are dedicated to public safety. We'll be able to say the same about a private company looking for the next inspection contract. Put simply, allowing a building permit holder to choose their own inspector is just bad policy, plain and simple. SB 1247 proposes to have the state building inspector, the codes and standards committee, and the commissioner of DAS create a list of qualified inspectors, but is silent on what standards, qualifications, or processes will be put in place to ensure the initial and continued quality of the list. What will happen at the conclusion of these inspections? Will the third-party inspector give their report to the builder, and then members of the public will just have to trust that everything is safe? Creating this list is one thing. Once you have it, however, SB 1247 does not provide any meaningful ability for the public to truly know that the building they're entering was constructed safely. SB 1247 makes the state building inspector responsible for administering and auditing the quality of inspections performed on these third-party inspectors. How is a state building inspector going to do that? There is no money in this bill for the state building inspector to perform an audit.
Summarize.
Yep. How is this going to be conducted with no money and more staff? While it appears this bill applies to local building projects and local building inspections, we are concerned about the implications it could have to further expansion of dangerous privatization proposals at the municipal and state levels. We encourage DAS and local building officials to work with rank and file state and local building inspectors to develop a program to identify, recruit, train, and hire the next generation of building inspectors. I thank you for hearing my testimony, and I urge members of the committee to oppose Senate Bill 1247. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions for Mr. Woodward? Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you. Thank you very much for sticking around, if only virtually today. Listening to your testimony, one would believe that the only buildings that are ever constructed or inspected are public buildings. You know, I have an awful lot of residents in my community, and indeed, we just went through an episode with a building inspector who would have fallen under this legislation with delays where projects were held up for a long time. Should there not be some avenue where huge amounts of money are on the line, and indeed a person's ability to have the home or changes they need in their home, perhaps building an accessory apartment for an elderly parent to allow, and it's held up because the building inspector does not operate in a timely manner? I just wondered if you could weigh in on that.
So nobody likes to see delays, especially if they're waiting for a permanent inspector. But I think proper staffing is the answer. And looking at the backlogs that these towns have, or even working on a public building inspector sharing program between towns would be the way to go. But the nearsightedness of this bill and the danger that it puts the public in is not the answer to go with, just to make things a little more speedy.
I'm hearing from my towns again that there's a shortage of qualified building inspectors. Perhaps you could partner with our community colleges to create training courses to produce more, and then we wouldn't be dealing with this issue. So I want to thank you again for your testimony.
Absolutely. We're trying to do the same thing for our engineers at DOT, and there's just not enough coming out of community colleges in the state.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none, thank you. Danielle Conti.
Hello, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much. My name is Danielle Conti. I am from New London, and I'm going to be speaking on Bill 6929, the tax credits. So I am a member of the Connecticut Film and TV Alliance. So I definitely support everything that Jonathan and Lauren Black and everyone else that are in the Alliance has been talking about. But instead of reading my testimony, what I'm hearing more so today is we're trying to quantify if the program is beneficial, and we think that it is, but what is success? So I'm a SAG-AFTRA actress. So I'm in the union. I live in Connecticut. I grew up in Connecticut. I went to college in Georgia. But I'm not able to work consistently in the state, unfortunately. And that's just the life of an actress. I recognize that. So I work predominantly in New York and Massachusetts and New Jersey, sorry. But in listening to everything that we've been talking about today, I understand the process because I've been trying it with myself. I'm not going to be a fit for every role because I look the way that I look. So to supplement my income, I did a workforce training program, and that's everything we've been talking about today. Build the jobs. The community college, Middlesex Community College, had a training program to become a production assistant. And so I took that course and I traveled out of town to go there to take that course. And now that put me in a position. So this is where I think the success is. I took that workforce training program so that now I can work on sets. And I've worked on 3 films in Connecticut since then. So that's me taking a workforce program. And now I'm working on sets on the production side, on the other opposite end of the lens, but now I see a lot more. So it's not just, okay, we need to create the training because we did that, but that doesn't solve the problem because there's still not enough films coming into Connecticut for me to work consistently on production. So even if I'm taking the two, and this isn't a unique story, this is the same story that everyone deals with working in the film industry, but we love it because this is what we do. And so what they are proposing is raising the tax credit, but doing it smart and trying to fix all the other problems that everyone else is dealing with. Those school bus drivers who have to collect unemployment during the summer vacation, they have their CDL, they could be driving our cast members if we had that going on. If we had sound stages in the infrastructure, then we wouldn't have to worry so much about the weather. Like, we have to change production schedules so much based on the rain or the snow. Like, we want to work year round, but the biggest difference between LA and here is they have the sound stages so that you
3
could
minutes,
book
please
it.
summarize.
Thank you. So basically, I think it's a really smart way to fix a problem that we didn't know that we were going to have an opportunity to talk about, but creating this conversation from both sides for how we can fix it and provide what the other side needs is the first step in making this a viable situation. This is the first time I've ever been excited to live in Connecticut. I've always known that I need to move to New York to make my career. But like, if we could do this in Connecticut, I will stay, I will fight, I will build, I will fundraise, I will do whatever we need to make it happen, because we have to pull the pieces together, and it starts with tax credits. So thank you.
We know you're not acting right now.
Yeah, that's very funny.
Sorry. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Questions? Seeing none. Thank you. Diane Lewis. Is Diane with us? She is.
Yes, yes, I am. Hello,
Please
can
proceed.
you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good evening, Senator Fonfera and esteemed members of the Finance Committee. I know it looks weird in here, but I'm in the bathroom at a restaurant. But I know it's really important that I testify on Senate Bill
It's a real testament to virtual public hearings.
Right. It's just that important that I testify on Senate Bill 1242. My name is Diane Lewis, and I am a mother, grandmother, case manager for the Building Trades Training Institute, which is a workforce development program, and a lifelong Hartford resident. I am also the communications director for Voices of Women of Color. I am speaking to you today in opposition of SB 1242. When I was a young mother on welfare living in a city housing project, in order to maximize my food stamps, I knew I had to travel to the closest suburb to buy groceries. I would take the bus to West Hartford and take a cab back. I know you're wondering why I had to travel so far, but it was because the smaller neighborhood stores couldn't compete price-wise with the major food chains. Over the years, my situation changed and my children grew up, but accessibility to food stayed the same. Some people call it a food desert, but it's not. That would suggest that being able to access healthy and affordable food is natural. It's not. It's a social and economic issue. What we are experiencing in Hartford is a food apartheid. I oppose any bill that would increase the prices of groceries and beverages. Low-income families, mostly Black and brown, will feel the most impact. This bill would add further hardship to families that are already suffering in the worst way. Thank you for your time and attention to this matter.
Thank you very much, Diane.
Thank you.
You will go down in history as being
This is the second bathroom. The first one was in Capitol Grill, and now I'm at West Hartford and Blue Black Square. So it's becoming a habit.
well, thank you for that. Great to see you, Diane.
Great to see you too, Senator.
And if you'll just stay put where you are, Representative Cheeseman has a question for you.
Sure.
Thank you. It's not so much a question, it's a comment. I want to thank you for testifying today, because as we contemplate bills like this, I think it's important that we reminded that this comes with a cost, and anything that adds to the cost of living is going to most directly and negatively impact people of color, people who are living on limited, seniors, anyone who
Absolutely.
would buy something to which we, through policy reasons, add an additional cost. You all are paying the price, and thank you for being their voice and testifying no matter what. So
No matter what.
thank you.
Thank you.
Else?
Representative
Representative Mashinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm out in the woods preparing for a field trip. But I wanted to ask the witness, are you also
And what's
employed?
new about that?
What?
I'm sorry, am I also?
Are you also employed as a lobbyist for the waste haulers?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm coming to you today as a Hartford resident and the communications director of a social justice organization in Hartford. I am not a lobbyist.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. I don't know where that came from, but okay.
It's okay, I'm ready.
Anyone else for Ms. Lewis? Thank you very much, Diane.
Thank you.
President Zulma Toro, waiting patiently.
Good evening, everyone. Senator Fanfara, Representative Horn, Senator Martin, Representative Chisman, and members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Zulma Toro, President of Central Connecticut State University, CCSU or Central, and I am testifying today in favor of SB 1246. CCSU was founded in 1849. Here's a snapshot of our community. 95% of students are state residents. 80% of graduates choose to live in Connecticut. 38% of students represent underserved populations, and 49% of first-year students are first-generation college students. Capital improvements at our state university are important to make sure our students get the high-quality educational experience they deserve. I will add, many of our students are working several jobs to put themselves through school. Central's largest funding request is for a new science building. The building will be equipped to meet the current and projected science program needs. It's important to point out CCSU is the only four-year institution within CSCU that offers engineering programs, and it is considered the science, technology, engineering, and math STEM institution of the system. The building will support the basic sciences such as biology, biomolecular sciences, physics, chemistry, and earth and space sciences. This building will not only support the majors in these areas, but also the science are a very important part of the curriculum for our engineering programs, technology, and healthcare, including nursing and the doctorate in nurse anesthesia and others. Currently, most of the sciences are housed in Copernicus Hall, which was constructed in 1974 and is approaching 50 years old. The facility was originally designed with a focused curriculum of science, biology, chemistry, physics, and botany. Since its opening, this building has attempted to accommodate significant academic program expansion and increase student enrollment in science, engineering, and the health fields. This program demands and the antiquated laboratory infrastructure of Copernicus Hall have impacted our students' ability to register for classes due to a lack of laboratory and class space, while also depriving our students the opportunity to learn in 21st century facilities. In addition, when Copernicus Hall was built, the air quality standard and codes were different. Upgrading the HVAC system to meet current standard will be costly. 58% of the academic programs offered by Central are aligned with one or more of the 4 pillars of the Connecticut Workforce Strategic Plan. healthcare, information technology, and business, manufacturing, and life sciences. Furthermore, an additional 20% are education programs. This means that 78% of Central's academic programs and 100% of academic programs, 6 programs recently developed or under development, are directly related to the governor's workforce strategic plan or are supporting the educational needs of the state. All these programs require science courses. We at Central are committed to facilitating the social mobility of the state's working class and educating the leaders and workforce that will maintain the standard of living that has been the hallmark of our state of Connecticut. I am ready for any questions that you may have.
Questions for Dr. Toro? Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you. Thank you for your patience. It's wonderful to be here. Thank you, Chairman Fanfara. Currently, what is the enrollment at Central and what are you seeing in terms of trends?
Okay, we have close to 9,500 students, and we are coming back from the pandemic. Our trend is upward, and we are optimistic that next semester our enrollment will be very close to where it was in 2019.
And what was that figure in 2019?
It was over 10,000 students.
Okay. And in terms of the fiscal health, we've heard a lot of, needs with related to infrastructure and building, but in terms of just being a fiscally healthy institution, how is Central placed?
We are being financially prudent through the years. We have gone through very large budget reductions since 2021. Exactly, we have cut $13.1 million from our budget, and that has allowed us to move Central to financial stability. We have been able to balance our budgets for the last 6 years, and we are projecting a balanced budget for this year and very likely next year as well.
And obviously a healthier enrollment base will only assist you in that endeavor.
Yes, definitely. The financial sustainability in the long run of the institution will depend on healthy enrollment, and mainly in the areas of engineering and the sciences. And that will be possible only if we have a new science building. Because as we speak, the science building looked like a high school in the 1950s.
We know what that 1950s architecture was like. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much, President Toro. Thank
are
you,
welcome.
Chairman Fanfara.
Thank you. Other questions? So Dr. Toro, if you would if you allow me, I'd like to share with the committee a little bit of your history that I learned in our time together a few months back. So Dr. Toro is an engineer by training. She was Dean of Engineering at Wichita State University, in which this is a small segment of her life, but one that moved me to where I wanted to share it with everyone else here. She took it upon herself to engage her students to go into a middle school in Wichita, Kansas, to teach students science and math, tutor science and math, to the point where eventually some of those students came to her university in the School of Engineering. Today, she's at Central, and she's doing the same thing in a middle school in New Britain. And I'm hoping the day will come when she'll be doing that
In Hartford.
We thank you for your dedication, going beyond the call to help those children, those young people who may not excel in an area that you know better than just about anyone, a career that they could have, whether it be in engineering, sciences. And that's what you and your students are doing, and we're very thankful for you being here in Connecticut.
Thank you very much, Senator. Those words coming from you means a lot to me, but it will mean even more if we're able to expand our offerings in such a way that we can support Hartford as well.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
Sean Lesser?
Honorable members of the committee, I am here today in support of the film tax credit HB number 6929. My name is Sean Lesser, and I am a full-time film and television actor currently residing in Colchester, Connecticut. I grew up 25 minutes down Route 2 from here in a little town called Marlborough. And growing up in that town, I was the movie kid. I saw them all. I knew them all. I could reference them all. When I was 12 years old, I got my hands on a cheap camcorder and started making movies in my backyard just for fun. Fun, because that's all we were told it would ever be. We were told that living here in Connecticut, you didn't get to make movies full time. That only happened out west or in the big city. It was just a dream. That isn't until 2008, when Wes Craven came to town to film his new movie, My Soul to Take. And suddenly this all became a reality to me. I waited in line for 4 hours to audition for that movie. And you know what? I ended up booking my first acting job on that. I was 17 years old, and I've been doing this ever since. I've made a lot of friends over the years. And ever since Connecticut's original film tax credits were reduced, we've all had to work a lot harder and travel a lot farther to find the opportunities that we need to live, thrive, and survive. But at the end of the day, we all still hang our hats here in Connecticut. Why? Because this is our home. We love it here, but we also love what we do. We are a great state, and I believe that we can make it even greater by increasing our film tax credits. This group of people back here, we've been in this building now for 12 hours just to get a chance to talk to you people. And frankly, that's just how much this means to us. You know, earlier in this hearing, the million-dollar question got raised. What does this do for the economy? And the answer is simple. Making a movie takes an army, and armies run on food. They need vans. They need equipment. They need places to sleep. They need office space. And where do they get these things? In the communities that they film in. I know that this is an investment. This is a gamble. But I believe that we have the tools, we have the workforce, we have the passion, and we have the natural beauty here in Connecticut to make this happen. But we need your support to pass these tax credits. And not just for us, but for the next generation of 12-year-old kids making movies in their backyards right now, dreaming of being filmmakers and actors, not out west, not in the big city, but here in the Nutmeg State. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sean. Questions? Thank you, sir. Bryn Berg.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you so much for giving me the time to speak tonight. My name is Bryn Berg, and I am here to support Bill number 6929. I am a founding member, a proud founding member of the Connecticut Film and TV Alliance. I'm mainly an actor, but I have also had the honor of wearing many other hats in the industry. I came to Connecticut 10 years ago thinking I would be able to continue on with my training and there would be plenty of opportunities. What I found is that there was very few projects shooting in Connecticut and a major lack of resource and absence of legitimate training. I was shocked by my revelations, as Connecticut has some of the most lucrative film schools and many of them. I eventually worked on student films and projects with recent graduates of these programs. These individuals were extremely talented and had so much to offer. Over the years, I've witnessed some of the most gifted people either leave the state of Connecticut to find work in the industry elsewhere, be forced to travel hundreds of miles to work outside of Connecticut, or end up going into another career entirely just to keep the lights on and become stuck in an endless cycle of debt from student loans. I still question, and I would love to understand why Connecticut has such limited opportunities for thousands of these recent graduates. And I also wonder why Connecticut is letting millions of dollars of revenue slip through the cracks. We're right next door to New York City, which is one of the top industry hotspots, yet million-dollar projects are going to New Jersey, Atlanta, and most recently, Ohio. Why are we letting this happen? We need to be able to create jobs for our recent graduates. And let's not forget how much this could help local businesses, especially the ones that haven't completely bounced back from COVID. A better film tax credit will also create thousands of jobs for every type of career, from accountants to healthcare professionals, to carpenters, to caterers. And it's been mentioned many times, the 8 key points that we would also like you to consider. It is a program that, as everyone else has said, it's a program that is not offered anywhere else. It's a very flexible program. And as a member of the Connecticut Film and TV Alliance, many have shared their testimonies with me. Connecticut residents are working 16-hour days while making lengthy commutes, which is completely unhealthy and dangerous. And over the years, I've had to hustle like crazy in Connecticut, but I eventually made connections with many people, and I am asked almost on a weekly basis for referrals for anyone in the industry, from DPs to sound mixers. I have never had to go outside of the state of Connecticut. I can always refer people right here in the state. Let me close with saying this is only the beginning of the Connecticut Film and TV Alliance. We're in this indefinitely. We want to continue to support, educate, and nourish the film industry in Connecticut. But please know, the industry is only a small piece of the puzzle when it comes to this bill. We will work diligently to create opportunities for everyone in the state of Connecticut, except for the snakes. And I welcome any questions or comments.
Questions for Ms. Berg? Seeing none. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Denise Best?
Good evening, co-chairs from Farah and Horn and committee members. Thank you for hearing me out this evening and sticking around for this testimony. My name is Denise Best of Hartford. I'm the president and CEO of the Voices of Women of Color. I'm here in opposition of Senate Bill 1242, an act concerning waste management. As of 2022, the state of Connecticut ranked in the top 5 in the country for recycling, created an infrastructure that manages recyclable materials both responsibly and efficiently. British Columbia, the first in North America to adopt EPR for PPP, that's extended produces responsibility for paper and packaging products, found that their recycling rates remained relatively the same and no significant environmental benefits were readily apparent. A study of a proposed EPR for PPP legislation in New York showed an increase of 4.1 to 6.35 on packaged materials. Large national companies will not absorb this cost. It will be passed on to consumers, resulting in an additional $36 to $57 per month, and that was in 2022. This kind of increase hits lower income residents the hardest. Low-income urban areas that are often home to food deserts already see higher costs for groceries with a lack of access to large supermarket chains that typically offer the best prices, and an EPR on paper and packaging products would mean additional cost to the consumer on everything that people in my community currently place in recycling bins every Thursday evening. The USDA predicted that in 2023, all food prices would increase to 7.9%. And finally, in 2018, the Connecticut legislature's own EPR for Packaging Task Force reported that EPR for Packaging program will not increase recycling and will not lead to less toxic or more recyclable packaging in the state. Enough evidence has been compiled to inform the direction in which the state should be heading. It is apparent that introducing an EPR for PPP system into an already best-in-country recycling system will not create a better recycling system. What you might do is strengthen ties between municipalities and private industry to continue to improve collection and assist material recovery facilities who have invested in systems to process and market this material. On behalf of the residents of low-income communities across the state, we implore the Finance Committee to reject SB 1242 and act concerning waste management. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Denise. Thank you for your testimony. Are there questions?
Very welcome.
Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you. And again, it's more a comment than a question. I want to thank you for being patient and testifying and bringing that very needed perspective to this discussion. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
And I'd like to thank you because I heard your former comment. Thank you so much for your support.
You're very welcome.
Anyone else? Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Shelley Sayward.
Representative Mashinsky has her hand raised. I believe she has a question for Ms. Best.
Mary, is Representative Mashinsky there?
Yeah, for the previous witness, I did, actually, Mr. Chairman. I'm just wondering where these statistics are coming from, because it's my understanding they're not accurate. You know, on our recycling rate at that position, that may have been true years ago, but it's true now. So where are these numbers coming from?
I did begin by saying that these facts came from my research that I did in 2022, because that's when I first became aware of SB 115 coming out of the Environmental Committee.
Okay, so where did you get these information? Because it sounds like something they say.
I'm sorry, I don't know why you're breaking up. I don't know if it's me or you. Could you repeat that question?
Okay, did those statistics come from the waste haulers who have a vested interest in keeping things as they are?
Oh, no, they did not.
Okay, do you know where you got those statistics from? Because
I did get
my
some,
understanding.
I did some of my own research. I'm
Okay,
sorry. I did my
all
own
right.
research.
If
and I
you,
got
if
some
you,
information from the state.
okay, we have conflicting statistics from recycling managers who work for the municipalities, and they're in conflict with what you are saying. So that's why I'm asking.
Again, I will say that I did my research in 2022. And it certainly is, comes from the state legislature, the EPR task force. That's right in your bailiwick.
Okay,
That's why I got those
thank
facts.
you. Thank
You're
you,
welcome.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Best, for your testimony
You're very
today.
welcome.
Shelley Sayward. Georgina Fuente.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Georgina Fuentes. I'm from Hartford, Connecticut. I'm in a position to the governor's bill number 6664. While I support responsible care for the environment, I do not think the supporters of this bill fully understand my environment and how this bill would affect me and my child. I'm a disabled, which includes having this diabetes and a recent amputation. These have been several complications regarding the amputation and the fitting of my prostheses. I'm a single mom of a child with disability. My son and I both take several medication. My monthly allowance of food stamps are not enough for me to stick with the fresh fruits, vegetables, low to no processed foods, high protein diet recommended by my doctors for my son and myself. In addition to other disabilities, my son is diagnosed as obese and pre-diabetic. I am trying as hard as I can to eat healthy. I live in a food desert. This is groceries, stores, but no supermarkets in my neighborhood. I find myself settling for canned fruits and vegetables, knowing that they have been sitting in sugary syrup or salt. I use frozen vegetables and fruits as much as I can. Fresh fruits and vegetables are a treat. I cannot afford to use fresh produce all month. I also have several co-pays for my medications. There is no accessible redemption centers where I live. I literally cannot get there to return water bottles from the huge amounts of water we consume, at which time I am hopefully able to take a bus to the redemption center. I am not positive that I will be able to use it for my wheelchair. Depending upon my status, there are days I use the chair and days that I use a walker or cane. I budget carefully to stretch less than $2,000 a month, and food stamps are over 30 to 31 days. I shop at thrift stores and have charged them terms as chain streets like Target or Walmart. In order to clothe my child, I go to thrift stores. I do not have living room furniture. You will not find any access to waste in my lifestyle. So when you are looking to care for the environment, please go back to the drawing board to the consider method that would no further injure people like me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Best. Seeing no questions, thank you for being patient and hanging with us from this long day.
No problem, anytime. And I apologize for my little nervousness and my lack of speech.
No apologies necessary. We applaud people who take the plunge and decide to appear in front of us and share their stories. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Edward Cohen, who I believe is online. Oh, in the room. Sorry, in the flesh. Welcome and thank you for hanging in.
I was online most of the day and then lost contact. Never mind, I'll drive up. My name is Ed Cohen. I thank you very much for having me here today. Senator Bonfera stepped out for a bit, but Representative Cheeseman
And my apologies for chairing the meeting from the from the rafters over here. I'm trying not to share my cold with my colleagues, so my apologies.
Not a problem. I just took my mask off. I figured it'd be impossible to talk on this, so. Anyway, I'm Ed Cohen, and I'm a native of Connecticut, born and raised in New Haven. Went to UConn, proud Husky, and been in the music business for 57 years. Was out of the state for 25 years, and while I was out in California, ended up managing a band, and they're kind of unique because the keyboard player is the current senior vice president, global incentives and production, HBO Max, and Warner Discovery. I've been on his back for 4 years to bring films into Connecticut. And he kept saying, you don't have the infrastructure, you don't have the crews. So I just came back to him. I'm also a proud co-founder of the Connecticut Film and TV Alliance, and went back to him and I said, okay, this is what we're doing. And he sent back, he said, excellent. He said, you do this, I will come shoot in Connecticut. That was a big victory. I also we're easy for me to say, have been working with Yale Productions, which is no relation to Yale University. I have worked on 2 films completed, and as of, well, today I was out scouting for another film that we're shooting down in the New London area. We need to get that infrastructure in so that we can get the big productions in here in Connecticut that will be a prospering industry. The film that we shot in Middletown, High Heat, with Olga Kurylenko and Don Johnson, that was the first time I really had a chance to watch the waterfall in action. And we had terrible catering. And so we had 60 people on the crew, plus the stars, and everybody went all up and down the main street in Middletown, just spending constantly on great food. The one that we shot up in Simsbury, one of the locations that I got, it was terrific. It was a bar out there and restaurant. He has a food truck. So we rented the location. He made some nice money on that. And then they didn't like the catering there. He said, well, look, I'll feed the team. And he did. He brought out the food truck. It was a huge hit. He made plenty of money. And at the end of the shoot, he was not only thrilled with the whole thing, but he and his wife were able to go on a really nice 2-week vacation, which they hadn't had in ages. I've watched it time and time again. It is a major impact on the community when the film comes in, and we are very mindful to buy local as much as we possibly can. Some things you just can't get, but we're there. And basically,
Summarize.
I'm sorry.
You've hit
Okay.
3 minutes. Please
Thank you.
summarize, sir.
Okay, essentially, I'm supporting bill number 6929, and I would like to see it with the following changes. 5% increase for scripted television productions with a minimum 10-month annual footprint in the state. A 2% increase for workforce training, development, and job placement programs on a production, and these would be a la carte, no more than 37%. A 5% increase setting up production in economically disparaged communities. A 2% increase for hiring a minimum of 20% below the line minority hires on a production. 5% increase would be an alternative. Production companies filming 2 or more qualifying feature films in 1 calendar year in the state. The 6th would be infrastructure, soundstage credit, keeping the 20% credit on $3 million spends and increasing the 25% for investments of $6 million and above. And then 7, the traditional theatrical release qualifying feature film production. This was removed under Governor Malloy. We propose to reinstate it with a specific caveat that only production companies that shoot more than 2 feature films in the state in 1 calendar year would qualify for this tax credit. And lastly, we would like to see an increase in the marketing budget for the Office of Film, TV, and Digital Media to promote the new recommended credits and programs so that the entertainment industry globally and domestically will be aware of it and be excited to bring productions here.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any
Are there
questions?
questions for?
Representative Yakarino has a question.
Not a question, but thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say hello to Ed. I'm sorry I'm not there today. Ed lives in North Haven, and I appreciate everything you're doing for the film industry, and hopefully could try to support this. We'll see what happens, next week. But I just want to say thank you for testifying and waiting all day. And I apologize I'm not there.
No, that's okay. Thank you. Good to see you, sir.
You too. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Questions? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Greg Carrar. Oh, Greg. Michael Scott Drunkenmiller.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Hi. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and distinguished members of the committee. It's been a long day, but thank you for giving me this opportunity to publicly voice my support for proposed Bill 6929 via Zoom today. My name is Michael Scott Druckenmiller. I have lived in Connecticut since my father transferred to the state as a Lutheran minister in 1981. I grew up here. I went to college here. My father's buried here. But alas, I rarely work here. You see, since 2018, I have worked full-time in the entertainment industry as an actor, set medical advisor, and a coordinator on major network shows, as well as BAFTA and Oscar-winning films. I've been a member of SAG-AFTRA since 2006, a member of VME, which stands for Veterans in Media and Entertainment, registered with National Set Medics, and I'm an OSHA 30 certified health inspector. This being my career, I have repeatedly driven 74 miles each way to Silver Cup Studios for all 4 seasons of Manifest, driven across the state line to Massachusetts for Disney and Hulu projects, have flown down to Atlanta and Los Angeles for countless films. But sadly, rarely have I had the opportunity to work on professional SAG-AFTRA and IATSE projects within my home state. In fact, I can actually count on one hand the projects I was able to learn a living wage within Connecticut. Revolutionary Road with Leonardo DiCaprio, Boy Choir with Dustin Hoffman, and Uncut Gems with Adam Sandler. That's it. In fact, what is truly ironic is that regardless of what set I'm working on, be it a History Channel show with former President Bill Clinton or Martin Scorsese on The Irishman, I seem to always find myself in conversation with a group of people on set who are going home on the weekend, back home to Connecticut. You see, Connecticut has some amazing film and television programs offered by various colleges and universities. Not just the drama programs you might think of at Yale, but many showrunners, for first assistant directors, cinematographers, have graduated from and send their children to Wesleyan, Quinnipiac, Fairfield, and Yale for degrees in film production. But even if people working in the industry do live here, there currently is little incentive for films made here. And as such, we must commute to where the work is. When studios and production companies need to reduce costs, the first thing they do is look at locations. Specifically, which state has the most competitive tax credit and would give them the best return on investment. It's as simple as going to rapbook.com and looking under film industry tax incentives and seeing a side-by-side comparison broken down by state incentives. Right now, Connecticut is not even on the radar of major film production companies. And if and when they do run the numbers, other states ultimately win out. Many outside of the industry don't understand the idea of why offering tax credits can actually be beneficial for everyone.
3 minutes.
Entertainment is the ultimate consumer. Not only does it consume intellectual property, but it also consumes tangible goods, makeup, hairspray, water, coffee, donuts, gasoline, etc. Tax credits and incentives are not about just employing actors, writers, grips, or even a director. It's about helping local grocery stores, mom and pop shops, diners, and it even puts local seamstresses back to work, gives overtime to local police and fire departments, etc. Georgia is a prime example of how entertainment starting up shop there repeatedly attracting movies and television show has made that state's economy increase by billions of dollars to start. And now, from what I've understand talking to colleagues down there, they're pushing $3 billion. Bill number 6929 would help attract legitimate production to the state, which in turn would hire local residents, provide increased revenues to hotels, housing cast and crew, increase local lumber and hardware store sales for set construction, support local grocery stores, restaurants, convenience stores, etc. It's not just a hypothetical or fanciful idea. We who actually work in the industry have seen how such programs do that in other states, states that border our own. Please, rather than people just driving through our state to film in just another state, give them a reason to film here and let us work in the state that we call home. And one nice benefit about being here on Zoom, I actually have pulled out some call sheets that shows what SAG-AFTRA and IATSE, how many hire they do. It's albeit 150 to 200 employees, not counting actors who are actually on set. And the typical shoot for a theatrical release film is 40 to 60 days. For an episodic, if we get series in here, it's 8 days for 1 hour episodes. And for an 11 to 13 episode series, you're talking typically 4 months of shooting with those employees. Those employees will be buying groceries, cigarettes, alcohol, doing laundry. They'll be supporting the economy. Thank you.
Questions? Seeing none. Annette Gaynor. Going once.
Hello?
We hear you.
Hello? Can you hear me?
We do.
Hi, good evening. My name is Annette Gaynor. Thank you for allowing me to give my testimony today, Senator Fanfara. My name is Annette Gaynor, and I am a resident of the city of Hartford. I'm also a member of the Voices of Women of Color. I come to you today in opposition of Senate Bill 1242 as it relates to our community. We currently reside in a state that has income inequities and, inequalities, as well as a difficult tax structure. In doing so and knowing that, I live in a city that is not also struggling with the inequality of our state, but our city is struggling with the low income. And we have many of people like myself who is a homeowner and a business owner. And recently I have been faced with my taxes increasing, right? We have Black and brown people and seniors that have to go shopping in bodegas, the corner stores, anything that's local to them. This bill allows for imposing additional cost to our community. I spoke of the fact that I am paying additional taxes, property taxes, and at times I feel like I'm placed in that same type of a category because I now have to make a tremendous amount of adjustments for my food. I have a family, I have grandchildren, and we make adjustments as taxes are imposed on us, additional food costs is imposed on us. We suffer or struggle, but then we have people in our same community that suffer.
What else you got?
I ask that this bill is opposed and strongly reviewed because there was research in the past that asked for this to go back to the table and to take a look at it again and come back with, some answers. I don't know. I didn't see anything that said that that was done. But what I will say is that, bills are placed out here not giving any thought to those that it's impacting. And I am one of those that's impacting, and I speak for our Black and brown individuals and as well as our seniors. I love and adore our seniors. Our wisdom come from them. How can we impose additional costs to them? Some of them barely eat because of the food costs now. You imagine imposing additional cost from the companies. They're going to push those costs onto us.
You've reached 3 minutes. Please summarize.
In summary, I ask that we take further consideration in opposing Senate Bill 1242, as we are struggling in our community, in Hartford, and in many surrounding towns throughout Connecticut. Let's take some compassion in when we're making a lot of these decisions, and not just a decision to say we're going to do this and that's it. We, the people, really need for our legislators, our senators, our representatives, all listen to what we say as the people. We vote, we help you to make the decision because we put you in office. And we ask that everyone think about these bills as they go through. I ask that we oppose Senate Bill 1242. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gaynor, for your testimony. Are there questions? Apparently not. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is James Asali? Present online? James? Well, we'll move on. Amanda LaCourie?
Hello?
Yes.
Hi. Hello, and thank you, members of the committee. My name is Amanda LaCourie. I'm currently living in Hartford. I would like to express my support for SB 1243, an act authorizing bonds of the state for businesses and industrial development corporations to provide assistance to certain minority-owned and women-owned small businesses. I firmly believe that small businesses in our community need support, and that the support of this bill can give and help reinvest into the community. Over the past few years, I have personally experienced the positive impact that minority and women-owned businesses have on Hartford specifically. One of my beloved coffee shops, Story and Soil here in Hartford, has the goal of bringing the community together and has become a central meeting spot for live music, poetry, and local art showings in Hartford. The connections made at these local establishments help support the tight-knit community we strive to have. Furthermore, the increased revenue and investments created by local minority and women-owned small businesses creates a sense of community pride and improvement of life. By passing this bill, we will be able to support those in our community who are historically edged out of the entrepreneurship. Private venture capital firms that often provide startup support to small businesses do not do so equitably. During the COVID-19 pandemic, the investment that these firms were willing to make in women-owned businesses plummeted from a discouraging 2.8% to an abysmal 2.3%. We cannot rely on the private market to support the diverse businesses that Hartford needs to thrive. Diversifying the business community will assist in creating higher rates of economic growth due to the increased tax revenues, job creation, new and innovative competition among businesses, as well as bring new people into the area. Government assistance to minority-owned and women-owned small businesses will help to address historic inequalities and promote social justice. By choosing to support underrepresented businesses, we can help level the playing field and ensure that all members of society have a fair chance to succeed. I strongly urge each member of the community to vote yes on this bill and provide our diverse community the opportunity to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. LaCourie? Seeing none. Bryce Chenault? Bryce Chenault? Sonia Williams? No Sonia Williams. Unless there's anyone else, I think we've exhausted everyone. Including
You are
us.
correct.
In that vein, we have completed our task for the day. We are grateful for all of you staying. You get extra compensation in the form of cookies. Absolutely correct. Thank you all. We are adjourned. And we wish Maria Horn the best of health going forward. She is a trooper.